It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come. Old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. Like every different at the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me. Feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. Like every different at the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time. But for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Some gamers might be sleeping right about now, but not us. It's cool and breezy today in sunny California at Dreamhack this morning as we gear up and kick off Championship Sunday. 4 teams of 4 and 8 singles players are warming up and getting ready to battle it out and leave it all they got on the stage. Last night, we closed it out to get our final 8 for singles with an incredible 3-2 win by Boomy. And the night before that, we saw many matches, including a 3-1 going in favor of Java and Fakey. The stage is set, the players are here and ready. It's Championship Sunday in San Diego, and the live coverage starts right now. Welcome everyone, my name is Win Ann, better known as White Sheepy, and I'll be your host for today, wrapping up in an amazing weekend we've had, and alongside me once again is Duke and Sparky. Guys, it's Championship Sunday. I can't even speak right now because it's finals day, y'all. How are you guys feeling?
It's Championship Sunday. It's the day that all of this weekend has culminated into. It's been an amazing, wild ride. I say that every single day, but it holds true because so much of what we expected coming into this weekend is not what happened. So many upsets, so many variables that were unaccounted for, and ultimately the people who ended up holding strong and coming out on top are the ones who made it into today. So it's going to be a real exciting day.
And that's the chemistry that comes from a live event in person like this. Everything that comes from just the general area that you're in. Of course, we know about the concert yesterday, but also having your friends around you, being in a pools match and having a crowd of people behind you watching that, being on the stage, some people for the first time ever with a crowd of people, the seats filled right in front of you, having to hear commentary of us live like you might not normally have to when you are in your living room or your room playing in an online tournament. It's all of these things coming together, all of these vectors of chaos coming together to form what is the pure level of competitive esport here for Brawlhalla.
And it's been a great weekend. Now, let's talk about the schedule. Let's talk about some of the matches we're going to be seeing. Friday, we saw our doubles competition get through about 50-plus teams to find out who our final 4 are. And then Saturday, we saw our singles competition and an intense one at that, by the way, to get through to our final 8. And now today, we crown our San Diego champions. Okay, guys, here's what's coming up. What match are you most looking forward to out of these first 2? These are gonna be crazy. Acno Blaze versus Main Experience, Java Fakey versus Meg D Radish. I'm gonna start with you, Sparky.
I'm really excited to see Acno Blaze versus Maid Experience because Acno and Blaze are the last hope for the continent of Europe. They are all that is left for everybody over there in France, in Sweden, in Spain, in Portugal. I don't know that many other EU countries. Germany's up there too. I can just look at that flag. That's not the right flag for Blaze, though. He's from the Netherlands, I believe. So also the Netherlands and other Scandinavian countries up there as well. They're the last hope for EU, and they're in a really good spot here. Not only are they playing phenomenally, but they're also in the winners finals here. So I want to see if they can make it into that grand final slot, get that guaranteed top 2, maybe take it home for EU.
And Duke, real quick, what are your thoughts on these first 2 matches coming up here?
I got to agree with Sparky. That's going to be a really exciting match as well, especially because, Acno and Blaze, they're, we'll get into it once you get into the set, but, they're, like you said, the last hope of EU, but they're also one of the only teams to ever take a dub for the European region over North America. Not a lot of teams have been able to say it. Nobody in 1v1s has been able to say it. So it's going to be really interesting because if they win over Maiden Experience, that's a really solid shot. Guaranteed top 2 finish for those teams. So definitely looking forward to seeing that one. On the other side, of course, really looking forward to seeing how that competition levels up. We've seen Radish get a lot better, of course, for that team of Megdi and Radish. And then Java and Fakey have just been looking absolutely lights out. So it's going to really set the tone for these teams because they're still young bloods. And again, that's more that we'll get into as we get into those sets.
It's going to get real spicy just already starting off right at the gates, you know what I mean? But what's also really cool and spicy is some exclusive Brawlhalla merch, you know? Ooh. Yeah, so if you guys haven't heard, live right now on Brawlhalla.com/merch, you can get this exclusive San Diego t-shirt or hoodie or maybe both. Okay, guys, you want to scan that QR code. It's a limited time, limited stock while supplies last, and the sale ends on Thursday, so you don't want to miss out, okay? And then, once again, as a kind reminder for all of my friends outside of the U.S., my international friends here, our partners have released a great, amazing new update to get a flat rate cost for shipping for y'all, for all these items that you might be purchasing this weekend. So, exclusive merch, Dreamhack San Diego. Don't miss out. This is Mama Sheepy reminding you, because I always get people saying, hey, I really want some Brawlhalla merch. This is the time to get it. Scan the QR code, brawlhalla.com/merch. Don't miss out, okay, y'all?
Make sure you got the merch of the first offline event of 2023. Make sure you sport that clothes. I've seen people this weekend wearing winter championship hoodies and clothes like that. So it's been really cool to see, of course, people like showing that dedication across all the events.
Yeah, show your swag. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Show your swag off, all right? Show where you've been, what you've done, what you've seen. All right? Okay, now let's talk about the tournament. Let's get back into it. Let's talk about the format for today, for right now. So Sparky, tell me about the doubles format.
It is going to be a 2v2 double elimination best of 5. We're used to this format. We've been living in this format for years now. Over 60 teams from every continent. For the fighting games that have doubles here at Dreamhack San Diego, we are one of the most populated games here. Love seeing that. Also, of course, that $35,000 doubles prize pool. Of course, we're in our top 4 now. So that bracket, even though it's a double elimination, even though it's a best of 5, it's little. That's a small bracket. There are very few players left standing here in doubles.
Yeah, for sure. And I know, if I remember correctly, like top, if you get first place, if you are crowned the champion, you get $9,000. Woo!
That's a nice weekend.
Talk about a nice weekend. You're gonna walk away with that amazing chunk of change there. So there's a lot on the line here for our folks who are literally about to get ready and play. I want to talk about the team specifically and kind of just highlight how they've been doing actually just recently throughout this weekend. So I'm actually gonna start off with you, Sparky. Tell me about Acno and Blaze. We're gonna see some clips of how they perform actually this past weekend.
Acno and Blaze are coming into this one seed 4. They're coming into this one on the winner's side of the bracket. They're coming into this one extremely confident. Acno himself said this tournament is free. Now, we saw him struggle a little bit in 1v1s, but it seems like he is not struggling here in 2v2s alongside his teammate, of course, Blaze. They've been playing together, one of the longest still running teams who really have not taken that break from one another whatsoever. Maybe in some community tournaments, but when money's on the line, when glory's on the line, they fit the best together. They have some of the greatest 2v2 team chemistry that we've ever seen.
Yeah, you love to see them. Of course, they've had so many rough patches as of late, right? They used to be the winningest team across the European region. They used to be that favorite team in the European region, and then they kind of struggled a little bit. It was a big wake-up call for Acno and Blaze to say, hey, we got to get better. We got to make sure that we show people that we are still that strong powerhouse team to represent Europe. And this weekend, they're definitely showing up for Europe, showing that, you know what, we still deserve to be in that kind of contention for top teams across the world, not just in Europe.
And they had a pretty tough bracket. They had to go through Dog and Cutie in the winners quarterfinals of top 32. That one went to a game 5. Then they had to go up against Java and Fakey, who are in our top 4 as well. So they had to go through like a top 3 North American team and then a top 4 global team, also a game 5, just to make it where they are now. And then they have to go up against a tournament winning team of Maiden Experience as well. So it started off hard for Acno and Blaze, and it's just getting more difficult.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned Made and Experience, because that's the next team that I want to highlight here, because they are also looking so good and so strong. Duke, tell me, break it down for me.
Of course, these are some young bloods, again, burst out onto the scene at the midseason invitational, and since then have just been looking really well-rounded. When it comes to kind of social conversation, though, they tend to fall out. People don't really have that belief, that kind of comfort at looking at Maiden Experience, but all you gotta see is that one clip from this weekend of Made hitting the perfect weapon toss snipe to be like, all right, this team, there's something different. They're bringing something special that nobody else is bringing to the table, and they're looking so incredibly good. You can see the energy behind Experience. Again, some really young blood on this team, but they're only going to get better. Even if they don't win here, which I think they have a solid shot at, they're only going to get better.
Chemistry for this team is also so strong if we're comparing them to Acno and Blaze in this moment. as we are, because they're going to be going up against one another. But this team is such a special team. But like, momentum is important for virtually every player at every level of gameplay. Momentum for this team is possibly the most important. They're going to have to come into this having the break between the amazing momentum they had on Friday into no doubles on Saturday, and now we're back on Sunday. So they're going to have to hit the ground running. They don't have pools matches where they can go up against players like you and I and wipe the floor with them, get those fingers moving, get that brain going. No, they have to go straight into this one with whatever warm-up time they have out here, going right into Acno and Blaze. They're going to have to get that train running right away. I
mean, I've seen experience on the setups. He definitely came here ready to win. He was tweeting out about how he's like having dreams of holding the trophy this weekend. Like, he's very much here in it to win it in the 2v2 space, and I think the way that 1v1 shook out for specifically experience kind of is really positive. He didn't have the best 1v1 experience, but he also was coming at it like, you know what, I don't have a lot on the line in 1v1s, I'm just gonna have fun, and I think that kind of just builds a lot of positive emotional energy going into the 2v2 space.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like that you mentioned, because he did tweet like earlier, I think today, about having dreams about winning, and I don't know, sometimes you can just make your dreams come true, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just need to like put it out in the world and it's gonna happen. And it's crazy that that's gonna be one of the first things we watch today, like this matchup between EU versus NA, right? So that was some of the players we talked on the winner side of things. Let's actually talk about some of the teams that we're gonna see on the elimination side. Next up here, Sparky, I wanna hear your thoughts on, yes, like you guys were saying, the young bloods here, Java and Fakey. How do you feel about them?
Based on the numbers, based on the seed, these players are not supposed to be here. They defied the numbers coming in at seed 9 for this tournament. They should be right outside of top 8, but no, they're in top 4. Shocking virtually everybody here. They got 4th place at the Spring Championship in doubles, but we're adding in EU. We're adding in South America. We're adding in so many different players that they don't have history against, that they haven't had the chance to really play against, and yet they're still succeeding. Java himself has said he hasn't really had the time to dedicate to things because what's been going on in his life, and yet he's looking the best we've ever seen Java. Fakey as well. We talked about Java in the past. We haven't really talked about Fakey until now, but Fakey is on absolutely everyone's radar.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, coming in, looking at this team, I think most people would have been like, oh yeah, Java's just going to carry Fakey, and then you got an okay 2v2 team, and we'll wait until Java finds a new 2v2 partner. But really, Fakey's shown that like he can hold his own against the best of the best across the world, not just in North America. He's proven himself to be an incredible 2v2 player, and I think that just bodes really, really well for this team that, again, they've had like maybe 3 tournaments under their belt. Like, this is still a very fresh team with a lot of room to grow.
I'm loving watching Java play, and I'm loving Fakey's Hattori as well. We haven't gotten really as much Hattori as I would have thought. Some of the like regular Hattori players, they'll play a little bit of Hattori, they'll play a little bit of some other legends as well. So I'm glad to see that Hattori representation, a strong character in 2v2s, virtually for all of Brawlhalla's history. Same thing with Bodvar as well. So I'm loving their team comp, even though it's not the Cross Onyx that I talk about all the time is like my favorite team comp in 2s. I still love the team comp from them. I love the player composition. I love their chemistry as well. This is a team that has really shocked me and everyone else. They deserve all of the respect in the world, even just getting to this position, and I expect them to maybe even push it further.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, they really have surprised us all, just this matchup. And honestly, they, like you said, they've really proven themselves against so many of the great teams that have played this past weekend. Now, let's talk about our final team here. I'm going to pass it to you, Duke. Tell me about Megdi and Radish.
Megdi and Radish, it's interesting because if you look at them like at face value, just go, okay, 2 strong 1v1ers, maybe potential for a strong 2v2 team, but they're bringing something different. I keep talking about the fact that Megdi is not playing 2v2s the way he plays 1v1s. Megdi is playing 2v2s the way 2v2s should be played, and he's playing it so incredibly well. And then you look at Radish, who, when we were looking at the Spring Championship, Radish looked like the quote-unquote weak link. If you look at what Taza was saying, he said Radish is cringing bad at the game. But then you come into this weekend and Radish is getting those follow-ups. He's getting those setups. They're getting so many 2v2 team combos that they're a really dangerous threat. Whenever there's an opportunity on the board, expect them to get those follow-ups, to get multi-hits.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're just looking at these clips. These highlights are literally from this past weekend. And I just watched them do a team combo on Experience, who's right now sitting on the winner side of things. So it's like, wait a minute.
They had an amazing run through the bracket. They went up against Lores and Kaina, 3-0'd them no sweat. They went up against Sandstorm and Boomy, 3-1 them no sweat. Went up against Made and Experience. That all the way went to a game 5. We could have had Megdi and Radish in top 4 on the winner's side just as easily as we have Made and Experience right there. They went down into the elimination side of the bracket, took out Fiend and Wes 3-1. So their run has been phenomenal.
Yeah, they are looking so strong. So we'll see how far everyone gets through this bracket today. So now, okay, y'all, I want to get your predictions. But before that, as a reminder for those watching online, be sure to engage with us through the plugins on Twitch, and you can that you'll see throughout today, because your vote and opinion matters. So let us know, chat, community at home, who do you think is going to win and be our doubles champion for Dreamhack San Diego? That's right, look at those trophies right there. There are gonna be 2 people holding up those trophies at the end of today. So chat, let us know what you think, who's gonna take the W.
Wait, they get a vote again?
Yeah, well, they get to vote, and then I'm gonna ask y'all for
changing
your
mine.
Out of
prediction.
4?
I'm changing mine.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
just saying we had to put ours in before Friday started, and then there's people coming in
Well,
who didn't get to watch any
look.
Brawlhalla, and we're like, oh, well, I just got to pick 3 out of 4.
Okay.
75% chance.
I'm just saying, look, okay, chat at home, it's okay if you want to change your mind.
Y'all are
Don't
too
listen,
nice.
don't listen to Duke and Sparky
Lock
here.
in early, tweet before the weekend starts, like Sparky does.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I mean, yes, it looks like you guys did locked in your predictions early here on who. I'm literally looking. I'm
you're seeing our
checking. I'm
predictions
checking the
and
facts.
seeing that we were pretty wrong. The top 2
well,
seeds,
I was totally wrong.
The top 2 seeds are already out.
Yeah, everybody I picked is not in this top 4.
One of
None
mine's
them are.
still in there.
Who'd you pick?
Maiden Experience was my number 3.
Yeah, cringe.
Yes, made an experience. Yeah, but in the wrong, possibly in the wrong order. We
Potent-
don't, wait,
well,
wait,
hey,
wait, we don't know. We don't know yet. But yes, you're right. Y'all's predictions are there or stated, but chat, community, it's okay. You vote. You can change your mind. You let us know who you think is going to take the W with the teams that you're seeing today. All right, Duke?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, fine.
Can they
Fine.
have that?
Fine.
All right. Okay, y'all. I'm just like, come on. Anyways, all right, guys. We're going to take a quick little break before we get into the action, get the players, and the game ready and all that. But when we come back, Duke and Sparky will get us into the action, so stick with us. Match number 1 of Championship Sunday up next.
Brawlhalla 2v2s. It's going to be a wild round. It's going to be a good one. And of course, we're going to find out in just a little bit who's going to be holding up those 2v2 championship trophies. Experience is already having dreams of it. He can mentally feel it. He's already experiencing it in his brain, his mind palace. But will he physically experience it in reality?
I'm hoping that they can make their dreams come true, even though I didn't predict them, just so that, like, maybe that means that you can manifest dreams and they do come true. Because I have dreams about having dinner with Alexandra Daddario, and I'm hoping I can make that a reality. I'm hoping we can make that happen. But we got Acno, we got Blaze, we got Made, we got Experience. Are they on the stage yet? They're on the stage yet. They're ready to go. I know we're ready to go. I know everybody at home is ready to go. This is going to be a very interesting one. Do they have history against one another is my question, Duke.
Well, while you figure out the answer to that one, I again want to call out the fact that Acno and Blaze are the last hope of EU, not even just in 2v2s, but like literally across Dreamhack San Diego. This is the last opportunity for any European representation. Acno and Blaze coming in. Of course, they have such a long history. They, again, were one of the winningest teams in 2v2 history in Europe. They had a winning record for a long time, whereas Maiden Experience, young bloods. They won MSI, they won Spring Championship 2v2s.
And they haven't won against Acno and Blaze. In fact, that winning record continues for Acno and Blaze here against Made and Experience. From the World Championship, it was a 3-1 victory for Acno and Blaze over Made and Experience. Gravity cancel in-sig from that Kaya that Acno had. An unforgettable moment, a moment in history that will forever be written in stone. People can picture it in their minds. I know I can picture it in my mind. And that was for a 3rd or 4th place finish. The win for Acno and Blaze kept Made and Experience off the podium there. If they win this, well, they're still guaranteed podium here. So they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, for sure. They have both teams have a guaranteed top 3 finish. One thing that bodes incredibly well for Acno and Blaze is all the teams of late that have been knocking them down out of the tournament. There's no Godly Fozy in this. There's no Boomy Snowy winners of the World Championship. All of the major threats that Acno and Blaze would have had to prepare for coming into this weekend, they're all gone. All that's left standing between them and being the trophy holders are Made Experience, and then on the lower side, Java Fakey and Meg D Radish. But we're getting into game number 1, and already some damage being put out on the side of the blue team.
And we're seeing classic team comps coming out from here. Made Experience on the Cross and the Onyx on the other side. Blaze on the regular Olgrim. We've seen him play, and Acno on that Kaya. We have seen him swap it up every now and then here, even at Dreamhack San Diego onto the Koji when things are looking grim. But so far, he's going to be starting it off with this Kaya.
Yeah, definitely expecting this Kaya bow to pay out as he goes for the N-Sig. Left side, the Nair hits. Blaze makes it, so it's a victory for the red team as Experience the only one to fall.
I can't believe the bottom side of Blaze's recovery didn't make connection with Acno and end up spiking him down. It's going to be a full team wipe for the red team onto the blue, and Blaze is keeping it going. They just got a 4-piece onto Experience, has him in the orange, has him in the red. He almost fell into that, but found a great dare to find priority, get the KO, get the team wipe on the red as well. 1 for Experience and 1 for Made.
Yo, but look at Experience's health bar. He took so much damage. He was so eager to get that stock off of the red team, and ultimately he's knocking himself closer into the red damage.
Seen Blaze now coming out with the Lance. We've seen some trouble from Lance players this weekend. They get the KO onto Experience, sending him onto final stocks. It's a little bit of a rough way to start this set because everybody else is so much in a better spot than Experience is now. Even Made, even though he's the most damaged in the game so far, he's in the orange. He's pretty even with Acno now.
And Experience might have to go back to the wall, start to play really defensive, but that's just going to give the red team opportunities to 2v1 onto Made. And you can kind of see from the way that they're looking, they're not even really thinking about going after Experience. Right side, Acno not able to make it back to the wall.
That was a nice catch from Made's in Sig. That put Acno over towards the edge, caught him out in the middle of his jumps in the air, so he wasn't able to make it back even though he wasn't forcibly sent to the blast zone into hit stun. He just kind of fell down in that bottom blast zone. You're hearing that axe swing. Only one axe player in this game so far, so you know Blaze swinging and banging.
He's trying to get all that damage put out onto anyone from North America. Made gets a nice rising down air onto Blaze, puts him off stage, but Experience gets juggled. That Nair almost does it. Made trying to make sure he can take down Acno and maybe go for a 1v1. The save from Made, but it doesn't work out as Acno gets the recovery.
The follow-ups between Acno and Blaze, they look like they've been playing a tournament all day and are 100% warmed up, 100% on the same page. They are a different breed here.
I mean, Acno and Blaze, they both know there's only 2 sets between them and victory, and right now they're playing one of them as Acno gets in and the handoff to Blaze. Like you said, no warm-up time, already hitting the follow-ups.
They got to be feeling good. Already coming out in game 1. It is just game 1. We know game 1 can be a goofy one. But the fact that they played so phenomenally that game, their follow-ups were immaculate. The support that they gave one another was immaculate. If you were physically allowed to hold that D-Sig longer when you gravity cancel it, Acno would have, and there's a good chance Experience would have fallen into it. That would have been massive. See, look at that follow-up. The follow-up between teams. The red team is just so on. The reactions are lightning fast.
And we're getting right on into game number 2. We'll see if Experience changes up the playstyle a little bit because he was the one to fall pretty quick in game number 1.
May gonna be hunting for a weapon, finds the gauntlets. Gonna be taking some damage from Acno's bow. I'm hearing those lance sounds on the left side. Even the juggling coming out from Blaze as they target swap. May taking the most damage in this game so far. He's gotta be careful.
Acno starting to throw out all sorts of SIGs. Blaze with the coverage. Made gets a nice follow-up there as Acno caught up Blaze on the top of the map.
A little bit of team damage coming out. Great follow-up from Made. Will Experience start putting out some damage onto Acno. The side SIG, the second hit of it, ends up making contact with Acno from Blaze. They're starting to struggle just a little bit in terms of team damage, but they still have the lead as Experience and Made are both in the red.
Good chase dodge from Experience, got him away from punished territory, falling there from Acno after that weapon toss. Make sure he lands safely as the side air launches Experience, the weapon toss. Made can't make the trade as Acno covers.
Dodge gone, that's why you saw Acno go in unarmed, and they still find that. We were seeing Lance players struggle, both Blaze and Fozy, with side air follow-ups off of their teammate, whether they were too high, too low, didn't know the exact speed, not a problem today. That's what happens when it's Championship Sunday, baby. You can't make those small mistakes. Blaze is gonna fall there. Acno still living, dealing with both members of the blue team. Only is gonna take that down air from Experience, and that neutral light not gonna be a KO whatsoever. Acno living.
Incredibly healthy here, relatively high defense for that Kaya, but it's also giving some openings for the blue team, right? They can launch Kaya away and then maybe go for a quick 2v1 onto Blaze. There's that side air. You can see them rotate for Blaze, but Blaze backs out of it.
Blaze high in the air, doesn't get hit by that recovery. He's able to land. I thought that was going to be a take off the top for sure. Acno is still living until just now. That was 1 minute and 50 seconds into the game before he lost his first stock. Blaze just was not taking damage there. They didn't really put too much pressure on him whatsoever. Recovery, almost taking Experience off the top. That is the Onyx defense.
Alive, that recovery almost did it. No follow-up there from Experience. Gets in, gets a nice side air, but you can see him just chase dodge in an awkward direction as Acno gets the pickup. Again, these weapon toss down into unarmed play from Acno, paying dividends.
Now, Blaze is kind of playing really defensively here. I feel like I haven't seen him do anything for like a minute, but at least for the red team, it's been working okay because Acno is just going beast mode. He's all over the place. He's putting out damage. He is taking some damage. Blaze is going to fall there from Experience. See if Experience can land. He was sweating for a second. They got to look at the stock of Made. Hope to get him out of here and put him on his final stock.
By the numbers, the stock count is pretty much even between these two teams, but the Sair from Blaze gives them the lead. Acno avoids the ground pound left side. Experience gets back to the wall, manages not to get side-aired there by Blaze.
Experience trying to come in with this cannon. He wants to find this stock onto Acno. I think a cannon in like towards the edge will do it. They're going to be hunting for this one, but Acno's playing back a little bit now. He's starting to move in, but you see him always moving back. Even after he goes in, big dare, all the way pushing off stage. He's going to be spawning back in. Blaze is just running away. He knows he shouldn't be taking damage here, so he's just going to run until Acno's in and give some support and relieve the pressure.
Don't let them get those 1v2s while the teammate is respawning. Final stocks here. This could go either direction. Whichever team loses a player first is going to put themselves at the deficit in a major way.
Now this was Acno and Blaze in the lead for a good bit of this game, but this is like the last 2 minutes of a football game, and I'm talking American football. This is where the real game is played. Acno and Blaze just barely in the lead because Acno has taken very little damage so far. Blaze almost knocked out off the top. And he is there with Made. Experience started it, Made finished it. Acno in the 1v2, but it's absolutely winnable. He's in the orange, hoping for a repeat of that GC Insig from BCX.
There's the follow-up. There you see it. Gonna launch Acno over to the right side. Not quite KO. One more opportunity as he comes up unarmed, hits the down heavy to launch Experience. Both blue team members are in the red. There's still a chance here for Acno to steal this one away.
Acno was able to grab that weapon that was super clutch for him there. Gets the follow-up, not quite. That's gonna be the low strength of Kaya. He is done right off the top, picking him up all the way up there. Even if he was on a lower strength legend, that was absolutely a guaranteed KO. Great pickup from Made.
Really well done at the top of the map. That GC downline, I think he even utilized the iframes of it to make sure that he kind of got inside of that spear recovery. But there you're seeing Acno and Blaze have been hitting some amazing follow-ups.
Yeah, they've been really on for it right away, right out of the gate. They've been so strong with it. And it's not just follow-ups from like, okay, we have the 2v1 man advantage here. We have our teammate perfectly set up. We have the opponent perfectly set up. Like, these are not laboratory requirements, not laboratory criteria. This is in the wild, baby, and they're still hitting these. They're finding them all over the place.
No control on these experiments this time. It's all about going out there and getting that improv. Right now, Blaze untouched. Blue team really backs to the wall already.
Blaze is going to be starting this one off with the Lance. Acno in the edge guard. Blaze moving in. Acno wasn't able to grab his bow, so he's going to be disarmed. Tries to move over and grab that weapon, but he gets knocked away. Now he has the spear in his hand. Acno is extremely damaged. Red team was looking good, but Acno started taking some punishment. Good follow-up. Good follow-up again after that neutral light from Acno onto Blaze's neutral light from the Lance.
That recovery from Made, keeping him alive there. You saw Acno go for the weapon toss, trying to play an unarmed edge guard. Experience misses the ground pound. Made can't get the coverage. Both blue team members on the wall, and the ground pound from Acno gives them the lead.
Made over on the edge. They're hoping to trade one for one if we're looking at the blue team, but Made, at least he's able to get back to the main platform, so he's going to hold on to this stock, and he's going to come up, interrupt, and get the KO onto Acno, putting him onto his second stock. We're in a basically even game, but Experience does have about 50 more damage on his stock than Acno does.
Yeah, that side air from Experience might get him down to the even stock, or give him the stock lead, excuse me. Oh, good follow-up, Made trying to save.
Acno and Blaze are so good today. They are playing like a championship-winning team. Blaze barely getting over the edge. He's turning it around. Double air 2000. But that actually gets the KO with the bounce off the wall. That's how long Blaze was living. But Made is doing the similar thing here.
Oh, and Blaze is in position to make sure Experience backs away. Ended up going for the 2v1 onto Blaze. So Acno going to hold on to the second stock a little while longer.
Over on the edge still is yet to fall until he takes that down air from Acno. He's going to be spawning in fresh on this second stock. Acno over on the edge does not have a weapon. He's going to be hunting for that. Made's going to be hunting for it too, but Acno grabs it right out from under him.
Red team with complete weapon control there. They tried to go for that edge guard onto Experience. Nice target swapping from Experience to put Acno down to his final stock.
This is where that momentum can really come into play for Made and Experience. They took that last game away from Acno and Blaze, got the momentum in their favor, got the confidence in their favor, and you see it this game. They are ahead of Acno and Blaze right now, largely due to the fact of Made. He is not taking that much damage. Anytime he's like matching Blaze, Blaze gets knocked out, Made is still in it.
They have two very similar team comps in the sense of like, you've got this one really aggressive, the team combo. Experience with the turnaround.
That's huge. Getting the stage spike there to send down into that blast zone instead of bouncing off of the vertical left side wall. Blaze grabs a weapon very quickly. It's double gauntlets for the blue team. That may limit their 2v1 combo option. That's going to send Made to his final stock. We are so even. It's yellow and yellow to orange and white. Average that out. Everybody's in yellow.
And he got that blast off his down tick off of hitting his teammate, I'm pretty sure. Ended up sending Made out of there. Final stocks here, Experience, definitely the target of the red team. He's the most damaged person on the screen. Comes in.
Agno's having to fight this one unarmed until he picks up that bow just now that was on the soft platform. Insig coming out, has Made in the orange. They're going to be looking to get this stock off of Experience, put Made in the 1v2. They can grab it quickly. It's going to put them in a fantastic spot as they'll both be in the orange compared to the blue team. The D-Light, he had to go for the spot dodge there because Blaze was coming in with the Axe neutral air to interrupt, so he couldn't go for the D-Light recovery.
That was, the N-Sig from Akno. Made, can he get the clutch? Red team with the weapon tosses.
No one's going to go in immediately. They're being cautious. They're being careful. They don't want to throw this one away. Going up 2-1 here. Great follow-up from Akno to clean that one up as well when both of them were very much in the red. Didn't want to overextend because they could have lost that game.
They played that incredibly safe, and that's going to give them that slight lead. Currently up 2-1 over Made and Experience.
A victory here for Akno and Blaze lets them move on into the grand finals, and that scoreline would be a repeat of what we saw at the World Championship. It could potentially, at least at this moment, gatekeep Made and Experience out of the direct grand finals route like they gatekept Made and Experience off of the podium at BCX.
We'll see if Made and Experience can find the keys to the kingdom as they are currently down behind Akno and Blaze. Can they take this to game number 5 as they start off again on Apocalypse, again on the characters that they've been locking in since day one?
Akno sent high, even off screen, but he didn't take that much damage. He wasn't really in danger of being knocked out. It was going to take something huge to take him off the top, and I don't think Cross really has very many vertical KO options like that when you're that high, especially when he has the gauntlets in his hands.
Yeah, you've got like recovery.
Or like maybe a D-Sig, and let's be real, you probably ain't hitting a D-Sig up there. Made's the one off screen this time. That weapon toss might have just saved him from getting hit by that recovery.
Experience comes in, trying to give some reprieve to Made, as Akno's definitely been hunting Made down. Made currently unarmed. Blaze catches both blue team members with that axe recovery.
Akno also might need a little bit of reprieve though, because he was the most damaged in the game, but then all of a sudden Experience and Made are meeting him right there. Akno sent over to the left side. Made turning his attention onto Blaze.
That's your teammate.
That's tough, and the juggle off of that from Experience might give them the full team wipe. Sidelight side air, almost doing it on Made. That would have been a bad team damage KO.
Oh, but both blue team members really stuck on this wall, and the red team's so good at covering. Ground pound from Akno is going to take Made down, keep that stock count even.
Akno and Blaze just sitting on the main stage. Made coming back in. You see him just kind of hovering around. He felt safe to do that because he still had the iframes from respawning back in. He was able to pick up a weapon pretty quickly. He's going to side air his teammate, send him over to the left. A little bit more team damage. It's not the worst thing in the world because the red team wasn't able to follow up off of it. Almost off the top. In the meantime, Experience does fall on the right side to Blaze. It's 5 stocks to 4. Blaze still holding on to this. We're about a minute and 45 into this game when Blaze finally falls on that first stock.
But Made and Akno staying basically even in damage taken. This is really close between the two teams.
A lot of team damage coming out here. Actually, a lot of overlap damage as well from blue onto both members of the red. That's going to be a good damage pacing there for blue. If you can pick up both team members of the opposing team, that's fantastic. I mean, you're literally doubling your damage.
Experience, but the recovery miss from Blaze, a rare drop in the team combo.
Blaze was caught there for just a minute in between blue, but they were kind of in a weird spot with Experience on the main platform, Made on the soft platform. Couldn't find the combo. Experience sent flying, both members of blue on the right side. Now split, Made hoping to land. He's able to get back, but he goes back aerial. Oh, Made's gonna fall. He's the first one to be put on his final stock. Blaze sent flying as well.
Doesn't hit the dare. Akno with the turnaround, currently up 4 stocks to 2. Made sitting out on that wall. Gets back, Blaze. Gonna get taken out by Experience. Akno going real far out to the left side, wants to wait out the respawn. That spear toss helps give him some coverage.
Great weapon toss there. That weapon is so long. It gives you essentially a force field above you that moves up and actually pushes your opponent away from you. Not just acting like a wall, but a moving wall.
Gives just enough protection and hit stun. Akno holding down that stock lead for the red team. Also giving some coverage there. Top of the map, went for the N-Sig. Oh, Akno. Experience.
Akno's gonna fall here. They have the chance to do a lot of damage to Blaze. He's very much getting close to the red. He's got to be careful how he plays this without a weapon. Grabs the axe. You saw that side air from Made, and now they're putting work onto Akno.
Lots of people getting into the red here. Blue team needs to take down Blaze, but even then, it's not a guaranteed 1v2W. Double gauntlets. There's the Nair. Experience. Akno comes in, hits the pogo. Made. Far away, he's getting launched. Experience is gone. It's all left to Made in the 1v2.
There's the weapon toss that gets the dodge burn, but again, they're not going to over pressure. They're not going to overcommit. They were so close with that. Made had a little bit too much damage. It launched him so fast. That's gonna do it. We see a repeat of BCX for Acno and Blaze as they take it 3-1 over Maiden Experience and move on into the grand finals.
Acno and Blaze have the potential to do something so few teams have ever done. Take a W over North America in 2v2s on North American soil. This could be huge.
The EU Dream combining 2v2 and 1v1 is hanging on by a thread, but that thread comes from a spider, and we know how strong spiders' webs are. That is the strength of this team. Yeah, but like, not when the spider's as big as Acno and Blaze are. That's a human-sized spider.
Proportionately, that's a real strong spider, and Acno and Blaze looking incredibly strong. A guaranteed top 2 finish for this European team. Now it's all left to the North Americans to fight amongst themselves to see who's going to go into the grand finals and challenge Acno and Blaze.
Man, if I looked at this bracket, I would have said, yeah, Maiden Experience are the best chance at NA beating Acno and Blaze. I don't know anymore. I don't know if NA has a chance at beating Acno and Blaze. We're gonna have to put our hopes into Java and Fakey, Megdi and Radish, or the run back from Made in Experience if we want to take this one home for the North American region. But I love seeing Acno and Blaze doing this well, because the story for so long was Acno and Blaze. Then all of a sudden we were like, yeah, we don't care about them anymore. I'm not playing with Woody anymore. I want Godly and Fozy.
Toy Story.
Godly and Fozy or Buzz Lightyear. That has the laser, it has the wings. I don't need some cowboy anymore. He's boring. There's a snake in his boot. Who cares? This guy's in space. But now we have Acno and Blaze coming back. You can see those flags. Acno from Germany, Blaze from the Netherlands.
Well, now they get to sit, watch, relax. They've gotten that winner's side advantage in the grand finals. The North Americans going to have to compete amongst themselves. Will it be Java and Fakey? Will it be Megdi and Radish to challenge Maiden Experience for that grand final spot?
Now, I mentioned this earlier in the pre-show, is by the numbers, Java and Fakey are not supposed to be here. They are seed 9. Megdi and Radish, same story. They are not supposed to be here. I believe they are seed 10. So this is seed 9 versus seed 10, 2 incredibly evenly matched teams in the top 4 here, fighting for their top 3 spot to fight it out against Maiden Experience in the elimination finals. Again, don't know how to feel about these teams because Sunday is a new day. Today is completely different from Friday. There was a full day of 1v1 focused gameplay for all 4 of these players.
It's a new day, yes it is, but when we look back into the history books, Java and Fakey, Megdi, Radish, we saw them play just a week ago, and one team did slightly better. That's the team of Java and Fakey. They got 4th, whereas Megdi Radish got 5th.
Yes.
But this weekend, only one person is competing in 2v2s and 1v1s.
Tell me who.
Is Meg D. He's coming in here competing on both the 2v2 and 1v1 space, which is either amazing, an indication that he is playing out of his mind this weekend, or it is a penalty because his mind is going to be split. If he doesn't do well in 2v2s, he's going to be thinking about his 1v1s.
Now, both of these teams were sent down into the elimination bracket by the 2 teams that we just saw. Acno and Blaze sent down Java and Fakey. Maiden Experience sent down Megdi and Radish, and both of them were Game 5 sets. So we just could have easily have seen Megdi and Radish versus Java and Fakey in the winners finals, and then Acno and Blaze versus Maiden Experience on the bottom side of the bracket. So we could have flipped that coin, and I would have not been surprised whatsoever.
I mean, by those numbers, Java and Fakey might have the best chance because they went to Game 5, Maiden Experience went to Game 4. There's a potential there for Java and Fakey to be the NA Dream to potentially take down Acno and Blaze, but of course, they've got to get through Megdi and Radish to earn that opportunity.
So while we're waiting to get into this game, let's talk a little bit more about the Spring Championship and what happened for these 2 teams. You mentioned that Java and Fakey got 4th, Megdi and Radish got 5th. That means Java and Fakey gatekept Megdi and Radish outside of that top 4, and it wasn't a 3-1 like Acno and Blaze versus Maiden Experience at BCX. This was a 3-2, and this was, again, 1 week ago, just 1 week ago, these 2 teams went to a Game 5 against one another.
But at the same time, I've been really hammering home this point, and I've griefed Taza about how he phrased it, but Radish has definitely gotten a lot better between last week and this week. Like, he legitimately is playing Tezca 2v2s so incredibly well, whereas last weekend there was, you know, some growing pains. There were some opportunities where I'm like, why aren't you just playing the classic Petra? But now this weekend, his boots are looking on point. His gauntlets, of course, solid as well, and he's been setting up so often for the Meg D6.
Yeah, we've continued to see how powerful boots can be in 2v2s. They are not meta-defining like a lot of people thought they might be upon Boots' initial release, but we have seen some solid placements here recently, including this weekend as well. One of which, of course, is on your screen right now coming from Radish. We've also seen Sandstorm play the Tezca as well, and I don't think I actually got to see any Ninja this weekend. Is Ninja playing Tezca this weekend?
I don't think I saw Ninja. I think Wesley played Tezca in 1v1s.
That's true, yeah. I forgot about Wes.
All right, looking at the head-to-head, though, see a lot of big numbers and one small number, and that's, again, to highlight the fact that Fakey is still really, really young to the game. But really the thing that stands out for all four of these people is that this could be their opportunity to podium for the very first time here at DreamHack San Diego. Two of these players are going to be going home with their very first medal.
Now, I'm wondering why Java and Fakey have not hooked up as a team before this year, because the very first tournament they played in was the Winter Championship of this year. They got second place in that. Then they played in Moose Wars Frozen of Fury about midway through February, got fourth in that. You can see the viewer vote right there. That it being that split,
yep.
100% agreed.
Yep.
100% agreed. The seeds are 9 and 10. Honestly, I would have thought that Megdi and Radish would have like the popularity vote. If we're talking like junior high student councils, like no one's talking about policy. That doesn't, you don't actually get to do that. It's just a popularity contest. That's why I won vice presidency in in student council in junior high. So the fact that these are even is Twitch chat, like you did an intelligent thing. Like you did a smart thing by looking at the numbers and not just being like, oh, Meg D, Radish, pattern recognition in my brain. I see neuron stimulation as the little monkey. I'm going to click that button. So good job, Twitch chat. You did something today.
Yeah, they didn't go for the name recognition. They didn't go for that brand recognition, go to the grocery store and be like, oh, I've seen an advertisement for Tide or anything like that. Instead, it's so
and it's getting smaller.
Close.
Twitch chat, look at world's smartest Twitch chat right here. Are we actually doing this? Okay, now they're swapping over to Java and Fakey. Okay, going back to 50-50.
Nobody else vote. Keep it clean.
Yeah, if you're still in line, actually get out of line.
Get out.
Leave no. Okay, a couple more people get in line for the Meg. No, wrong
line. Other side. Wait, no, hey, you're making it worse. Wait.
That's Java and Fakey. You see, of course, Java with that long hair on the left side, and then Fakey, he's got that hoodie up. Like so many other Brawlhalla players and gamers in general, they love that hoodie up. It's just this is a warm environment. I'm a little bit surprised to see some of these players bundled up. Now you see Meg D and Radish. Of course, that's Radish on your left, Meg D on your right.
Meg D locked in, ready to do this one. Helping out Radish here because, again, Meg D, like, he doesn't have to win this. It'd be nice to win this, but he's also he's got 1v1s later.
I mean, I'm sure he really... Oh, we got back to 50-50. We love seeing that.
Wait.
Oh, okay. We're going to be getting into this game very, very soon. We'll see if we get the repeat for Java and Fakey going 3-2 over Meg D and Radish at Spring Championships just a week ago, or if Meg D and Radish took something home, learned their lesson, and figured out how to defeat Java and Fakey here at DreamHack San Diego 2023. We're on Championship Sunday, baby!
The viewer vote, basically a coin flip. The emotional vote between you and I, basically a coin flip. We'll see if this ends up heads or tails.
Pick one.
And find out.
Pick
heads.
a team. No, not the coin. Team.
Oh.
Pick a team.
Oh, this is like asking me where you want to eat. You know that, right?
Yeah, well, just like at least you have two choices here. Pick which team you think's gonna win.
Meg D Radish.
Silly. What a fool. What a fool.
Oh, okay.
So
So you're taking Java Fakey?
It's Java Fakey, obviously.
Oh.
Everyone knows this.
Okay.
Everyone knows this. We're going to get the repeat. Their team comp is solid. Their chemistry is solid as a team. Meg D and Radish solid as well. I think Java and Fakey just have a little bit of the edge on Meg D and Radish. But again, I mean, we cannot say this enough. It doesn't matter how well or how poorly you were playing on Friday because so much has happened since then. We are at a completely brand new day. Not even one day to the next. There was a full day in between, where 2v2s were not in anyone's minds whatsoever. They were focused on that 1v1 gameplay, which is completely different.
I think when it comes to like raw improvisational power, Java and Fakey might have the edge. But when it comes to those like labbed out combos, Megdi and Radish have just like this huge burst power. So it's really going to be like, can they get those pop-up tents of like lab conditions, or are Java and Fakey going to really like lock them out of where they want to be and maybe just like put them into this airspace where they're not going to be able to do all those combos, these really horizontal combos. You basically got someone who wants to play, a team that wants to play on the y-axis and a team that wants to play on the x-axis, and we're going to see which one ends up getting their angle.
Well, I can't wait to watch this one, and everybody at home can't wait to watch this one from the Z-axis. One thing I am a little bit worried about as a Java and Fakey fan here is I worry about the kind of lower defense on Fakey. Now, he is opting into the defense stance. That's going to push him from 4 to 5. That's a pretty good spot. That'll probably put him there right alongside Java on the Bodvar. I don't remember if strength stance take out of defense. I doubt that it does. So they're going to be sitting around 5, which that worries me when just a little bit when I'm thinking about the devastation of Boots and Teska. If I'm not a tanky legend, I'm worried about getting knocked out so early. I'm worried about getting carried over and taken out.
I think across the board it's all relatively even, like within the 4 to 6 range. Like I don't think any of them have like super extreme defense, if I'm not mistaken. But going back to like the combo routes that they take, Megdi and Radish like to lean into the signatures a little bit more, whereas Java Fakey have those kind of light attack heavy styles where it's like these a little bit longer, but you'll see kind of like maybe a hammer recovery into like a vertical pop-up or like a pogo. That's what you're more likely to see from the red team.
So we saw Fakey, we saw his controller for just a second, so we know Fakey's a controller player. I don't remember the other 3.
I think Java's controller, I want to say Radish's too.
That seems to ring true in my mind. It would not surprise me if we had 4 controller players, which is a little bit rare these days, at least this deep in bracket, as a lot of players really made that swap to keyboard.
Well, right now, Radish making the swap to Boots as Java comes in, gets a nice stomp side air, puts Radish off screen, catches everyone with the neutral light. Megdi comes in first, so Java's keeping that pressure on him.
Java was chasing high, trying to take Megdi off the top. The first strike is actually going to go towards Megdi on to Fakey.
And Java ended up picking up that hammer recovery, couldn't get in position. He got too close to the neutral light there.
They almost had the chance to pick up that sword side signature that Java has been using so well to follow up and find KOs. We don't see a lot of Bodvar players anymore, but even when we did a little bit recently, we didn't see that side sig used as much of a follow-up option as Java does. He also does D-sig on sword a lot more than other players playing Bodvar. So he does have a very unique Bodvar. Nice turnaround, nice counter punish there from Fakey. Not going to have enough strength to take Megdi off the top here on Fortress of Lions.
Oh, Megdi on the left side gets the gravity cancel side sig. Java again makes it a trade, but the stock count is in favor of the blue team. One thing that we're seeing a lot from Megdi across this weekend, gauntlets, downlight into NSIG. It just works for him.
It's so good. The signature kit that Chun-Li / Wu Shang has is so good. Megdi picked up all 3 kills so far in this game. Was a little bit worried that Java and Fakey were going to fall too far behind, but no, those knockouts all of a sudden started coming for the red team, except Fakey. Got to be careful. Lower defense legend, and he is done. That is the beauty of the signature kit that Megdi has in his tool belt, his ability to pull them out so quickly, find those KOs without having to worry about fishing for a D-light, though he does get it there, grabs the double D-light and the side air. Java in this 1v2, it's looking real dire.
It's rough, but it could be all right if he takes down Radish, right? Then it's just a 1v1 and you've got even stock count. There is that slight potential, but you can see Radish playing it very intelligently, sitting on the stage, covering in case Java gets past him, but he misses the end light.
That side air picked up both members of the blue team. They're both looking to land, one on the left side of Java, one on the right side of Java. They are able to make it. Trying to spot dodge that. You're not going to get through all of those active frames. This is why Megdi is choosing this legend. This is why we aren't seeing Megdi play on the Val. Picking the Wu Shang, a great choice.
Yeah, of course, you've got those gauntlet carryover from that Val, but really, it's the signature kit from this Wu Shang, this Chun-Li crossover.
Java hoping to land. He actually finds that weapon, plucks it out of the air. Megdi got his recovery interrupted there. That kind of let Java grab that weapon. You see the side sig coming through.
Java just trying to come in, sneak out a heavy button onto one of the blue team members. They're not able to get into position, but here comes the crossovers from the blue team.
That's the down air, sending him. The dodge is down over on the side. Exclamation points coming out. He's able to get back to the main platform. This is likely going to be it. Oh, they weren't perfectly set up to get the finisher there, but that's absolutely going to be it. Game 1 going the way of Meg D and Radish.
Quite handedly, really taking down Fakey early. It's one thing that you called out, right? Is Fakey coming in with a relatively low defense legend like this Hattori, and then blue team was like, okay, well, low defense means we just hit you really hard, and did so many team combos. There's even one where they were doing this team combo. Java was like smacking them around, and they're like ignoring Java to keep that damage going, and ended up finishing it off with like a gauntlet recovery to keep that damage built up onto Fakey.
We'll see if bullying Fakey out of the game is the game plan going forward for Meg D and Radish, just forcing Java into those 1v2s every time while they go to work on Fakey. But we're going to be getting into this next one. No legend swaps, no stage swap, no swaps that I can see so far as we're getting into this next one here. Game 2, Meg D and Radish are up 1-0. Each team is going to grab one weapon. The third weapon spawns in. It's Radish's gauntlets. Java's going to be looking for that weapon spawn. It comes in and he grabs the sword.
Double gauntlets on the side of the blue team, double sword on the side of the red team. Who can improvise the best and avoid the DI? That's what they're looking for with these team combos right now is Java. Nice split there, goes for the downlight side air to push Radish further away from Meg D. Dude,
Fakey's just getting bullied again. At least this time, Radish is also getting bullied on the other side for the blue team. Nice punish there. Insync coming out. The rare signatures from Java's Bodvar, again, showing why his Bodvar is so different from so many other players who have played this extremely common legend throughout all of Brawlhalla's history.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd expect from someone who's been playing Bodvar for so long. He's able to weave in those signatures in ways that people aren't. But the down sig takes out one right side. Java manages to get back. The turnaround, Radish avoids it. Java's still living. Fakey's there for the pressure, but Java can't get back.
That neutral air ended up cleaning that one up. Great neutral air from Radish. Stringing Fakey all the way over to the left side of the stage from the right. The D-Light side air is going to take out Meg D. It's 4 stocks to 4. Meg D's going to be coming in fresh white on this final stock. Everybody else in the yellow.
Manages to pick up a weapon spawn immediately. Team combo again. He comes in. Java manages to break it up, make sure that Meg D can't hit that sig finisher.
Yeah, that's going to be that neutral light on the hammer is going to pop him up just a little bit. So that side sig from Meg D that hits very grounded, it's not going to be the option. Even if he had his teammate on that, Meg D was looking for the KO onto Fakey. It would have been 100% worth it. It wouldn't have KO'd Radish. That's going to be the KO right there. The immediate answer back from Java, but he could fall here, and he does. Meg D staying so far away from him after that spear toss because he knew Java didn't have enough to get back.
Yeah, made sure to avoid any potential nair or recovery that would have brought Java back onto the stage with a chase dodge, and now that gives blue team that stock advantage.
These double swords from Java and Fakey, hoping to get the KO onto Meg D. Radish coming in. Nice follow-up from Meg D. Weapon toss, bonking Meg D on the head. Tried to get the D-Light into the ground pound, but Meg D still had that dodge.
Managed to get away from that. Radish, meanwhile, not able to put too much damage onto Fakey while Meg D was basically playing a 1v1 off stage against Java.
Java has to find more connections with this hammer. It's just not the difference maker that I expected it to be more of.
Potential for him to swap off the hammer. This is game number 2. They've got one more minimum after this one. Recovery thrown out. Side light. Gets the read, hits the end tick. Fakey's done, so is Java. That's 2 in the books for Meg D and Radish.
I feel like I'm just seeing Java run around with the hammer in his hand, whiffing side airs, doing not that much, and then Fakey is getting bullied, then it turns around, Java's getting bullied, and it just goes back and forth between the two. Hopefully we get to see the damage split from Java, because I want to know how much damage his hammer did. I just really didn't feel like it's doing what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Java's Bodvar, you're generally thinking about the hammer. You're expecting a lot to come out of that hammer, and it was looking really good on Friday, but like you said, it's been a couple of days in between. Only putting out 100 damage on his hammer. You compare that to the 188 from the sword, and it's like, well, you just weren't putting that much damage out, period.
Yep, that's 288 on the weapons. He put out more unarmed damage than he did on hammer. We think of hammer as that devastating weapon, as those cheeky reversals over on the edge. You can get away with more of that in 2v2s than you can in 1v1s, and yet he's not executing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meg D, fantastic job. His spear put out 107 damage, but look at his gauntlets, 444. The string potential from his gauntlets. Using the signatures gives him also consistent KOs as well. So Meg D playing amazing. Radish as well. He's not really putting out too much gauntlet damage, but he's doing solid boot damage. You're seeing him string all the way from the left to the right, extending those strings, giving Meg D so much time to follow up.
Yeah, Meg D was hitting those gauntlet down signatures in particular. Man, you kind of talked about this in the pre-show earlier today, is that all of the players here right now in the top 4 of things, they don't have the luxury of that warm-up time that some of them might be used to, and that might be where Java and Fakey are struggling, is right now they're looking a little cold. You're not seeing that burst, that pressure that we're used to seeing from this red team.
Now we are going into game 3 here when Java and Fakey are down 0-2. No swaps coming out from Java and Fakey. Of course, no swaps from Meg D and Radish either. They're playing so well here. This game's starting off even so far. We're about to be 30 seconds into this one, but Meg D already hit that neutral air into the GC inlight. Radish looking to take Fakey over off the edge. Java hit a nice down air onto Radish. Nice down air as Fakey comes in, but here comes Meg D.
Radish is back up. Everybody holding on. Meg D goes back in deep, and Radish gonna box out Java. Lots of people hurt, but nobody's gonna fall just yet.
Oh, he tried to go over the double side light, but he didn't make the connection, and they're gonna get the full team wipe onto red. This is looking tough for Java and Fakey. Meg D and Radish might hit the quick 3-0.
Dude, that was good coverage on that too. You saw Radish come in, get that downlight side air, and Meg D immediately puts out the sword downlight, covers above, and makes sure he puts the damage onto Java. Ended up getting that stock a little bit earlier.
Again, Java now has the hammer in his hand. He hits that side air, but it's from the wrong side of the stage. Does find that one and gets the KO. Is he gonna pressure off stage? No, he's just gonna wait for Meg D to spawn back in. He's gonna let Fakey go to work on Radish. Trust his teammate.
Well, stocks do end up giving up, getting evened up there as Meg D went for an unorthodox edge guard. Sideline, backs away, Meg D catches both.
And now they're both in the orange. They're both stuck over on that tiny wall on the edge. Meg D is so good. You saw him even turn around that down air so he could get back on the stage immediately.
Java comes in, starting to hit some nairs, but the left side is Radish trying to get another edge guard onto Fakey. Ooh, the bear comes out, not going to take down Meg D, but it does disarm.
And he went with the read on that. Even though he was reacting to get the punish, the fact that he turned around and did an insig, you saw how long it took for that to come out. So he actually did a major read, hoping that Meg D... Oh, he grabbed that one, the bear claw. It's going to take Radish off the top.
He knows we're in California. The bear is on the flag, so he's got to bring him out here. Ground pound.
That is Java grabbing 3 KOs on his second stock alone. He might grab a Java, and he does. He's gonna fall for it, but that was a mighty 4 stocks for Java.
That's what this red team needed to bring this one back. It's not over yet. Meg D in the 1v2. He's got some health to play with, but so do Java and Fakey. Here comes the edge guard.
They do have to be careful. They can't go in too hard on the edge. You got to be worried about that gauntlet nair. We've seen Meg D's edge guarding so far in this tournament. It's been so strong.
Combo.
Don't underestimate him. They got to nail this one. And it's the side sig utilizing the soft platform on Apocalypse, and they're fighting back into this one.
You said they had to nail that one. They grabbed the biggest hammer they could to make sure that they don't miss, but that time it was a sword instead of a hammer to finish off the combo. They're holding on, taking this one to game 4.
Hopefully we'll get to see those hammer stats coming out from Java.
It looked better.
It definitely did on that second stock. I don't know if his damage overall is going to be like that much better, but obviously it was game-changing the way he pressured off stage, the way he was pushing so hard over the left. Java did 593 damage. I'd be willing to bet. Yep, there we see it. We see it, 382 damage coming out from that hammer compared to the 100 that he did in the previous game. That's why we know Java for hammer. That's why we talk about Java's hammer.
And there you can see like that tiny spike of Radish's final stock there. That was Java and Fakey going for that vertical, that thing that we talk about with this red team, and then Java converts that into a KO, chasing into the open air.
Both members of the red team stacked up over on the right side. We're going over to the Demon Island now. Going to have some small walls as well. No soft platform there for that side stick to come out from Java to finish up the game. Starting out this one early with hammer, though. We're already seeing the damage coming out. He's going to swap back over to the sword, coming with the neutral like Radish was behind it. Back-to-back inlights. Meg gets the first KO, and that one was early.
Yeah, Fakey falling real fast here. Megd Radish regroup onto the left side. Java comes in, the side sig was charged up, but Megd beats it out with the side light.
A little bit of team damage coming out, but Megd pulls out of it very quickly. Doesn't get punished for it either. There's no follow-up from the red team. So much chaos. They gotta start finding these stocks. If you're Java and Fakey, you need them now. D-Light recovery off the top. They can get the team wide. That's gonna put him in a pretty good spot.
Ooh, Fakey tries to go back, goes for the side air to try to set up into Java, but ends up dipping a little low there. Megd, does he have the movement? No, can't get back to the wall. The red team with the stock advantage.
Gauntlets coming out from Radish here. Java still on this hammer. Look at the juggle game coming out for Java. That's what that J stands for.
He is juggling, taking everything off the top right now. Still holding on to that 3 stocks as well.
Ooh, big Sair. He picked it up from like the top side of that side air as well. He's going to get knocked off the top. It's 4 stocks to 4. Fakey in dire straits here. That tiny wall is not a big place of refuge for him, but Java came back in right in time, relieving the pressure, letting Fakey come back up and keeping him from losing his second stock.
Ceiling just high enough there. Fakey comes in, downlight, hits the side air, but Java with the interrupt, so Megd mistimes the follow-up. Radish does find the ground pound, but Java's so stinking healthy here.
He's over on the wall. He went for the on-stage D-Sig, facing towards the middle of the stage. Probably,
read him! Take him out the game. Java down to his final stock here. Fakey has to get away from this one.
Java trying to land, he siders the wrong way, takes the punishment from Radish. Radish continuing the onslaught of boots. Now over onto Fakey, he said it's your turn.
Who wants the feet? Opening up a footlocker, Megd gonna fall. Radish avoids the edge guard, no recovery from Java to connect. Good interrupt.
Everybody is on final stock. Java and Fakey are behind in the orange. They need to find their way back here. Java can't float around the stage, whiffing Sairs. He finds one against Megd, whiffs the neutral air, whiffs another one, whiffs another one.
Trying to find the positioning, but there's the neutral sig. Radish with the follow-up there. Neutral sig wouldn't have KO'd, so we went for the damage.
This is so scary for Java and Fakey.
Oh! Megd's gone! Radish!
That's huge!
Still touches. Red team could take this to game 5. Downlight recovery, splits the red team. Fakey. Oh, they don't hit the Sair.
Java couldn't get there quite in time. He didn't have enough movement speed to move over there. Inlight coming out. Radish very much in the red. Java and Fakey want to push this to a game 5. That was a little bit of a rough punish. I think he had the time for a side sig there. I'm surprised he didn't go for it. Fakey taking out Radish.
1v1.
Has the chance to win the 1v1 and move into the guaranteed top 3. Java has the hammer. He's got to be careful with his Sairs.
Oh, no one wants to make the first action. This is so important. It's the recovery, and Radish clutches it in the 1v2 to win it 3-1 over Java and Fakey.
They almost had the comeback, but it wasn't enough to deal with the team play of Megd and Radish. What a strong team.
Megd and Radish clutch it out. Incredible plays. Fantastic boots play. Fantastic gauntlet plays. Java and Fakey, I really feel like if they had come here earlier today, maybe they would have played a different game, because there was warm-up time for that. And once they started to hit their stride, they were looking solid, but it just took them a little too long.
I think it comes down to that inlight punish
that
Java
that's true.
went for onto Radish. If he did the side sig, I think that's game.
I think down sig would have been faster. It might not have KO'd the way that a side sig could have, but like if you're looking for a quick like deep red hit, I think down sig would have been safe.
Him going for that neutral light though, I think that really spelled the end of the set for them, because Radish was able to turn it up in the end and end it for the red team, ending their tournament run and continuing blue team's run. That side sig off Apocalypse was so sick. Now we're getting in towards the middle of this last game that we just saw. That was amazing. What a follow-up there. And the fact that Fakey still went back down to hit the down air, pushing Meg-D further.
But ultimately, it was Radish to win out. In the end, Meg-D Radish are going to get their first medal, their first podium ever here at DreamHack San Diego. But can they get more as they go into Maiden Experience?
There's certainly a chance of it. They just took out the team that beat them 1 week ago. And they did it in a game 4. Didn't even have to push it all the way to game 5. They did it in game 4. Took out that team. They're now tied 1-1 in career sets. And let's do some math here. So it's going to be 4 games for Java and Fakey. And that is going to be 5 games for Meg-D and Radish. So they also have the lead in terms of overall games as well in career. That's going to set them up with some confidence for this next set that they're going to have to go up against Maiden Experience. But before that, I know everyone's ready to go. I understand, I am too, but we have to take a very short break. We will be back in just a few moments. Brawlhalla.com/merch. While we're on that break, we'll see you in just a few moments.
Hi everyone here, DreamHack San Diego, Championship Sunday. I'm Toast.
And I'm Ajax.
All right, Ajax, how are you doing this weekend?
I'm doing fantastic. San Diego's been awesome. The tournament's been crazy. All of our predictions are in the trash. It's been a lot of fun.
So, speaking about predictions, who's gonna win?
Who's gonna win? All right. Prior to today, I probably wouldn't have been feeling this way, but I'm feeling it. The King of Kings is back. I think Sandstorm's taking it. I think Sandstorm is going back to the throne. He is looking like prime gameplay we're used to seeing, and his bracket path outside. Look, the one I want to see the most is the King of Games versus the reigning world champ. I need to see that Sandstorm Impala set.
We want that. I'm with you. Okay, doubles though. Who's gonna win doubles? Different ball game entirely. Some different teams, shakeups, that sort of thing. Who wins?
That's the one that makes no sense at all. But honestly, it's something I should have thought about before. I put them at my 4th, and I didn't have enough faith. Maiden Experience are taking it. I think that the Lanimals, and I don't think that they're walking away without this W this weekend.
I'm sorry, Lanimals?
Yeah, you heard me right. I stole that from Lazy. I'm gonna give credit where credit's due.
Lanimals at San Diego, we love it. So, you're here, traveling the world, you do this full time. What's the experience here like for you as on-screen talent?
For me, I've said it to you before, I'll say it again. Whenever that mic is on my head, that 2 hours, everything's gone. That's my escape from reality. I get to have a lot of fun, but once I step off, being here in San Diego, being around friends, being around all you guys, being able to experience the city, it's not something I ever expected to see in my life, not where I was expecting to go, but I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Last question. Favorite thing about San Diego? Favorite thing about San Diego?
Favorite thing about San Diego? The Gas Lamp District. Right across the street, there's a bunch of food. There's a lot of great spots to check out. There's a bunch of little shops along the way. Everything about the city is just such a great tourist attraction, but also beyond that, all the food and the locals are just really nice, so it's hard not to want to come back.
Awesome. Thank you so much for chatting with me. Best of luck up there on the mic. Championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday, baby.
We are back with the elimination finals here for 2v2s at DreamHack San Diego, the first open entry LAN event for Brawlhalla 2023 Year 8 esports season.
It's been a wild ride, but it's only getting more intense. Up next, we've got Meg-D Radish versus Maiden Experience, a set we also already got to watch this weekend because they ran into each other earlier on in the bracket. It went to game 5, but ultimately Maiden Experience were the victors. Let's check out the highlights from that previous set. Oh, was it 3-1?
It was a 3-2
3-2,
all
okay.
the way to game 5. Let's look at the order of the games. The internet might be dead. I think it just is
Sick.
gone. So, okay, no, we got it. Game 1 went to Megd and Radish. Game 2 went to Made and Experience. Game 3 went to Megd and Radish. Game 4 and Game 5 went to Made and Experience. So it was a tug of war back and forth between these two teams. Radish wasn't able to get over to the wall there, didn't even need that ground pound. There you see the pop-off from Experience. He was happy after that one. That shows how difficult of a set that was. That shows how strong of an opponent Megd and Radish are.
Yeah, Megd and Radish are just leveling up day after day, set after set. You can see the head-to-head between the two teams. A little bit more earnings on the side of Megd and Radish. A lot of that off the back of their 1v1 plays. They're very strong 1v1ers, but this is their first time having some solid success in the 2v2 space, and you could not ask for a better location to have a good, successful 2v2.
Now you see Twitch chat definitely believes that Made and Experience are going to take this one over Megd and Radish. If we're looking at past history, I mean, I gotta agree with them. Even though it was a game 5, even though we saw how close it was, how excited Experience was when he won, I would definitely put my money on Made and Experience, but I also put my money on Java and Fakey last set, so who knows?
Well, I've already picked my horse, so we'll see where it leads, as I'm going to be rooting for the other team of Radish and Megd right now.
Now, I really am loving, like we saw on the screen before this, the Legends Experience going crazy over in the edge. Almost grabbed that second nair. But I love that, like we know Megd for the Val, we know Radish for the Petra, but this team comp that they have here is fantastic. They absolutely made the perfect choice in this team comp. Both of these players play these Legends together very well. They play them separately very well. It's a great composition.
Yeah, it works really, really well for them in the 2v2 space. And again, I keep hammering home the point that they're playing 2v2s in a way that they don't normally play 1v1s. Good target swapping coming out from Radish. He gets the vertical, then immediately turns over for the side air, comes over, catches Experience with the side air, Made to sit on this wall, and Megd doesn't challenge with the down airs.
He did have the range advantage, but probably just didn't want to have to deal with possibly missing that. Getting hit with a gauntlet nair, out comes the reversal, and the edge guard might follow after that. Megd now swapping over to the gauntlets. Maybe he's going to want to pressure a little bit more off stage now that he has a more offstage focused weapon, but he's going to get hit by Experience's ground pound. Radish comes in, everybody kind of trading spots back and forth. Blue hit, red hit, blue hit, red hit. Ending with a red hit, the D-Light ground pound from Experience. That's going to knock out.
Made, only one sitting on 3 stocks. Megd does not like that idea, so he takes him out at the top of the map. Experience in the 1v2, backs away, does not get caught out.
He was able to get in back onto the stage with the cannon side air, was just behind the spear side light that came out from Megd that would have caught him out of the air. That could have been devastating, forcing an edge guard, maybe end up falling off the bottom, but no. Experience was able to get around it. Side light nair from Megd into the side air, over on the edge. He was under that cannon weapon toss.
A good play from Experience. The down sig, and Radish doesn't even opt for the follow-up. Knew the down sig was going to KO. Made just putting out some hitboxes, trying to keep the blue team away.
Made floating very high in the air, all the way up top. Blue team, at least for the first part of that, was sort of focusing then on Experience while Made was floating around. Now we're sort of back 1-to-1, playing man-to-man defense.
Comes in, picks up the gauntlets, gets a nice recovery. Ooh, Experience with the wake-up GCN light.
That was beautiful. Megd and Radish kind of controlling the stage, but Made actually on it, gets behind Radish, hits him with the side air, that neutral air. Radish did get the touch before that, throwing those boots above his head. Made gonna end up falling for that as Megd comes in to relieve the pressure. That Onyx from Experience, that neutral signature getting the KO, and we are even until that! Full string coming out from Experience, gets the KO. It's now a 1v2 for Radish.
We saw Radish do the 1v2 earlier, but this is a very hard 1v2 to do. Not only is it Made and Experience, the team that knocked him down into the elimination side of things, but they're so healthy here.
Bro, boots on the edge from Radish. He had several moments there where he was in control, but you still got to worry about that second member of the red team. Radish is making this happen, though.
Dude, he is dipping and diving around these red team hitboxes. He's gotten Experience into the red. He's got to be careful about what option he goes for to KO as Made hits the side air. Radish gets the wall touch.
I was a little bit worried that was going to send Made far enough where Radish could get the turnaround and find the KO. He didn't have a weapon in his hands at that moment, so he wouldn't have. Oh, that's going to send Experience off the edge. Here comes Made. He's sent up with the neutral airs to give Experience plenty of room to get back over to the wall.
That neutral sig is so weird because I think if that landed on stage, it would have bounced in KO. But because it went off stage, it seems to have less force when you're going for the off stage version. And ultimately, Experience got to hold on there. Either way, Made had the coverage there. He played a great Blasters game in that 1v1.
Every time I see that signature, I feel like it's going to KO no matter what, just because it reminds me of a super from Rumbleverse, where you would grab a person, spin around, and like bounce off of cars on top of buildings before you slam them down and do 800 gorillion damage.
Well, unfortunately, not super enough for Radish to clutch out in the 1v2. Now we're going into game number 2. Megd going to try to survive a little longer this time.
Both members of the red team kind of pushed over to the left side. Both of them have gauntlets in their hands. Everybody has gauntlets in their hands except for Radish, and now Experience, who just picked up the cannon. That neutral air sending down. The vertical combo is going to end up in a little bit of team damage, but they found some nice damage on the Megd. Saw how far that neutral sig sent. That down air is going to interrupt the recovery. Megd barely getting back, but it's going to take a little bit more damage, and it's team damage from Radish.
Megd is getting bullied right now. He's taking so much damage. Radish comes in trying to give some breathing room to Megd. Throws out the down sig. Made catches the landing of Megd. Left side Experience hits the side air to take down Radish.
Despite all that punishment that Megd got, he just took out Experience, and Radish was actually the first blue team member to fall. Meanwhile, Megd still living on this first stock. Made doing the same thing, but has less damage than Megd does, so he's in a safer spot.
No, but not against Megd on the wall. Experience comes in. Experience gets above him. Megd just throwing out these uppercuts, gets up safely.
Weapon toss goes out, it misses, but he's able to grab the blasters. Then gets knocked out immediately, so the next weapon he picks up is going to be back onto those gauntlets, but Megd swipes it out right from underneath him. He's able to grab it, but out comes the team combo. Experience there to interrupt it and go crazy!
Radish!
Getting the official double KO, first on the Megd, then on the Radish. What explosive gameplay coming out from Experience's cannon.
The immediate edge guard from Experience taking Radish down to his final stock there. This is big. This is great for the red team.
And this is genuinely one of the reasons I love this team comp so much, because gauntlets are so devastating in 2v2s. Cannon, just, it scares me in 2v2 compared to 1v1. And of course, everybody's been talking about blasters as of late as well. You're seeing Made use them really well right now. Man, I love this team comp, but I don't know, I'm feeling Megd and Radish comp as well. You see him with both members of the red team, now only one on the edge because they got the stock off of Made.
Almost took down Experience with it as well, but he managed to get back up safely, putting down some hitboxes as the pass over, and Made gets the end sig. Megd, last opportunity here.
And that was a pass over, and Radish was the firstborn, didn't have the symbol on the door. Experience and Made with the 2v1. Look at this combo. Oh, but Megd
nice
turns it around, capitalizes after Made ended up picking up Experience.
But still a second stock here for Experience. Megd still unarmed, comes in, nice gravity cancel down light, but that is again a burned aerial spot dodge. So Experience is going to get a punish, and Megd is running out of health to play with.
Cannon toss goes down. Oh, Made, how did he not pick up Experience there? Look at the timing of this team, the trust between these two teammates.
I think ultimately it wouldn't have mattered if he got it.
Absolutely,
like,
you're exactly right.
I'll just do it. You got the teammate, you get the KO, and Made an Experience currently up 2-0. Very different from what happened in the winner's side of things, where it was kind of back and forth. The Made Experience ended up bringing it back in game number 5. This time, they're just running away with it. They want to go back into Acno and Blaze.
That's the momentum playing in the favor of Made and Experience. This is huge for them. They're feeling so good here. Everything that they're doing is just working. Their follow-ups are working. When they're together, they're working. When they're split, they're working. Everything is working for this red team. Dude, look, they're just... Megd's about to be taken out off of his first stock this quickly in the game. He is so red. He's having to go in on the edge, goes back to the main platform. May just choose to fight Experience here. No, he's going to go over to the wall. He's just running away from Experience. I feel like we're watching Megd in 1v1s, but that's just because how scary this red team is.
He took so much damage so early, immediately just running away like a kid playing tag. He just did not want to get touched, and he is avoiding as much as he can. Gets the side air, trying to get in position for a follow-up there as Radish putting the pressure out out on the red team.
Megdy's still living. Oh, that ground pound is going to trade 1 for 1 after Experience gets the team KO as well. But one of the reasons that Megdy was still living as long as he was his evasiveness, but it was also Radish there to do that damage, to take up the range, to pick up that second backpack that was on his teammate's back before and put out that damage. So we are even.
Yeah, I mean, he recognized Experience was really hunting down Megdy, so why not just get the damage behind him? And here comes the team combo into the downlight side air, side sig, but Experience comes in to interrupt the side sig. Downlight recovery, Experience almost takes Radish down. Oh, the handoff, Megdy over in the offstage with the spear in hand, trying to back away from Experience, wake up Nair. Left side, Radish gets caught by Experience with the recovery.
He picked that one up so low and still got the KO off the top.
Oh, wrong side dare though. Downlight side air, Megdy's down to his last stock here. This could be his tournament stock here in 2v2s.
Made still living on the second stock. Experience in an even better spot. The ground pound is only going to take out his teammate. Can Experience turn this around? If you average out the damage, it's orange and white versus yellow and yellow, so we are even so far, but Made going crazy off stage, unarmed. Experience doing the exact same thing, but it's his cannon. That recovery ended up clipping Radish. Made keeps it going with the neutral airs, and the recovery now onto Megdy.
Eyes on Megdy. If he falls here, it could be dire. Leaving Radish in the 1v2. The follow-up Made with the falling side air. Gets inside of it. Megdy not able to save.
Goodness.
Radish down to his final stock. Megdy's done. It's all left to Radish.
I don't see a world where Radish gets back here. I don't see a world where Radish takes the victory here and sends it into a game 4. I think Made and Experience have got this in the bag. The way that they've been playing, Radish needs a miracle and a half.
Would be huge if he can clutch this. It would be amazing if he can clutch this. He gets 1, but there's still 2 stocks left on this red team.
He doesn't have the boots in his hands this time. A little bit of overlap there. Okay. That could be the beginning of the miracle.
Oh, the weapon toss pick up Nair. Radish with an air chase dodge up, but Made with the coverage. 3-0 in favor of Made and Experience.
We're going to get to see the rematch of Acno and Blaze versus Made and Experience. They made quick work of Megdy and Radish. It really looked like it wasn't difficult at all for them.
Yeah. They said, congrats on getting on the podium, but the height difference between 3rd and 2nd is the height difference between a 5'11" and a 6-foot person, and Made and Experience are going into the grand finals.
Which is crazy because all of those players are short. Wow, man. Made and Experience are really on a tear today, even though they lost against Acno and Blaze. And it wasn't even a game 5, it was game 4. It was 3-1 in favor of Acno and Blaze, but they went down into the elimination bracket. They found the momentum they needed. Hopefully they can carry that back up into the winner's side of the bracket for this grand finals that we have coming up. The gameplay from Made and Experience is incredible. We really saw it that set against Megdy and Radish.
The North American hope rests on the shoulders of Made and Experience. The EU dream rests on the shoulders of Acno and Blaze. A lot of egos here on the side of North America. Consistently, North America has believed it is the most dominant region, and rightfully so. They've been winning so often in the offline events, but finally a chance for the EU team currently sitting in the grand finals with the winner's side advantage, already having beaten the team that's about to challenge them 3-1.
Now, even though I love South America, I'm really glad that it's EU versus NA, because there's contention here. I feel like if we were watching North America versus South America, we would be excited still if South America won. If we were watching EU versus South America, I think North Americans would laugh if South America won and beat EU. But now that we have NA versus EU, all the EU guys want EU to win. If NA wins, EU's unhappy, EU's angry. If EU wins, NA is unhappy, NA is angry. That lets the passion really build for this narrative that we've seen throughout all of Brawlhalla's history. It's different players. It hasn't always been Acno and Blaze. It hasn't always been Made and Experience. But at the end of the day, it's so often been North America versus EU.
It's the longest running rivalry in Brawlhalla history. It's been since the dawn, since BCX1, it has been this rivalry of NA versus EU, and we've seen them come head to head, and time again, NA has won. Only twice in 2v2s has EU come out ahead, and that was on the backs of Acno and Blaze in Dreamhack Rotterdam, and that was on the backs of Adimestic in Cake at BCX 2019.
Yes, and let's be real, that was on the back of Cake. That was Cake carrying. That was it was Addy Cake versus Viper and who was
Agzo?
It might have been Viper Agzo, but it doesn't matter because it was Viper versus Cake. That was those two titans of EU Brawlhalla going against one another. We'll see what they got today because Acno and Blaze are both looking incredible. We're going to see some highlights from the previous set that we just saw earlier today to kick off our top 4 of Acno and Blaze versus Made and Experience. We didn't see any legend swaps whatsoever just yet. Acno didn't feel like he had to move over onto a Bryn, onto a Koji. Blaze didn't feel like he needed to move over onto a Bryn either. They stuck with these legends and they came out with a 3-1. Why would you change?
I mean, Acno and Blaze, they had it so handedly, so often were they just in the lead. There were times where Made and Experience made it close. Maybe it would go down to final stocks, but then Acno and Blaze, just like this clip, they just win in the 2v1. They end up getting those edge guards and beaten out.
Now, if we're looking at how Made and Experience finished their game against Meg D and Radish, there was a little bit of slop in there. There was a little bit of wobbliness.
Yeah, some solid team damage.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of team damage that came out, even team KOs. Acno and Blaze really didn't have that. So that's what worries me if I'm looking at this from a North American perspective of Made and Experience. Acno and Blaze are looking tight.
I mean, really, like you can see it in the head-to-head as well. Acno and Blaze have so much history. They've been around for so long. On the other side, Made and Experience, they're still really young. They're halfway into 2022 was when they first started to be a relevant team, really. And people still kind of argue, are they truly relevant? And the viewer vote, honestly, closer than I would have expected.
I would have expected a little bit more of a North American bias here. Hold on, what time is it in, like, what time is it in Germany? Let's see. What time it is? Yeah, it's like 9:48 p.m. in Germany. So EU is technically still awake at this point, even though there are multiple time zones in EU. So yeah, EU is awake, and we can see it right there. Of course, we also have players who, you know, kind of care about their points as well. And so you're going to have that coming in. More than just the popularity contest is you have those beautiful channel points.
You already see Acno and Blaze. Then again, they have that W. We talked about the grand finals advantage being on that winner's side. It means Made and Experience have to win 2 best of 5s, something they literally have not done before against Acno and Blaze. They now have to do twice in order to be crowned the champions and hold up those trophies. You know they want it. You know they can feel it. It is literally shaking everything. That's how badly they want those trophies.
So let's explain this a little bit further, because even though we talk about it like every time, some people still don't like quite understand how the bracket works. Is because it is double elimination. That's the important part here, is because you have an elimination side of the bracket, a bottom side of the bracket. When you get into grand finals from the winner's side, you haven't lost yet, so you still get the chance to be double eliminated. That's what that grand finals reset is. If you're the person coming from the elimination side, you have to essentially knock them out twice. Double elim in order to win the tournament. It's not some like weird rule that just comes out of nowhere that they're like, oh, you know, that's the power up you get for being on the winner's side. You earned it. No, that's just the rules of how double elimination brackets work.
Well, Made and Experience coming in from the elimination side of things after taking the L earlier today to Acno and Blaze. We'll see how they're feeling. I mean, just saw them on the camera a second ago. They weren't particularly high energy. It was kind of low key on that. Like, they weren't like getting there, like getting ready to go. You're not seeing Experience and Made like chatting back and forth or anything like that. They're just kind of like, okay, we're gonna do this.
I mean, they're soldiers who are going into possibly a losing battle. They're soldiers going into a battle that they already lost a single time, and it wasn't a game 5. It wasn't last stock red. It couldn't have been change one little thing and we have a completely different outcome. No, it was a 3-1. It was a confident 3-1 for Acno and Blaze. So they have some momentum on their side, and we're seeing the classic Experience here coming out with the Amethyst.
And on the other side, Made on the Chun-Li. San Diego, give them your energy because this is your grand finals for 2v2s. Acno on the left side avoids the downlight, but Made's keeping the pressure going. Experience trying to rotate, but Blaze right behind him knocks him away.
Experience hoping to come back in. He is the weapon disadvantage. He hit the GC sidelight. Okay.
Catches
Sending
everyone.
Acno over the edge. Made wants to hit that, continue that string, but he's not able to do it. Acno chasing into the air. The recovery just barely missing. Made was too far to the right. That Lance is going to get the KO onto Experience. That's the first strike of the game.
Side air connects for Made. Neutral sig from Acno, not quite enough. Down sig.
Acno has Experience over on the edge. The GC side sig and the
Oh!
grab. That's huge.
And
Ain't
Made
no
can't
way
save.
he's getting back. Acno's gonna fall 100% worth because look at the top right. It's 5 stocks to 3. Experience is essentially watching a cutscene of his legend being dismantled bit by bit, stock by stock.
He is now sitting on his final stock here in game number 1, and he has to make the decision. Does he sit in the back and wait for things to come down to the final stocks, or does he try to play this out, maybe get in, get some cheeky edge guards? Goes in, hits the neutral light, not enough to take down Blaze.
And he's playing Amethyst. That's Soul, baby. That's a lot of strength. And look at that follow-up off of Experience with that bow that Acno has. They finally get the shutdown onto Blaze. That means all 3 stocks so far. They're going to bully Acno here. Is he going to live, or is he going to be put on his final stock?
Nice
down air from Experience sends him onto his final stock. All of a sudden, we're 3 stocks to 3.
Blue team really brought this one back, but they are still behind in the damage department. Blaze looking solid as the team combo comes out.
Dude,
Experience gets chunked.
They're just fighting one at a time. Like, they started fighting Experience, sent him away. Made comes in, now they're fighting Made, sends him away. Experience comes back in. It's like a Jackie Chan fight where he's fighting like one at a time, turning around on the battlefield, using everything. It's 3 stocks to 2, but that is not going to be a lead for Blue team because Experience is so damaged.
Yeah, Made's gonna fall there. Experience. He's been on this final stock for so long, but everybody has now joined him into the final stock, but even so, he is the most damaged person on the screen by far.
Neutral light coming out from Acno. He's gonna actually back up off of that one, let Made get right over the corner. Experience can't do anything. He's just stuck over on that corner. He's so worried about being taken out. He's just hanging out on that corner. Exclamation points come out, he'll get back over on the wall. Up on that main platform to remove those exclamation points. Okay, he's starting to swing, but he gets hit in the back of the head with the axe. Wasn't enough damage before he was taken out.
Made trying to go for the edge guard, misses the spear play though. Acno gets past him, and red team has been so efficient at these corner guards, but they let Made get back up safely. Blaze playing that front position.
Yeah, they're letting Blaze kind of take the lead, even though he's the most damaged between the two. He's not super in danger of being taken out. Let's get caught somewhere, Goofy! GC Ensig from Acno to take off the top all the way up there. And that is game 1. Acno and Blaze got to be feeling pretty good on that, saying, yep, we still got it.
They are just counting down the games until they are going to be crowned the San Diego champions. They are 2 games away from beating NA on NA turf.
We couldn't even finish the replays. We are getting into this next game. They are raring to go, and we don't have a legend swap. I don't think the Amethyst pick was the reason that they lost that game. I think Acno and Blaze just played that darn good. So not really worried about seeing this Amethyst coming up because he does need that extra knockout power. And Made, of course, maybe taking a page out of Meg D's book and coming in with this Chun-Li.
Edge guard opportunity. Acno gets away. Experience playing a little bit more neutral, but Acno goes out deep with the side 6, still catches Experience in the back with the side air.
And he got away from that GCD light that Made came in with. That could have been the stock, or at least setting up for Experience to follow up and get the stock.
Blaze comes in, hits a side light nair. Acno, nice pogo, nice ground pound, nice Ensig!
Dude, who is this Acno? I feel like we have not seen this Acno. Well, I mean, we saw this Acno at BCX, but like, where was this Acno the rest of the time? He's playing so well today.
Might be just a straight up Lanimal, the way that he's playing, just levels up in the offline environment. Dare misses from Experience. Acno not gonna miss any dares. Made helps Experience get back up safely. They finally finish off a stock on one of the red team members, but Experience is already getting into the red.
Yeah, this is basically the same thing that we saw towards the end of last game. It's like 5 stocks to 5, but it's not going to be a tied game because of experience here. Blaze is going to fall. It's 5 stocks to 4, but it's not, again, a lead for the blue team because experience is so damaged. Look at where he is again. He's over on that corner. Anytime anyone makes a little bit of a move that way, he's back over to the corner, back onto the wall, putting a lot of space, and Acno might just solo Made.
Almost did it, that weapon toss. There's so much damage that's been put out onto Made already. Acno with the GC side stick catches Made at the top of his head, goes immediately over for experience.
Dude, Acno's playing so good today, man. Once that crypto money dried up, TSM is having some trouble, but Acno is living with Team Solo Made.
Chasing after Acno. Turnaround opportunity. Experience wants it. He's going to get it. He trades out with Acno.
All of a sudden, we're finding ourselves a little bit more even, except Blaze putting out a lot of damage onto Made, who's now in the red. They're going to be looking to find that stock, send him on to his final.
Okay, Blaze launching Made over to the right side with the neutral light. Made hunting everyone, but Blaze comes in. Experience is sitting in the back. That weapon toss. Made still has the movement, gets up, gets the recovery.
I'm surprised we didn't see Acno go in further. Now, he did throw away his spear. If he still had like another spear in his hand, it would probably just been a simple ground pound. I don't think he was really too worried about what Experience could do, given that Experience didn't have a weapon in his hand. Blaze is able to clean up that stock.
Oh, Experience!
Dude, Acno's so sick.
The coverage from this red team. Made left to the 1v2. The Sayre's not going to quite do it. Ground pound. Can he take down Acno? He needs to do it right now and go for the 1v1.
He's not going to engage whatsoever, and that is such a smart choice. Like, yeah, you could go for the ego play and try and team solo Made again, but you're up 1-0. You're at this point in the tournament. If you play smart, this is your set to win, and Acno knows that. It's a calculated mind.
Made hunting Acno. You can see him ignoring Blaze, but Blaze still attacking towards him. Hits a nair.
Yeah, they're just team juggle now. They're team neutral air. Neutral air is coming out from Blaze's lance, and of course the spear that Acno has in his hand as well.
Ooh, Made throws away his spear. There's the side sig. Acno's SIGs have been so efficient.
Oh, he was doing that chainsaw. That gave Acno the room he needed to pick up the D-Light side air. They are now up 2-0. There are 6 stocks of the blue team separating Acno and Blaze from total victory. And the way that they've been running through them so far, I think we might see a 3-0.
The Europeans must be lucid dreaming because this dream is becoming real. They're so close to being the champions and beating out North America. Acno and Blaze, like you said, 1 game away from doing it.
You can see the split there. Blaze's axe is doing work. Acno's spear is doing work, but man, you mentioned his signatures. Like we talk about the like unforgettable, picturesque, iconic moment from BCX, but the way he's just using them in standard neutral game right now, even GCing them off stage, like off stage away from the stage as well. He's using them so well. The both signatures are phenomenal from Acno.
Now Experience, maybe a little bit of a salt switch here as he's over to the Kaya as well, something that we're not used to seeing from Experience, but he's hoping that this is going to be the thing to finally take a game off of Acno and Blaze here in the grand finals. Ground pound connects from Experience.
A big start.
The weapon toss, Blaze is down.
That's huge.
Side light into the pogo, getting some good damage out onto Acno's first stock.
Oh! And now they have Acno in the red. We're about 40 seconds in. They've already taken out Blaze. They have Acno and KO damage. 45 seconds in, actually less than that, and they get the full team wipe.
Really solid plays coming out from the blue team. Experience comes down, hits the dare. Nice chase dodge away from Acno.
Now Experience does have a level 43 Kaya. It's his 11th highest leveled legend on the board. Made is going to fall. Experience sticking over onto the wall, but this is a different spot because they actually are in the lead here. This is not him playing scared because he's about to be taken out of the game. This is him playing smart, waiting for Made to come back in and do that work, possibly take out Acno.
Still manages to get back to that wall safely. The neutral light not going to take down Experience. Pogos as Acno gets into the red on this second stock. Harpoon tosses from both blue team members.
Experience hunting for the weapon. He's not able to grab that spawn that was in the middle of the stage. That one went over to Made because he was also disarmed. Out comes that bow. Back-to-back neutral lights, one to the right, one to the left. Then Agno comes in, gets the KO, putting Experience finally on the second stock. Minute 45 into this one. Blue team has a nice lead.
Oh,
nice punish there, but also incredible interrupt from Experience.
Good punish, and the end sig comes out from Experience. Light just jabbing up Blaze, has him in the red, could look for the KO here in a second. That side air splits him.
Recovery from Agno, retreating back immediately to the platform before going back up in the air after resetting his jumps so he can bow recovery again, controlling the ground, watching Experience to find those neutral lights.
Oh, Blaze, potential here for a big play, takes down Made. Stock count actually gets evened up there. Side light doesn't hit the nair. Blaze!
Oh, Blaze really telegraphing that one. Oh, what a great interrupt from Agno. I expected a follow-up immediately coming on to Blaze that could have taken him out. He is so damaged. It's really not going to take much. Even the lower strength Kaya.
But this is basically even. Side light nair. Blaze gets taken out by his teammate. Agno gonna wait for the respawn. He has no weapon while he waits though. Gets caught by a weapon toss, not too bad.
Take out Experience right now and we have an even game. If you can't do that, like you can't with an Axe D-Light, but he does get the follow-up side air. Made. He's actually going onto the main platform. He's contesting this team before moving over onto the soft plat. We are here, of course, on Apocalypse with that soft platform. This could be the Apocalypse for this Made.
The clash out! Experience falls! He falls so early! It's all left to Made, and Agno and Blaze are gonna be your Dreamhack San Diego champions. EU is gonna be going home with the trophy!
They didn't have the juice in 1v1, but ladies and gentlemen, that is a full cup for EU here at Dreamhack San Diego. Agno and Blaze. I'm gonna quote John Wick here. Yeah, I'm thinking they're back.
I'm thinking they are back. They are gonna hold up the trophy. They are your Dreamhack San Diego 2v2 champions. Europe is so happy right now.
And they did it even more confidently than they did at BCX. That was a 3-0 in Grand Finals. That game 3, that was looking like at least the initial fight back from Made and Experience. I thought the way they opened that one up, there was a good chance they were at least going to take that game. Maybe not the set, but at least take that game. But no, this team of Agno and Blaze are completely unstoppable.
I mean, I thought the Kaya swap was an odd swap, but then it started looking really good, and I was like, maybe this is the thing, like you said, to get them a game, get them back into this one, start giving them some momentum. Made an Experience, like, I still want to give them so much credit as being like the best in NA, considering they beat down every other NA team. They won the spring championship. They earned their spot in that grand finals. But Agno and Blaze handled business, and now they're coming up onto the stage. We're gonna get a nice interview with Agno and Blaze. We'll give them some time here to get set up. Again, amazing plays overall. There you're seeing some of the final stats there. Good damage put out, but 999 damage taken on the side of the blue team.
And a pretty solid even split between Agno and Blaze as well. Neither player really carried anything. You see 447 damage coming out from Agno. You see 493 damage coming out from Blaze. Just incredible sharing of responsibility between these two players, the chemistry between them. Look, I'm not going to compare them to Boomy and Sandstorm just yet, because Boomy and Sandstorm are the GOATs of 2v2 of all time, now and forever. But the way that, like, Agno and Blaze don't have that domination online, but then you get to LAN and it's a completely different experience. Godly and Fozy kind of control that online, like Lil Captain Phazon used to control the online, while Boomy and Sandstorm, they were the LAN animals. Online wasn't the biggest deal for them because they really cared about LAN.
Well, now we're here at LAN, and now we're here with Agno and Blaze. Congratulations, you guys. I'm gonna let you say whatever immediate emotion you're feeling right now.
You can go. Well, I kind of knew we would win after that winners final set. I think we kind of counted them, so I mean, I'm happy. First win after about a year. Happy that it's Dreamhack.
I personally feel the same. I'm really happy that we won, but as Blaze said, I think it was pretty expected, especially from the EU team and us getting hyped up by them. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be able to be here and win.
So what is it like now that you're in the top spot after a long time? Because again, when Godly came back, and especially when Godly and Fozy hooked up as a 2v2 team, and everyone was like, yeah, Acno and Blaze, that's old and busted. I'm looking at Godly and Fozy, the new hotness. What does that feel like as a player?
I mean, it sucks. You know, we used to be the best. We used to be known as the best in Europe at least. And then we just couldn't win anymore. But after we saw that Fozy and Godly went out, I feel like they have the best chance of beating us right now. I mean, I kind of knew we'd win.
Once Godly and Fozy got out, I just knew that we were going to win because they're like our kryptonite basically. They're basically the only ones that can possibly beat us, and I just think we're better than anyone else.
Well, I got to ask you guys, of course, this is our first offline event of 2023. It is, of course, Dreamhack San Diego, but we still got Valencia. We've still got Dallas as well. Are y'all planning to go there?
I think so, definitely. After this LAN W, I think we're definitely going.
Yeah, no, same. Plan to go.
So y'all been playing together for an extremely long time. Why have you not chosen to swap off of playing with one another?
We have no reason to.
I mean, yeah, there was no reason to. We've been placing consistent top 3 for the past 2 years, 3 years, so never been a reason to drop me, so it's fine.
Who's kind of, is there a major shot caller between you two? Like, what's the dynamic?
I mean, we're just like a power duo. We just switch in between. If he thinks it's a good idea for me to switch from Kaya to Koji or vice versa, then I'll do it. And if I think he should play Bryn instead of Ulgrim, then we just like tell each other that.
Who usually makes that decision? Is that like you telling him to swap, you telling him to swap, or do you usually choose to swap yourselves?
Well, usually just choose to swap ourselves, but we'd be like, yo, do you think it's a good idea to play another character? I'd say yes or no, and that's about how it goes.
What about you?
Yeah, it's just like that. Like, there's nothing more else to add. Like, if we feel like we should switch, then we're just gonna do it. We just make sure that the teammate is comfortable with that switch, of course.
So now I want both of y'all to give a message to North America, who has counted out EU, myself included, for so long as a top region, as a top team, as a tournament-winning team, when it's been NA dominated for so long. Blaze, I'm gonna let you go first. Tell something to all the NA haters out there.
I mean, there were no lands because of COVID. We didn't have a chance to really prove ourselves, especially in twos. I feel like we're definitely on par, if not better. I feel like EU has been ahead of twos for quite a while now. So, I mean, we won today. I guess we showed that, and we're planning to win again. That is.
What do you have to say to the haters?
We're better in twos. Like, there's no match. The only good players that can actually win are EU players, in twos at least. Once we don't talk about that.
All right, so I know I have one more question. Who is the first person that you are going to talk to after your win that isn't actually here at San Diego?
Oh, my friends and parents who are watching, definitely. They'll probably be spamming me right now, so definitely them.
What about you, Akno?
Definitely friends or parents, but most likely parents. Yeah.
Duke, you have any more questions for him?
Well, obviously, y'all have some amazing synergy as a 2v2 team. Y'all been playing together for a really long time. Does that translate to outside the game? Are y'all like hanging out in Discord calls every night, or are y'all just like all about the game, all about business?
I mean, we mostly play Valorant together.
Okay. What do you love? Or what rank?
Ascended 1. I'm a solo cure though.
It's Immortal 3.
Bold move.
Yeah, no, that's about it.
All right, so if the people at home want to see more of Acno and Blaze, where can we find y'all?
I do not know my Twitter handle off my head, so just on Twitter.
Come on, you just want a tournament. That's like the easiest way, well, the easiest way to get a guerrillion followers instantly. Hold on, we'll look it up.
Is it at Blaze?
I think it's Blaze BH, yeah?
Okay, you know yours off the top of your head,
Yeah,
right?
TP Acno.
Yeah, he's TP Acno. He is Blaze BH _
Yeah.
He's like,
I don't know why I have to
I just go
promote
on
you.
there and tweet stuff.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your time.
you.
We're going to have a video package
Congratulations.
for you here of your road to the championship. Let's look at it right here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Run, and here you're seeing some of those highlights from the plays. Acno and Blaze just looking so solid. I love the fact of the matter of them playing a different kind of 2v2s, right? A lot of the North Americans were coming in very gauntlet heavy. We saw the Chronics, we saw the Wushangs across the board, saw all sorts of Gauntlet play, but Acno and Blaze, they kind of did the classic Acno and Blaze. You saw Kaya, you saw some bow play come out from Acno, and then Blaze has basically been playing Ulgrim since 2v2s existed.
Yep.
Well, as long as he's been in 2v2s, it's either Ulgrim or Brit.
There just really isn't too much of a reason to swap off of that Legend. I mean, even like winning aside, because when he does swap, we really don't see him deviate too far from that Ulgrim either. It's like a Bryn, which has the axe and has a spear, which is going to be a little bit different, but he still plays the axe in a similar way. Still a very familiar Legend between those two. They forced Experience and Made to go on a different Legend from game one, and it did not make a difference whatsoever. Such a dominant team in 2v2. I can't wait to see what they have for us the rest of the year. It's going to be really funny if we go back to onlines and they end up losing, but then we will always have to look at the next LAN event and be like, okay, well that's quote unquote just online. We'll see what they have for us in LAN.
Well, Sheepy, you got to sit and watch. You, I'm sure, were cheering all over the place. Did you have a favorite for that?
I mean, I was cheering here and there, quietly in my brain. No, I actually was cheering, and I was rooting for Maiden Experience. But you gotta give it to Acno and Blaze. They were so dominant. They looked so good out there. The whole crowd, EU was screaming for them when they won. They hoisted up the trophies. You could literally hear all of EU just screaming in here in the venue, cheering for them. And well deserved, honestly. Acno and Blaze, a solid, duo, legendary duo for a long time. And here they are, being the doubles champions for our first, open LAN event here at Dreamhack San Diego. It's fantastic. What a great match, honestly, and they did it so fantastically. That's pretty much what I gotta say. And I'm pretty sure that the people at home, it's just incredible, just the amount of talent here.
Not a quote EU commentary goat, Polymonto. Do you hear the sirens? EU, 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 EU.
It's a great win for them. I'm sure all of EU at home is shouting and cheering and screaming. So just honestly fantastic. I was gonna ask if you guys had any final thoughts before we have to take a quick break to set up for singles, because we're not done yet, you know what I mean? Duke, final thoughts?
Well, I take solace in the fact that EU can't win both in doubles and singles.
That is true, and I'm honestly, I'm ready to welcome in a new top 2v2 team that can compete at the absolute highest level and from EU, because that one of the things we've been talking about for like a minute now is that, like, okay, we have North America, we have South America, and we have EU. Well, the ways that people were ranking them were like North America on top, EU in third, which puts South America right in the middle between those two. But hearing the confidence of Acno and Blaze, not even just them as a team, but EU as a region in total in 2v2s, they feel like that is the top 2v2 region, and I can't wait to see how that plays out the rest of the year, because they won this tournament, but that has big implications for the rest of the year. That means NA teams are wanting to prove it, not just for themselves, but also for the region. South America wants to further prove it, not just for themselves, but also for their region.
Yeah, they're gonna really prove themselves really soon here, because we're gonna take a really short break. But first, I do want to say once again, congratulations, okay, once again to Acno and Blaze, your doubles San Diego champions. So we're gonna take a break just to get things set up for our singles top 8. But while you're waiting, be sure to check out the merch. Scan that QR code, brawlhalla.com/merch. Get your orders in, and you know what? Let us know where you're watching from and say hi in chat, because we want to see what you guys think too of the results of this doubles championship match. All right, after the break, we kick things off with our singles top 8 matches. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if at the weekend. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me. Feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like every day feel like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. Just a few moments away from getting into our singles competition. Of course, we want to hear from you all in chat and in the venue about who you have taking the win today. All right, guys, we wrapped up our doubles. Now it's time to talk about singles. We're about to get into it. Top 8. Taza, I got Taza and Ajax with me, but Taza, I'm going to start with you. Walk us through the format that we can see today. What's the key to navigating a singles bracket for these players in top 8?
Well, the key to navigating a singles bracket in top 8 is knowing that because it's not doubles, we don't have any European representation here. And what an amazing, I just want to talk a little bit about the doubles match, which is the Acno and Blaze game that went in Ajax. We were literally talking about it. Here in this, we've got this 1v1 double elimination, best of 5 with that 35K prize pool. We've had that in doubles. It's also here in singles. Over 150 competitors from every continent. That's actually, I love that note there because we have South America here as well as North America in this top 8. But that's the format moving forward here.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the fact that EU did get their championship. They're able to go off. The Sirens went off. Yeah, EU. Yeah, but you know what? Polymato, they're not here in singles top 8, okay? Don't come at me because I kind of was. I had 2 of EU in my top 3, okay? All right, I was believing, but they are not here for good reason.
I mentioned Godly.
I had Godly and Fozy and Acno Blaze in my top 3, and a lot of that kind of went to separate ways. But we're talking about the South America Storm. We've been waiting to see this happen pretty much since MSI. We knew that they were doing very well, but we were waiting to see when they'd all come out. They all came out, and they came out in force. You got Loris on the winner side, you got Hughes on the winner side, and then on the elimination side, you have Kaina. And they almost had Fiend in there, too. He was right outside of it at 9th place. It's going to be a bout between NA and SA throughout the entirety of this, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So like you said, the first 2 ones that we got coming up is an NA versus SA bout.
Yes, and I want to kind of cut in here real quick because like Taza mentioned, there's a $35,000 on the line for these players, and you know, a win or loss is a pretty big difference. Actually, thousands, okay? A difference between thousands. So Ajax, what does it take to come out with the win here today? Well, one of the main things, of course, is remembering that with every best of 5, that there's still games to be played, and every person opposing you is just another player with a controller in their hand. We have the King of Kings here in this top 8. We have Sandstorm. We have the reigning BCX champion Impala on the other side. You have the best player, quote-unquote, in the entire game in Luna on the Elim side, but they are all beatable. Every single one of them. Doesn't matter who they are because you can still come out on top. And the moment that you remember to check yourself on that and you think, that they're just another player, I could get it done. And that's what everybody has been doing this weekend. Everything's been thrown all over the place when it comes to predictions, Taza.
I just want to highlight, too, on this prize pool, right? The winner semis matches that we got coming up is a difference between possibly getting 3rd or 5th. That $2,000 difference of placements there. The 2 North America versus South America matchups, right? You get into that top 3, you break that $3,000 prize pool, you get down there for that 5th place spot, and so you're fighting for basically $1,000 per game.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big difference there when it comes to, you know, 2nd, 3rd, and 1st, of course. Somebody's going to get a great amount of chain. I see you're rocking the Metadev Terrors too, Ajax.
Yeah, no, everybody can just say,
I see you rocking.
Look, all I'm saying is that maybe pay close attention to that throughout this top 8. That's all I got to say. But, I mean, obviously we've got a lot of great matches to be paying attention to. We were talking about before, you know, taking a trip down into the Elim side too. We're kind of building up what was happening on the winter side. You got Boomy who was able to come through versus Kaina. That's going to be a massive, that's going to be a huge match. And then the big one that I think is going to be setting the tone for somebody who is the only person in both of the finals days. McD. McD has not had a great set count history. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Oh.
What happens when what happens when I go to flip this over? Who knows when that's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? But so you know, it's not just me to Dev here. You could maybe get one of these at home. But Luna has quite the set record against McD, and it's not in favor for sure. I think that one though, with how good McD is playing, maybe that's the time where McD finally gets that W.
Yeah, and I want to talk really quickly about the match schedule because you're talking about all these different matches we're going to see. But first up, it's going to be Loris versus Sandstorm. Taza, how are you feeling about this matchup?
At this point in time, I would give it to Sandstorm any other time of the day, except for the fact that Loris has beat all of the players that I was kind of like, okay, well, surely that's going to be a win for Boomy, right? Like, surely that's going to be a win for Luna. But no, Loris has been crushing all of NA's greats, and to go through and to take Sandstorm down too as well would be a feat akin to, like, job on an online championship when he first had that debut. I'm really excited to see Loris go against Sandstorm, and I think I'm going to today give it to Loris to win that, to get into that winner side winners final.
That's a big one. As you've seen, a lot of people who have put themselves up to bout, they've been trying to get all the way up to this point, but many of them fell. I mean, there's previous champions right there. Snowy, the 2v2 champion. Agno, he did not make it as far as you maybe expect in the 1v1s, but this play right here, I mean, South America is fighting back all the way around, and Boomy still won that set. Even though that was the first one, that's how tough it has been all weekend long. And this is why also, because of how tough things have been, I'm actually kind of leaning towards the OG champ, Sandstorm.
Whoa.
Sandstorm is playing phenomenally right now. The Scythe game is on point. Watch this stock. This is literally what set the tone for the entirety of that last game and how he beat Experience. And the Spear gameplay on Mirage 2 has been on point as well. He's feeling very confident, and it's kind of hard for me to look away from that.
And I think that's a fair thing to say. Sandstorm even talking with me a little bit earlier today, talking about, you know what? He came at the beginning of the weekend being like, I have the Mirage prepared for Dreamhack San Diego. He gets to the final stage, he's like, I'm still going to be running with the Mirage. The Scythe's feeling great, and he feels like the signatures are powerful and as quick as light attack. So I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing a lot more of that Mirage going here into this top 8.
And I'm just staring at these highlights because some of these legends are not even here with us anymore. I mean, oh my God, just what a crazy top 8. But I do want to go and talk more in depth about the upcoming match, Loris versus Sandstorm. You guys were already talking about it. Here's their info here. Ajax, what do you make of this?
So obviously with international players, you don't always see set history. It's not too often you're going to run into each other, but Loris does sport at least one championship, so he understands how to make it to the top. But you're talking about 18 gold medals, the winningest player in Brawlhalla, in Sandstorm. Like, how do you handle that? But honestly, the way you were talking about it, Taza, Loris taking out Omi, Luna, and now potentially in the way Sandstorm, that history might not matter when Loris is the new thing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, back to Sandstorm. When you have that many top 3s and only your golds are in the double digits, right? He has like those few silvers and bronzes, but when he gets to that top 3, Sandstorm has such a high percentage chance of just winning the entire bracket. And when he gets in there from winner's side, you might as well give the game over to him, right? Like when you look at that split, that's so incredible.
The feeling of saying, man, I had a bad day when you got second place, it's like, come on, man. Like it's so incredibly strong. One thing I will say, this is something Sandstorm actually asked me before we hopped on, actually yesterday when he brought it up. He said, Mirage or Mordex, what do you think? And it was like, I mean, your Mirage is looking good. It's like, no, I mean, like, who do you think is better? Because I think Mirage is stronger than Mordex. Like, that's how much confidence he has in this Mirage this weekend.
Wow. Boys, I'm going to let you guys take it away because the action is starting now with our first top 8 match in Championship Sunday, Loris versus Sandstorm.
All right, and here we go. Sandstorm on the right, Loris on the left, getting ready to go in this game 1 of best of 5. It's the first singles game of the day, Ajax, and I can't wait to see it because the winner of this will be in that top 3 winners finals. It's going to be Sandstorm or Loris. Both players, like you said, have that champion experience. We have that gold medal for Loris, that 18 gold medals for Sandstorm. But Loris being here, this could be his first land victory, the first South America land victory, if he's able to go the distance. Here we go. It's game 1 on Brawlhaven.
Well, as we already talked about before, you got the king of games, but as Sparky is so commonly dubbed it, Vamos Brasil! You have Loris out here playing so strong throughout the entirety of this weekend. South America is completely out here, and I think Loris is just continuing the show. Nobody can sleep on Kaya. Like, we've already seen it from Impala, and even with the changes, this legend is still working just fine.
We've seen it from Impala, and we're going to see it from Impala later today.
It could be a winner's finals match.
We've got Pearl, that epic crossover for Kaya. Almost an Impala, because that's how much at least the character. But here we go, Sandstorm getting him that side, that double nair from Loris, actually. It's a bow neutral aerial is really good at knocking players off when you can't, off the top of the stage, when you can't get that D-Light recovery. And Loris is really doing a fantastic job catching Sandstorm's landings.
He is smothering Sandstorm, and Sandstorm has been very good at catching any of his starters. They're really good on D-Light anti-airs with Spear all weekend, but the play that he needs to happen right now is to get back on stage just with the Scythe. He's going to, gets the reversal Sair.
Yeah, that reversal Sair is huge. Dips down for that down air, goes to the ground pound, and actually was close to get the sweat beats. That nair, one more above the stage will knock out. And that neutral light into neutral signature read doesn't work out. Loris lands onto the ground, takes Sandstorm off the top, but he's very close to being knocked out here. I think that one of the few I guess you could say, weaknesses of Mirage is that unlike having a weapon like sword or boots or whatever, you don't have that downlight that hits grounded that could lead into an easy knockout here. So let's see if Sandstorm has the ability to knock out Lores here on this last stock as he sends him flying away with that pummel.
Yeah, a lot of, there we go. There's that anti-air again. Talk about it before. He's been so good at catching jumps on everyone all weekend long with that D-Light. So even though you don't have a traditional D-Light like you're saying with sword, he's been so good at landing them regardless. And a lot of the damage is also coming from the site. This is what we know him for. This is what he's been doing with the Mordex, and now it's been transitioning right over here this weekend.
All right, and now he's got Lores off the side of the stage. He's been really trying to go for these ground pounds and dares, but Lores has been so fantastic playing around the side on the edge of the stage. That downlight goes all the way out there, and Lores, without a dodge, doesn't get grabbed. Sandstorm had to go for the neutral air there, goes for the dare instead, misses, and Lores makes it back with the D-Light. Double D-Light, kicks him off. Can he get the third? Goes to the ground pound, the recovery hits, and the edge guard still happening.
He's still pushing right now. That recovery off the wall, and he tries to catch him on the way back on with the neutral light, but Lores going high that time, gets away with it. But Taza moves the last time Lores got a hit. It's been quite some time.
It has. And now it's Sandstorm going for that down sig, was expecting a dodge and a dash and something, a second down sig, two down sigs in a row. He's really, I love this. Lores punishing it, but Sandstorm, at least with his return to competing in 2023, has been picking up characters where he feels like, okay, this signature attack, nice there. That signature attack does not have a lot of end lag, and then he likes to use and abuse it. Like we saw that with the Arcadia back in Winters, and here with the Mirage prepared at San Diego. Sandstorm playing fantastic as Lores brings us back and takes the lead after a pretty rough second stock.
Yeah, Lores has always been able to strike first so far, but that's going to be a whip punish on the sidelight, and Lores has been so good at kind of outspacing him all game, but what matters most, of course, is that last stock. Are you able to keep him out long enough to make sure that he doesn't build back this lead, especially with that combo-based weapon?
That's the second time that he's caught the D-Light side air after the sidelight opener. Sandstorm catches with the nair. Lores, low on jumps, manages to touch the wall. Sandstorm not jumping off the downer there, and actually gets caught by the side sig holding left side of the stage, and the crowd goes wild for Lores, taking game number one convincingly over Sandstorm.
Like we said, Lores has the support in the crowd. They all came out here in force, and Sandstorm, being the champion that he is, he's not going to get the same level of support as others other than maybe the chat, because you already know everybody is out here looking to see when he finally returns to form. But Lores held on to that all match. He never went for that. He let Sandstorm consistently land and fade away without being punished. Finally pulls the trigger on it at the very end. He's able to seal out the first game.
Yeah, and I love the usage of that side signature. Reading that Sandstorm was going to retreat to the edge of the stage, but didn't want to go off stage to go into that corner guard situation, and went right at the edge of that spacing. Sandstorm catches with the nair and spot dodges to try to get a reaction from Lores, but Lores doesn't bite, makes it back to the stage, and the sidelight nair recovery maybe. He's so good with the spear, and now he's got him on the side of the stage. So slide charge down, and Sandstorm just like that, deleted in 19 seconds.
You know, something I'm seeing out of Lores compared to Sandstorm is that Sandstorm's getting like his 2 to 3 hit combos, but Lores is getting 2 to 3 hit combos while keeping advantage. He's not losing his turn after getting the damage in.
Lores is playing the scythe a lot like how, or the spear a lot like how scythe players would play,
very similarly.
Which is why I end up having that slip there. Dare comes back to the stage. Sandstorm catches one landing with the neutral light, goes in for the side tick, but that's not going to knock out yet. And Lores, with the spear pogoing off of Sandstorm, is getting a huge lead in game number 2. Nair almost combos into the side air, and Sandstorm letting a ground pound land on the ground, gets punished by the unarmed snare. D-Light side air, next one could lead to a recovery, and that will just be the stock Ajax.
Makes the attempt to go for the slide cancel once again, see if he could trip up Sandstorm, going for it 2 times in a row. Sandstorm's got the weapon toss downward though. He doesn't need the pogo. No, just confirms out with the ground pound, but he took a lot of damage before he finally got that stock.
Yeah, and now we have Sandstorm here on the stage. 2 side lights, kicks him up in the air, not doing that strong hit of that side light. Lores goes to the edge guard there with the down sig, swats him off the side air. Nice neutral there. We've seen him, Sandstorm catch Lores twice going off stage with that nair. Let's see if we can get the down air finally here at the side of the stage. Sandstorm's edge guard is usually so good, but Lores just so good at getting around him.
Yep, I think he's making him second guess it a ton, and even right there, we had him in the air. Usually his anti-airs have been on point. We're talking about how, like, kind of trigger happy he's been with the signatures. That's been the best scramble option he has, and Lores is playing around it.
Oh, and the dodge into the Sarah off that side stick. Sandstorm getting punished for going for these signature finishers where he was saying he believed a lot into them, but so far it's been Lores that's been landing all the signatures, and Sandstorm, okay, nice job with the down sig. You just send the spear into the ground, get all the, in that case, shovels going side to side, and take him off the top, and it does so much damage, so much force. And Sandstorm getting a 4-hit string, but the stuff recovery means that Lores can turn this into a corner guard, but Sandstorm still on the prowl of the side. I mean, it's been 8-9 unanswered hits. Yeah, could this be the game?
He's going in. Does he get him at the ledge? Lores just being very careful. He does get caught, though. He's going to go out there maybe after him for the D-Light, but he misses out.
All right, Sandstorm sidelights him off the stage. Without a weapon, he might go for a down signature here to catch the landing. Goes for the neutral sig instead. Net and Light into
Talk
recovery.
about that low recovery window, the low recovery frames on that again. Sandstorm has weapon advantage, weapon toss away, gets the D-Light, and that's going to give him game number 2. We're at 1 game apiece.
I was ready for them to get bonked by the weapon throw on the shovel there, but the downlight actually had so much force on that kick, just sending them forward there, not using the active input to bring them back. Nicely done by Sandstorm there, and he was at a deficit that entire game, and then racked up like 200 of that 370 scythe damage, all on that last stock, and Loras just could not stabilize.
That's the thing with playing up against someone who's been at the top many times before. Loras has been on a tear over the past year, but Sandstorm knows how to play in that last stock situation. They're already starting off this game hot with the D-Lights there.
Yeah, and going back to Brawlhalla every single time, Nair catches him, gets a second Nair, brings it back, and he charges the neutral signature. Is this going to be a 0 to knockout here? Sandstorm goes back to the stage. Weapon finally picked up for Loras with that pogo. He stops him from going down immediately, but Sandstorm's still so close to getting him down there. Even with the extra charge, he wasn't able to get that knockout, but that was such an amazing start to the stock. Again, Loras with the double D-Light side air. Dare could he could just take the first stock here.
Yeah, fantastic capitalization too. Once that dodge was gone, GC Light is free to go ahead and get extra damage, and he tried to go even further with the dare, but Loras evening it back up right away. The Nair gets him back on momentarily.
Yeah, the side six for both Mirage and Pearl here, having a similar idea of what they're punishing there. I think a little bit more distance for Kaya, but it's a little bit more precise. Sandstorm does get the first stock. Recovery hits, and the D-Light recovery comes through here. Loras can take him down. Side air. Sandstorm's side has got to be a little bit damaged here, but the neutral light and the Nair side air means Sandstorm gets a ton of extra credit. Side air double Sair, just drifting into Loras, the down air, low on jumps. D-Light kicks him away. Loras ain't making that back.
That was off of 1 burn dodge. That was it. As soon as he caught it, that was over. Sandstorm capitalizing heavy and not just having a lead, but this is the first time he's been up 2 stocks, and it kind of has been his turn the majority of the game.
And that is the Sandstorm effect here in bracket. Sometimes he just runs away with it if you give him 1 dodge. I mean, that's how Sandstorm made his name on the scythe. There are very few players that have obviously have as many tournament wins as Sandstorm does, but have been doing it with the scythe. And that neutral sync sending Loras flying means that Loras has been struggling to get anything started this game. Sandstorm waiting for that dodge in read, does get hit by the Nair, but he's still 2 stocks to 1 Ajax.
This is why I was feeling confident in Sandstorm before. Weapon toss out, goes underneath it, and gets the wall volley too. Weapon toss up, you are not getting back on that. No way, he sneaks in, but Sandstorm wasn't able to get a punish on it regardless though. Look how damaged he is. He's on his last stock, and it is now gone. Sandstorm moves up 2-1 in the lead.
And I was wondering when those down 6 were going to start working out. Loras has been very patient. He's been playing around, fast falling onto those down 6. I think he, at least when it comes to the scythe down sig, Sandstorm's hit rate was very, very low. But at that time when Loras was really struggling to get to the ground to get a weapon, or just have this weapon to get something started, we'll see right there, Sandstorm puts out the down line, no, down signature as the drift back.
Take a look at that damage again. This is why I was feeling confident about Sandstorm going into the set. The scythe looks like the scythe of old. And his spear gameplay was looking good before too, but it has just been something Loras hasn't been able to figure out the last 2 games.
All right, Loras with the cosmetic counter pick here, still on the Kaya, but bringing it out the battle armor here for game number 4 as he is on the verge of getting sent into the elimination side of the bracket.
That's the last place you want to be right now.
Game away from being top 3 here at Dreamhack San Diego. What a return to form for him at LAN. Not being able to get in that top 8 at BCX, but here he is grinding the entire time, but Loras fighting against him from South America against Sandstorm, and Sandstorm trying to get the damage back into his favor.
Sandstorm has been continually pressuring Loras, and he's going to get a free punish right there. Loras works smartly going high and going to center. I'd rather take a soft punish than try and get pushed off stage. And Loras is, it doesn't feel like he's reaching, but it feels like he's trying to find a greater solution with bow, and it's not been the solution so far to the scythe.
And look at that pogo on the edge there. Sandstorm going up the side of the stage, just trying to get any kind of edge guard. And Loras is getting right around to being like, okay, game number 3 did happen, but you haven't shaken me yet. He gets hit by that side air, makes it back. The defense from Kyle working out great. The pogo just enough force to knock him back, and he cleans it up 2-2, but still a dead even game.
Yeah, there's a reason also to never count out Loras throughout this tournament. He is the person who sent Luna to the elimination side of bracket. So if you are a fan of Loras, you still feeling good. So far, having a little bit of trouble getting back on, but he is looking significantly better in this game as he chases with that recovery.
Okay, that chase dodge down surprised me. I thought he was going to go for a gravity cancel something, but Sandstorm manages to get out of harm's way. Still took a ton of damage so far. Falling Sair just barely misspaces it. Goes for the downlight on the dodge in read. Second downlight doesn't catch him, but Sandstorm still airborne, meaning that these D-light recoveries can come through pretty soon, but Sandstorm breaks up the pressure, puts in a down sig. Not even a knockout, just to say, get off me.
Yeah, again, between the scythe and the spear, that D-sig has been the greatest scramble tool. You are hovering around me too much, go away. It's been so good that D-light recovery is going to close it out. Loras striking back, getting a lead. Not a comfortable lead, but a lead finally here in game 4.
Lores has been so fantastic off of these spear sidelights. You don't get a true combo into that D-light sider, but it's a very tight timing, and he's been following Sandstorm and adapting, right? Because that time Sandstorm's like, I don't want to be D-light sidered again. Dodges in, nice side sig. He dodges in, but he gets the nair from Lores, so Lores is mixing it up and reading Sandstorm so well in the spear that he's keeping this close and in his favor. Now Sandstorm with that downlight has a big combo that he can get started here. Downlight dodge through, and Lores picks up the spear.
Lores needs to do everything he possibly can to prevent Sandstorm from taking one of those return trips back to the podium. Guaranteed top 3 finish if he closes this out. That's going to be a free grab away as he whiffs on that D-light.
Can Lores make it back to the stage? Sandstorm waits for the exclamation points. Does get that nair. Doesn't want wall slip to happen. Catches the landing. He's low and jumps. He does touch the wall, but he's taking a ton of damage, and Lores isn't getting anything started. One nair is not going to be enough. He needs to get a little bit more. 2 nairs, Ajax, though. Then that's a good start, and he goes out for a risky down
I
save.
kind of figured he would do it, too. It looked like he was hunting for a big play, but Sandstorm's playing simple, but he gets away, avoids the sear as well.
Lores went for that pivot downlight on those reads a few times. Next time, he might be able to get it. The ground pound comes through. Lores, can he make it back? He does. Sandstorm doesn't go for the second ground pound there. Goes for the side air. That sidelight activates, but kicks him away.
One more D-light, and that's over.
Oh, the sidelight disarms him.
Sent back off stage. Sandstorm trying to catch him on his way back in. Lores is trying to get around it. That's a free punish! Sandstorm popping off because he now takes that return trip back to the podium here at San Diego.
Wow, and what peace of mind, what patience to see the Kaya down to come there, not dash back, not dodge away, stand still, then wait for the landing from the move, the end lag of the move to get the down signature, make sure that you get the strong hit of that attack and take him off the top of the 3-1. Lores kept it so close, but Sandstorm wins 3-1 and knocks him into the elimination bracket.
What an incredible job from Lores, too, because Lores was bringing that back in game 4. He was starting to adjust around what Sandstorm was doing. He had a great idea behind those D6 that he was getting hit by more.
Yeah.
But when push comes to shove and you're getting pushed off stage and you're on elimination stack, it's really easy to start to freak out, and I think Sandstorm capitalized on that big time.
Yeah, Lores really bet it all on that signature there, and honestly, if he gravity canceled the other way, he may have hit. We might be going to a game number 5 there.
You could feel it too, because you saw the way that he was getting one hit, but he wasn't trying to push. He wasn't doing sidelight into D-light. He was looking for a read on when Sandstorm would panic spot dodge, and he never gave it to him. Sandstorm knew what he was hunting for, and he kept calm and avoided what could have been a push to game 5.
Yeah, we're going to see this moment right here where he gets sent off stage, no spear, dodges through the attack from Sandstorm. The down signature comes up with the bow, and because Sandstorm dodges for, like if Sandstorm holds his ground, jumps in place, spot dodges, any of those options, it was gone.
Yeah.
That stock would have been flying, but he dashes forward underneath Lores, much to his surprise, and gets the win with the down signature. And 470 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Key signature point is the fact that the weapon of the scythe damage was up plus 400 pretty much every game. Like every single game.
The spear was there, but it was not the focus there. Sandstorm absolutely relied on the scythe there to go against Lores, and that's the weapon that he's believing in. And that's why, like, even when you were telling me he was talking to you about it, like, Mordex or Mirage, what do you think's better? Both had a scythe. Right?
Yeah,
so that's,
both have the scythe. That's all that
That's
matters.
what he's considering when it comes to locking in characters for this top 8. And now, it's not even a top 8 for Sandstorm anymore. We're still in the top 8. We're going to be looking at other matches, but Sandstorm's sitting there waiting for the winner of the next matchup in the winner's final here at Dreamhack San Diego.
What, again, a timeline to talk about here at Dreamhack San Diego. Sandstorm is guaranteed a top 3 finish. He wasn't able to get it to BCX. Finishing at 9th, I believe. Was he tied for 9th? I believe he was tied for 9th at BCX.
Yeah,
falling
went
to
down
Stingray, who was on a tear. But that championship trophy is going to be hoisted by someone. Will it be North America or will it be South America? Because the next match coming up again is another bout of NA versus SA. We got Impala versus Use coming up next.
And so we've got these. So Use has been playing, I think the only player really playing Greatsword to this level here at Dreamhack San Diego so far. It was the first match of Greatsword that I got the cast was from Use, and Use came off of the back of an amazing tournament performance in his own region. Now, Use even qualifying for the Winter Royale wasn't able to go because of visa issues. Now has that solved. First time over here in the States, and he's undefeated so far, and now he gets to go against Impala, a matchup that we just physically could not see because of those travel issues, and he has been doing so darn well. I'm so excited for this. We're seeing these highlights of him going up against MacD, a player that Sparky and I had favor for being in top 3. Now in the elimination bracket after that win, he's been playing so darn well.
I mean, MacD, one of the pinnacles of defense in the entirety of Brawlhalla, and Use got through. That is a huge W in his side, but also message to be sent time. Like you said, he couldn't make it out to win the Royale because of visa issues. Well, now he's sitting here in what could be a guaranteed top 3 position as well. He's fighting out to get to that winners finals, and it's looking like it was it might have been a different story
if he ended up going to the Royale?
If he ends up, we have two really interesting storylines here where if Impala wins, Impala's still maining the Kaya even after the balance changes, right? And we just saw Laura's doing so fantastic in the Kaya too. He gets that win, and Sandstorm gets 2 Kaya matchups back-to-back.
Yeah.
Right, so that's a little bit of a warm-up. On the other side, if Yuz gets the win here, we're getting the head-to-head here between Impala and Yuz. If Yuz gets the win here, it could be Greatsword versus Scythe, which are two of the most read-heavy weapons where it's like they technically don't have any true combos until that dodge is
until
gone.
you burned it, and all of a sudden the bridges are coming through.
Yeah, and so that's going to be really interesting too to see. I'm so excited for this matchup going against both players here, and I'm just got to wonder how it's going to play out because Impala is proven that when he's at LAN, right, online results be damned, he is phenomenal.
This is the world champ. Like, there's no other way to put it. This is our BCX reigning world champ who not only won, but he cleared. Like, he was running through people at BCX, and he was just an unsolvable issue. A majority of his damage came off of just constantly naring people with bow, and nobody could stop it. You have a lot of mobility accessible to you, and you're staying way more grounded with Greatsword. There is a world we could see a bow ditto if the Vector does show up. I don't think we'll see it here, but you might not have to worry so much outside of outspacing those D-lights from bow, and that might play into his favor.
I don't think we'll be seeing the with a lot of the players that are in this top 8, I feel like they've got that character that they prepared for this LAN environment. And Yuz, I almost certainly expect to be going in with the JN going here, although the Vector is possible. We'll have to see, because Yuz, after that win and how he won against MegD, where it felt like, wow, somebody's actually playing MegD at his own game and winning. I wonder how the matchup's going to go against Impala, where when you're against Kaya, you do have to have a lot of that patience against that very tanky legend,
very patient
where the signatures are so great at covering a lot of the things that you want to do to be able to get in on Greatsword that if you're not careful, you could just see your stock obliterate in a matter of seconds.
And I think that's going to be the big testament too. I think that warm-up of MegD might help him against Impala because Impala has also got a good level of patience. He also, you never know, could have been practicing with Loras too prior to this match to get warmed up to make sure that they knew what they were doing. Granted, there's a chance they might fight in winners finals, so maybe you don't. But is region pride more, or do you want to win?
South America is very tight-knit.
Yes,
I'm almost certain that what you said is true. The only thing stopping that would have been that Loras was on stream just now. So like if they may have played earlier on in the day, they didn't get that right back-to-back warm-up, but I'm almost sure of that fact. And we've got Impala here, I think on stream for the first time, sitting down on the orange side there to go up against Yuz.
Yeah, I believe so. And we learned another thing too from BCX is that Impala has immaculate composure. There's a reason why he hoisted that trophy at the end of the day, because he was so calm up on stage. Nothing fazed him at all. That is something you must have as a champion. You need to be able to put the crowd and everything in your back pocket, because you already know South America's going to get loud, and you're going to have to deal with that. But you know that you can get the job done, and I think Impala has that available to him. I think that that's going to help him with trying to make sure that anytime Yuz gets hyper-aggressive when he needs to, he's not going to break. That's why I see that. That's why I think it's going to be very stressful. This is probably the hardest match Yuz is going to have to deal with all weekend.
Yeah, and seeing on Yuz's side as well for the semifinal, when I watched him play in brackets, because we've been having the player camps on while watching, so we've gotten some interesting insights on how players are reacting to things that are happening in the game. Yuz also with incredible composure. And it wasn't until the match was done, the match was won, guaranteed, that he got up and celebrated for those wins. But other than that, he is completely focused on making sure that he's watching everything that his opponent is doing and responding accordingly.
Yeah, but it's still only Greatsword to be doing it right now. Nobody's prepping for that here up in this point. It might throw him off. It is the best of 5. There's a lot on the table. Like you said, there is thousands of dollars of difference between each one. The pride of being the champ, back-to-back LAN champ, would be quite the thing to be able to hold on to people regardless of the Royale that happened before. This is the next in-person big major event post-BCX. Impala wants it. But I think that South America, the way they've been playing, they have 3 people up here. They could have had 4. They were close with Fiend right there too. They have been sending a message all weekend.
Yeah, and this would be so fascinating. Like, there's a possibility that we get a storyline here this year where Impala wins every LAN but gets like 4th or 5th at every online seasonal. Because it was that's why Impala was, despite being C10, off of so many players' radars, because he really came and developed over the 2 years that we were on all those online championships. So seeing him here at the LAN, doing so well, having such composure, and also having such a great game plan for how to approach a LAN situation, right? Like, when you're at LAN, there's so much more, because you're not in the comfort of your home, so you have to worry about where you're staying, when you're getting there, getting enough sleep, making sure your diet's okay, having all that stuff situated.
Can't just roll out of bed into bracket.
I honestly think that Impala's just mastered it already.
I think he has. It's actually incredibly impressive to see, too. That's why I'm super excited to see what happens here with Impala versus Hughes as we get into game number 1 of the opposite side of winter semis here at Dreamhack San Diego.
Okay, and opening it up right away, there's the J-Unit from Hughes that we were expecting. Impala on the Kaya, of course, going on to Brawlhalla, and we've been having a lot of Brawlhalla matches actually so far, going from set 1 to set 2, and Impala versus Hughes. Now, Hughes, when he played, loved using the sword as a knockout finisher, but would not build up the damage with it. So when he sees that, that weapon spawns in, goes right over the greatsword. I'm expecting something similar to Sandstorm, where it's like we got 400 damage on the greatsword, maybe 100 on the sword, if he continues to do as well as he's doing right now, as he brings Impala off the left side of the stage. Nice recovery.
Yeah, like I said, I think I agree with it a ton, because majority of what Impala was able to do, is he's already starting off with it right now, is that his ability to get you in the anti-air game has been so good. Greatsword has to stay grounded, so it might not play out so bad, except Impala was able to strike very quickly.
Yeah, and something that Hughes is very, very good at is he'll go for these sidelight, D-light bridges, and then he'll do a jumping. Oh, he goes with a side stick to punish the down stick, and it over spaces, and Impala stands still, looks at him, and goes, "Wow, that was close." and then takes out
that's
the
cute. Let me show you a magic trick as I make you disappear. That was very close, though, to Hughes to getting a huge punish.
I absolutely believed in what Hughes was thinking there. He just overspaced it, and that side stick, he got the landing hit from that too, which is a lot stronger than he would have gotten if he got the gravity cancel version. Still cleans it up, goes over the sword, waits for that weapon spawn, goes right back over the greatsword, and they go into a 2-stock-to-2 situation.
Man, I'm already feeling pretty comfortable for using. You're not going to do it again. Are you going for a third time? Baiting out the idea he might go for the weapon pickup. But Impala is so hard to hit in these positions, and Hughes has been keeping it perfectly even as he gets the dare, forces him off, keeps the weapon stop going.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, right? Because that was with the 4th or 5th weapon that spawned in and Hughes' favor that he's denied there. And Impala finally is able to pick up a spear. And during all of that, despite Hughes being at the weapon spawn, or the weapon start advantage, stuff recovery. Okay, makes it back. He's been taking more of the damage from Impala, even while Impala was unarmed.
Yeah, Impala's been able to kind of sneak in and just get quick pokes and be just fine with it. Tried to go for a punish and maybe on a jump for that recovery there. But Impala backing off again. He keeps looking for spot dodges. I feel like he's trying to get a lot of data early on for those late game closeouts.
All right, and Hughes forced over the spear. The weapon toss actually hitting Hughes, oddly enough, and then Impala manages to get it. Recovery from the top of the stage. I'm surprised that knocked out. Hughes taking a ton of damage onto himself, and now he's on 1 stock, and this isn't like a situation where a quick D-Light recovery is going to even things up. Kaya very tanky, and he has a lot more damage to do.
Yeah, he's a greatsword is the weapon of choice that you're going to need right now. You need to get those bridges started. It's been a little bit difficult to find him. He's not getting. There we go. Finally, that puts him right in the red.
Yeah, great job with that. Gets that extra bit of damage, tries to get that dodge down, and because he didn't delay the sidelight, doesn't quite get it, and no follow-up afterwards. Sidelight goes for the neutral signature, and Impala ready for that trick. D-Light recovery, however, will take him off the top, and he's barely taking any damage here on this last stock.
That was a dominant stock. As soon as he finally got one good string in, he felt confidence boost right back up on it. I like the attempt at the neutral signature too. You haven't gone for it yet in the game, and he minimized that damage heavy.
Gets the down air after the pogo. Sidelight tries to go for the nair and the dodge and read. Yeah, watching greatsword strings hit and then not get the finisher is always funny, because it's kind of like, yeah, I didn't look as flashy. Oh, D-Light recovery. Close, but you're still getting the damage while doing it, right? So even if you only get 3 or 4 hits, those 3 or 4 hits are doing monumental damage. But Impala, D-Light side air disarms him. This could be the edge guard here. Weapon throw doesn't force the dodge. User makes it back, and Impala switches over to the spear. A recovery from here at D-Light side air, just denying the weapons. Any of this will do.
We're at D-Light recovery ranges as well, so Hughes needs to be very careful. But of course, the weapon starve is way more important in this situation. You already saw all he needed was one opportunity. He denied all of them as the recovery closes out game 1.
Yeah, Hughes nodding his head there, realizing we has to change for game number 2. I wonder if we're going to be going back to Brawlhalla over and over again. We get a slow-mo of that side stick. That set the tone of the match there. That was like, Impala went for something super risky, maybe trying to go off the side of the stage with it, where you do that slide charge where then you fall and cover the edge of the stage. Didn't get it. Uses the perfect punish, whiffs it, and then goes down, and Impala just runs away with the lead.
Yeah, he's a huge fan of slide canceling off with that, like, all the time. And we finally see a change of scenery. We have been so heavily locked in to Brawlhalla. We're now finally going to see Apocalypse.
And now we're on Apocalypse. Hughes gets a nice 3-hit combo there, gets that neutral light finisher, sends Impala up to the sky, getting a high amount of damage. And starts covering the air with the down airs. If he does these landing down airs, he could lead the end to a neutral air as well.
Now, from that previous game, Yuz was keeping it pretty close the whole time. Yuz missed out on the stage. That's going to be a free dare, but it barely even doesn't look like he was able to get back either way. That previous game, Yuz was going for a lot of attempts with Great Sword, but he couldn't find it. Was there anything that you saw that Yuz needs to be hunting down to try and get something back in his favor here against Impala?
Nothing that I've seen that I think you can adapt to besides a general, like, well, read his dodges better, right? Like, it's been really difficult for you to get anything monumental started from the Greatsword, and now Yu's being boxed away by the bow. Gravity Council side stick, that's a hard call out, and Impala can get into these modes sometimes. Where he's far enough ahead, he'll start using his signatures like their light attacks, even though they're not going to knock out. It's going to make Yuz aware of that option and maybe make him think about too many things to cover, because right now Impala is a down stick away, I think, from getting this, like, super huge 3-to-1 stock lead, and that would be huge. Side stick spot dodge, that could be Yuz getting the stock, but no, Impala gets the D-Light Nair, knowing the recovery's not going to knock out Ajax. He's running away with this.
Yeah, he is building up damage heavy. As he said many times before, land puts him in flow state. He's able to achieve it so much easier here, and currently that's pretty much what we're seeing. Yuz will actually not close it out yet. He's going to be able to get that wall touch back in, and what an answer to the attempted ground pound.
Coming out here in top 8. Love to see it. Gravity Cancel neutral signature, getting that knockout off the top, and that unarmed recovery is not even going to do it.
Out here on Apocalypse, the Yuz is looking at what is a massive lead for Impala right now. It's not undoable. We've seen people do this before, but at the moment, Impala is just refusing to actually let him play the game. He gets that dare. He's continuing to push. He still doesn't get knocked out.
The Nair's not going to do it. You can't get the sideline opener. Impala doesn't even get punished for that neutral light. Is that going to be okay? Gets that neutral light off the top. Yuz got a mountain to climb here. This is, it feels like one little momentum killing thing happens, like not touching the side of the stage, missing the side stick, and then Impala goes, all right, it's time to have a field day.
In the simplest way possible to put it, you need a great sword stock. You need a dominant quick stock like he did in that last game on Brawlhaven, where he
dodged in.
That could have been the
great sword stock.
He hasn't been covering them. Impala's just reading through him so heavily right now. He has had no answer to it.
Yeah, down to comes through, doesn't slide off the side of the stage, but he catches that recovery. D-Line Cider will be getting used, reeling back a little bit after that one. Impala making quick work of him in game 2, and it wasn't even like, I honestly don't even feel like the SD there off the side of the stage really meant much. I think Impala was going to run away with that regardless.
Impala has not been shut down on the bow. That's been the primary thing we were talking about that might be a very fearful factor in this matchup. You don't have to deal so much with the nairs, but you need to play around it, and it didn't even matter. He wasn't even just finding his D-Light starters. He was just pushing them off stage so well, and Yuz had no answer. What a great bait right there, too. He backed off and knew that he tried to get the punish, got the free D-Lights there, and it just kept building on from that point.
Yeah, it was a really good read, a really good call out, like you said, because you could hold the you can hold that down to a lot longer by charging it, even the move's active. But Yuz tried to go for that unarmed recovery to punish it, and Impala was already dash backing to get the down lights to punish the position that the recovery would put him in. And now we're in Miami Dome for game number 3, and Impala starts stacking up those nairs that you said he did so well with.
Yeah, this was very interesting to me too, because those soft platforms are way better for juggles for Impala, as we're seeing already. Like,
has it stopped?
Yeah, like I guess Yuz is saying I want to play sword more at this point, because great sword, it's going to be a lot easier for Impala to get away from any starters, so you're going to be forced to have to play sword way more, and the whole beginning of the game has been Impala getting like 5 nairs.
Yeah, that's been... Okay, the ground pound? What a hard read. D-Light ground pound could come out huge here, but Yuz denies the weapon. Sidelight gets that poke in. No finisher afterwards is going to be able to connect, but Impala still disarmed. Nice job punching Yuz off the side of the stage. I mean, I think it needs to be highlighted that Impala's been unarmed in a lot of these weapon starve situations and still doing more damage. That is the craziest gravity cancel D-Light drop I've ever seen.
You know, honestly, I'm actually glad you pointed out that unarmed thing too, as we saw him get back on stage. He's been playing like a 3-weapon legend, but that still won't be enough yet. Like, talk about high defense. Good evasion from Impala. Gets a reversal pogo. Weapon toss down.
It could just be the whole reversal. Yeah, Yuz goes down there. First strike over to Impala. Yuz almost had the edge guard that would have gotten him the first lead in the set, but instead Impala makes it back, gets the dive kick, gets the weapon throw, and just like that, Yuz gets hit by one sideline. It could be another neutral signature. Doesn't catch Impala, and even more damage is coming through.
It's just continuing, the hill is continuing to get larger and larger as the set goes on. Yuz has minimized the damage. One good stare at ledge will take this out, but Impala refuses to let him do it. D-Light recovery will finally get the job done, but he has always been behind. He's got to pick it up ASAP if he wants to keep this winter side run alive.
That evidence right there is all I need, that your analysis of Miami Dome being more sword focused is true. He had the great sword as an option. He switches over to the sword. This is what he wants to be able to fight against Impala with, and Impala seems unfazed by that. One-sider comes through, but that was after Impala got 3 good hits, and another attack from Impala will bring Hughes into the orange. Dash forward, dash back, falling Sarah, and there we go. Neutralite tags him in the air as well. These anti-airs from Impala are impeccable.
Yeah, another side light too. You expect them to go straight forward, but Impala doesn't get closed out. Doesn't matter though. D-Light side air coming through for Hughes, and like you said, I mean, primary sword, and to be honest, it's actually looking significantly better. Like maybe just for the stage, but the sword has been putting in a lot of work this game.
Now Hughes, dash forward, dash back, has that sword. D-Light side air does hit him. He's trying to get him on the edge of the stage. Once again, we haven't seen too many of these down tigs, but I know Impala's got it. We're like, depending on the state of the game, and if he's feeling confident about it, we'll see down tig after down tig trying to catch him get back on that stage. But so far, he's just like, you know what? I'm doing great with the corner guard. I'm keeping you off stage. I don't need to show my hand just yet. But that gravity cancel side stick gets lightly punished by that neutral light.
Like we said before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Simplicity is key sometimes in these situations, and for Impala, you just want to keep corner. You want to keep it going, but now he's just got the jungle going, refuses to get knocked out just yet. One recovery will take it. Weapon toss up, forcing him to go high. Tries to go for the ground pound. Good evasion from Hughes.
And the dare's coming through. Hughes has an edge guard opportunity here. Doesn't get it. Impala makes it back. D-Light side air. Okay, Hughes, can he take the first lead of the set?
This will be the first lead he's had in a little while, Taza, and he is in dire need of it. D-Light recovery will get the job done on an Impala too, but you see he's trying to play around it, and he made him use everything above him. Perfect punish with the recovery. Elimination side stock sitting here for Hughes.
And Impala's so great at covering Miami Dome there. That spear recovery covered the space in between the two platforms that Hughes tried to land through. And now with that D-Light neutral light comes through, that's the extra credit that Impala needs to really run away with this. Weapon throw to pick up recovery, just barely enough to knock Impala off the top of the stage, and that's huge because I was worried that if it bounced off the wall, Hughes wasn't going to get it.
All right, well, if you got hope for Hughes right now, you better get loud in the crowd because he has got only one more shot to try and keep this run alive here on this, what could be a 3-0, and he is building up. Hughes is starting to push him off stage. I feel like he's playing way more confident. That's the biggest thing I'm seeing right now in his movement.
And Impala getting that side light, goes in for the nair. Hughes goes in for that nair as well. And Impala just denies that spear, primes that bow, gets the neutral air. And here we go to see it again, Ajax. Is Hughes going to get by 50 million nairs? No. D-Light slider comes through instead, and Hughes, now in orange, finally breaks the pressure, gets some damage in, but it's only been these neutral lights.
Yep.
He hasn't really gotten any string started on the sword.
Exactly. It's only been like a quick hit, and I got to go. You got to shoot at 3-piece strings. You got to keep something going here. And Hughes hasn't been really able to get much. There's another nair for Impala. Impala has him on the side, and that's going to close it out. Impala takes it 3-0 and lines up the matchup of the BCX champ versus the champ of champs in winners finals, sending yet another one of South America's reps down to the elimination side of bracket.
All right, and that means Sandstorm versus Impala will be that winners finals match later on in the day, and these two have had a very interesting head-to-head in the online championships, constantly sometimes double eliminating each other, sometimes fighting each other, winning once in winner's side and then losing in the elimination side. They've been going really back and forth with it. Let's look at these highlights here from Hughes. He came so close in game number 1. Impala really destroyed him in game 2 for that SD, and then in game 3, even with that switch over to the sword, focusing on that over the great sword, I feel like if we looked at like hits per engagement, it would be that one sword neutral light every single time. It was really tough for Hughes to break Impala's defense,
which is not good considering Impala every single time. Like when the spear was out, it would be a low amount of damage, but the spear would get the job done. But the real pain factor was the fact that the bow was just too much. He couldn't outspace it. He couldn't figure out how to stop anything from Impala, and he spent most of that match in the air trying to find a way to land. And he's the one who picked Miami Dome to have new ways to maybe land. It still didn't matter.
Yeah, and it kind of just turned into Impala being like, okay, I love this stage.
Yeah, that's why I was so confused why we ended up there. It's like, this is a great opportunity for Impala to juggle you a ton. And we see it right there, a big shift of focus on that match to the sword in game 3, but it was not enough as we see him take that trip down.
A really long second stock there, which was really interesting to see too. They were keeping it close in the sense that when a stock flew, the next player was being cleaned up relatively quickly, but Impala had to lead the entire time. I think both that first and second stock on that game 3, it was both situations where Hughes was like, okay, now just finish the stock. You send him off stage, and Impala makes it back, gets the recovery up the top, and now we're in a situation where the extra credit is just too much to bear.
Yeah, and that, against, like we said, Impala is one of the most difficult people to hit in the game right now, and land specifically. And if you continue to let him build damage like that, you're going to be forced to have to make a move. You're going to be forced to have to make a game plan work, and he just plays around it incredibly well. Like, he is so stoic up there. It's crazy seeing, like, no emotion at all come out of his face when he's got that. But he's going to have to take a little breather before he plays later on, which we're also going to do ourselves. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to take a trip down to the elimination side of Top 8. Don't go anywhere.
I'm doing amazing.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Snime, or Jaden. I'm a US West player.
All right, and who do you play?
Maining Mirage.
Nice, nice. Okay, today is Championship Sunday. Who's going to win?
Ooh, in twos, I got to back the boys' maiden experience.
Okay.
In ones, I would love to see Sandstorm pop off and bring back some of that like prime Sandstorm that we've seen in previous years. So I want to see Sandstorm win, but of course, the tournament is so stacked, you have no idea.
It really has been a crazy tournament so far. What's been your favorite thing about the weekend?
Meeting friends that I've known for like multiple years online, seeing in person for the first time has been awesome. Seeing all the devs here, all the pros, and watching them play pools, the main stage. I mean, it's just been amazing. Just seeing everyone in person. So.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for chatting with us. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm 5.0.
All right, and where are you from?
I'm from California, Los Angeles.
So this was not a long trip for you?
No, it was about a 2-hour drive.
And you drove?
Yeah, I drove my own car.
Great, so you're a US West player. How has it been the first ever US West LAN?
It's been pretty good because, there's no lag really, so some of the subs have been a little weird, but most of the subs have been pretty good.
Love to hear that. Today is Championship Sunday. First in doubles, then in singles. Who do you think is going to win?
I think Maiden Experience. Right. I think they got it in the bag. Yeah.
And then what about singles?
I don't know. That's up for grabs. I think Sandstorm has a chance, but I mean, we might see a Brazil player maybe. Maybe Kaina. I think Kaina is really good. Maybe make a loser bracket run.
Love that. If you had to pick North America, South America, Europe, or any of our other regions as the region you would back, who are you going to pick?
Probably NA.
NA?
Yeah, NA.
All right, awesome. And you've had a good time here at San Diego.
Yeah, it's an amazing time. It's been a blast, except for the concert, but we all know it happened.
Yeah, that was an event.
Yeah.
But hey, thank you so much for chatting with us, and hopefully see you in that crowd tonight.
Dreamhack San Diego 2023, and it is time for the elimination side of top 8. We already seen a couple people take that stamp into the top 4 position, that being 2 champions, but some people have to make their way back to them. I'm Ajax, and I'm rejoined once again by Taza.
Yeah, I like that you highlight that 2 champions comment, right? Because we got the reigning world champion against Sandstorm, who is basically like when people think of Brawlhalla singles, they think of Sandstorm first, even when he wasn't really competing. So this is really exciting to be seeing it. And now we're in the elimination bracket. We're going to be starting with Luna and McD. I think this is the last purely NA match that we're going to be having.
I believe
for
so,
some time.
because when I took a look,
Yeah.
There's an interesting path that's going to be happening on the opposing side of that. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but this one is the last NA bout on the elimination side of bracket before we get back up to winners for it. Yep. So it's going to be Luna and McD, and we mentioned this before a little bit while we were getting ready to start the precursor for top 8. These two have fought quite a bit. Unfortunately for one of these two, it's not been too great historically. It is a 65% win ratio, 63 win ratio for Luna over McD,
And
19-9.
I was going to ask what that ratio was, because if it was like 5 games to 1, then that's something. But with 19 wins over those 9 losses to McD, that's something to be said. Now, I'm curious how recent the last McD win was, because I feel like McD's been playing phenomenally.
I agree with that a lot, actually. That's actually why going into this one, as we talk about this was a huge set yesterday. Luna getting that reverse 3-0 to bring it all the way back when it looked like everything was done. But no, Luna is arguably the best player in the game at the moment for a reason in terms of overall stats. but he doesn't have that LAN championship he's been looking for. And he, as the way he looked though when he beat Godly, our #1 and #2 seeds.
He's got that Winter Royale championship.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
That is
Let me put respect on that. That is true.
But this is like for that open invitational LAN, right? Like the going through the gauntlet of starting in pools like everybody else and then getting that championship. You're right. Luna's still looking for that victory. He's got those onlines. He's got that Royale, winning the first Royale of the year. And now he's got to go through MEGD and then half of South America, right?
Yes.
Because only one South American player can potentially make it at this top 3 at this point because they're all stewing in the elimination bracket, and Luna's got to fight through MEGD, and then I
believe it was Lores.
Was it Lores? And then
yes.
and then the
Which
winner,
that would be a rematch if that did happen.
And then Yuzu Kaina on the other side that are fighting against Boomy versus South America there. That's really exciting.
Yeah, and now this is why also we're going to put respect on MEGD's name as well. There's a reason why I always refer to him as one of the staples, one of the most defensive players in the entirety of Brawlhalla. It is very difficult to hit MEGD. He has made a name for himself through that. He's also performed very well. There's a reason why a lot of us saw that he might be maybe a top 3 player throughout in this tournament, because he's the only one who was in top 4 for doubles, who is also here in top 8 for singles, purely from that incredible play. We're used to seeing the Val. He does have a couple others too, but usually you're seeing Sword or Gauntlets in the mix no matter what.
Yeah, and MEGD, I think a player that has been a single staple for a very long time, getting into that top 8 at BCX as well. But to be able to do top 4 in doubles, here top 8 in singles as well, like you said, the only player to do it is really impressive. And now he's got to go against Luna, who is really like the player to beat for him. This is one of those matchups where it's like, if MEGD gets the win over Luna, all of a sudden that possibility of a MEGD top 3 is just skyrockets.
Yeah, also just something to think about too. We talk about, representation for all region, continents, and everything. Respect to Canada as well. This is the last Canadian rep that they have here in MEGD, with a lot of great players they have out there, but he's the one who always makes it to the top. Luna has good history, but as we have seen here at LAN, things can be very different as we start off the first match of Luna versus MEGD.
Is that the Jiro lock-in for game #1 against Luna on the Lucian? Okay, so there's the sword that we were talking about that we were expecting to see, and Luna with the blasters on that big hat Lucian that he's been doing so well with. Okay, MEGD, can you get a hit in?
MEGD actually can't play the game right now. Luna is completely dominating, and he reads the recovery. My God, what a dominant start for Luna here in the beginning of this game.
Okay, well, MEGD picked up a weapon and then was gone. Scythe is coming up next. And Luna switches over to the guitars here, gets the sidelight, and it's been relentless so far. Is he sweating? Okay, MEGD, can you make it back to the stage here? Now, the thing about Jiro that's different about Val is that high dexterity, low defense on this character, right? So you get a few extra things coming out from the scythe and the sword there, but really there's the low defense is why players tend to stay away from this character. And seeing MEGD here on the scythe and the sword is very fascinating indeed.
Funny enough, the person who actually brought this character back in the fold last year that was Luna when he was playing against Jetbean in, I believe, Springs, and then right after that, AO Blue showed up and said, wait, Jiro played kind of well, but this is not what we're used to seeing at all from MEGD. It's always high defense or good defense overall. This is a very different take, and also way more aggressive of a weapon. We're not used to seeing that with Scythe.
Yeah, D-Light Recovery's going to take MEGD off the top again. No, barely not enough force so far, but Luna has been complete control over this matchup. MEGD's getting a few hits here or there, but nothing leading to anything that Luna's got to be afraid of. Even that neutral light not coming up with a follow-up right afterwards, and another D-Light would almost certainly take MEGD down. Can MEGD get the... Okay, can't get the gravity cancel D-Light, and that recovery, is that going to be enough? No, just low enough that he can survive.
Just, it like literally frames off of potentially getting knocked out there. MEGD is slowly starting, he's finding a lot more hits, but that recovery will make this now a 2-stock lead.
Okay, with this 2-stock lead, we're seeing reasons why that 70% win rate is in favor of Luna over MEGD. D-Light down air, goes to the ground pound on the dodge in read, and MEGD sends him flying away with an unarmed nair, but he's got to take 1 stock yet before he has to worry about taking this game. D-Light Cider will finally do it, and Luna just takes a step back, goes like, okay. Did pretty well with that first stock.
There's like interesting statistics sometimes you'll see, like if I'm going to reference baseball really quick here with pitchers versus batters, so some of them just have their number is the statement. We're feeling like this is it here. Like Luna has, he just understands what MEGD wants. And I think, honestly, that's a big part of why he went with Jiro, because he decided, I need some ridiculously different pick that might trip him up. So far, it's just been Luna reading on all of his openers and his defense.
And I like that you bring that up, because sometimes players will just have a character that they pick for a specific problem matchup. And especially if it's a problem player matchup like Luna. The Jiro out here could be definitely what MEGD's thinking would be the answer, but so far Luna has been very difficult to approach. Side air comes through, and even the weaknesses of Lucian are kind of evaporated by the low defense of Jiro,
Yeah.
where you can get those knockouts a lot sooner than you would from having such low force on this character.
That's like the third time he's tried to get that D-Light at the ledge too, and Luna just keeps playing just around it. Here we go, finally gets a D-Light. Let's see if he can close this out because he does have
Disarm
him near
him.
less stock. Weapon toss away, one good... actually, weapon toss up just to see maybe if he can get him to make a mistake underneath it. I don't know what he's looking for there, but that is not going to happen as we get a 2-stack victory for Luna to start off the set.
Yeah, that recovery was fantastic. Catches Megdi trying to land, and Megdi kind of looking around, being like, all right, that's how that game went. He's very good at adapting mid-set. Luna was kind of just crushing him all in the blasters there.
Yeah.
We see that 442 coming up from the blasters. So it was like, yes, that like a huge chunk of that 73 guitar damage was just that last recovery towards the end there. So
Like, how do you beat one of the most defensive players? Well, you beat him by outspacing him the entire time with a good defensive weapon at that. He just couldn't find an opener. I'm not too surprised actually to see Demon Island because it gives him a little bit more room to run. But also, if you're going to be continuing with the Jiro here, you might be able to sneak out an early play off a Nair off stage with that small ledge.
yeah, I want to see what the game plan is here from Megdi. He's got the sword here, one of his best weapons in my opinion. And Luna has been keeping him away with the blasters. But now that he's got that picked up, he's not immediately in an edge guard scenario, and it's not Brawlhalla where we're going to be losing those stocks at orange. Well, maybe he's still going to be losing the stocks at orange.
It's still Jiro, so.
Yeah. Let's see if anything changes here. Now the sight's been picked up, goes in that falling side air, and Luna with the blasters has just been doing phenomenal.
I mean, yeah, I like the fact that Megdi's looks like he's second-guessing his approaches more often now because he was kind of being pretty linear, but now Luna's chasing it. It's like, okay, you're not committing to moving forward. I see the hop back. Now I'm going to go punish it.
The neutral sig, dipping down, Luna making it look like he was going to land on the ground, but instead goes high with that attack. Megdi not taking out the top just yet, and Luna dashing all the way in for that side light. Megdi gets one little punish on that side light himself.
This is the closest Megdi's had an opportunity in the game. He was going to go ahead and switch up sides. As he goes him out, does not decide to go for ground pound. Just keeps stage control. Weapon toss away too. I like this idea because this could be this is going to line up for a D-Light recovery.
I love how Luna's using the side stick on blasters here for the Lucian. It's often what I call like the forbidden move for the character because I feel like it's one of the hardest to land. Like, oh, but the D-Light recovery takes him down. But he's using it in a way like a Fate player would use Gravity Cancel Neutral Signature or Sidra would use the Cannonball, right? And I like that because Megdi's actually like, he sees that, he's like, I don't want to go out there. I don't care that your dodge is gone.
I mean, that's the biggest thing so far is that he keeps making him second-guess his choices. He does finally find a recovery, though, and very, very importantly, Taza, he got that stock without taking a massive amount of damage this time. Because the first stock last game, it got speed ran. You can't really say anything about it. But every time he tried to get us, like, every time he got a revenge KO, he took so much before it finally went away.
Oh, and now dashing forward, gets that in light, goes in, and Luna starting with the guitars, already getting 3 hits. Megdi with the neutral air into recovery. Sair can catch the landing. Luna sweats down to the stage. That's a huge amount of damage in Ajax. This could be the first lead for Megdi, and I'm starting to see what Megdi believes in with the scythe here. Just had to warm up with it a little bit, and especially when he's against Luna's guitars, that might just be what the reason is for the Jiro, which is like, I'm going to shut out the guitars and make it so that you can only play blasters with this pick, because Luna's certainly gotten a lot of wins off of the back of his guitars alone.
Yeah, he does it, like, he's trying to make sure that, like, if you're going to whiff guitars in front of me, I'm getting a massive punish out of it. Like, Luna now, for the first time, forced to use it.
Downset comes out, tries to get him with the chain. Can't get it, switches over to the sword, D-Light recovery time.
D-Light Sair at the ledge.
No
Luna
dodge.
makes a mistake. He goes around it, but Sair comes through for Luna, trying to catch him with an air, but Megdi, hey, he's had a lot more control this game, too. I mean, this is Megdi's home. He's so good on Demon Island overall, usually with the Valve, but it's working out well here, too. For the Jiro's D-Light recovery is not going to do it just yet.
Oh, needs one more of those coming through. The recovery does catch him with that gravity cancel downlight, and a huge call from Luna that ends up having a huge risk that doesn't pay off. Megdi takes him off the top and takes the lead here in game number 2. And the Scythe is really coming online. Neutral Light catching Luna in the air. And we have this matchup again where the Scythe versus guitars where I feel like Megdi was doing the best. Luna goes for a dodge away read and Megdi just gets right out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest question mark I had going into this, wondering why the Scythe was here. But it is actually the one that's gotten the most damage by a long shot. He's going to avoid that recovery play from Luna. Luna trying to catch him once again and push him off stage. He's got him so deep in the red already. Look how hard it's been for him to actually land.
Yeah, and he waits until Luna's about to land before starving that weapon, boxing him away with the neutral lights on the Scythe, doing such a fantastic job. Luna hasn't taken too much damage yet, but I'll tell you what, Megdi hasn't taken any. And now Luna disarmed again, finally gets kicked away. Luna's going to go for the edge guard there unarmed and give up the weapon spawn to Megdi. Now the Scythe picked up against unarmed. That's probably, I mean, unarmed has a lot of unfavorable matchups, but that's probably one of the most.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be whipping directly in front of Scythe as unarmed. You are not going to have a good time afterwards. And the weapon star was continuing, but he finally gets him. He decides to go for the switch, gets the punish, minimize the damage.
Yeah.
And it's still Demon Island.
Yeah.
You can get caught at the ledge very easily. Luna's been covering that ledge so well.
Yeah, going for those side signatures, the guitar down sigs as well, could get him early. We haven't seen him do so much, but the D-Light dash jump dare, one of my favorite early combos on blasters. But he tries to go for a gravity catch neutral that gave him more damage. Double nair, triple nair. Oh, goes for the jump. Doesn't get it, but the D-Lights, no! Misses the side air follow-up afterwards. I don't think any jumps left, actually.
Yeah, you know, he was out of jumps. He already burned his double jump on that, but he's still keeping his turn. Like even after that, finally gets a dare reversal and he gets the nair. And Meg D's still holding lead, but this is one of those games you've been playing with the lead all game. You can't throw this. Like that's why I think he's controlling center a lot. He's trying to look for just the D-Light zero, D-Light recovery. Keep it simple.
Dash jump, weapon throw, D-Light pickup, trying to get the nair after that. Luna is playing really hot right now, but still needs to get a little bit more damage. Meg D realizing he's been in this position so many times before. He's like, okay, sword neutral light into D-Light anything, and I've got the win. But D-Light into what's that? I mean, D-Light sider comes through and Luna putting his hands up in frustration there. Those two side sticks coming out. I don't think that's what he wanted.
I'm fairly certain that was a misinput. That or one of the biggest reads we have seen all day, but not necessary at all in that position. And instead of what could have been Luna making his way back through, fighting his way all the way back, it's actually going to be Meg D that answers. And a big part of that is that 329 sitting on that site this game.
Yeah, normally you expect that D-Light dash jump recovery there. And we see that moment where he dodges down the stage, playing too fast for his own good. There's a reason why, despite it looking so easy by a lot of the players that play blasters in top 8, I still get so excited when I see it, because that's a difficult combo to do. Definitely a true combo, but if you mess that up in any way, you could lose your dodge, you could accidentally use a ground pound, a signature, anything like that, and that can lead to you losing the stock in those tense last-minute situations. And we see Meg D absolutely punish him for the downlight recovery that may have won him the game.
Yeah, there's been a huge theme of that throughout this whole weekend, in twos and in ones. A lot of late-game drops on what would normally just be a silly deal. It is. That's what I was leading to, too. It's being on the stage. It plays into you because you don't want to go down in these spots in front of the crowd. And I don't think it's going to affect Luna too much because he did walk away with that reverse 3-0 yesterday, but that one is definitely going to hurt a bit.
Yeah, and Luna's showing that frustration at the end of game number 2. As Meg D and the Giro, I admit I was severely doubting it going into game number 1, but you talked about the possibility that this is a counter pick for Luna so that he can get over this hurdle that is this opponent, this rival that has such a huge winning record over him. And he's got a game off of Luna so far, and he's got a lead in game number 3. And as Luna's on the guitars, I'm realizing I think Meg D's got this specifically to shut down Luna's guitars. They have not been doing a lot.
That's huge because, like you said before, the Luna's guitars are a majority of why he's been having so much success of late. Like, the blasters have been on point, but the guitars have been tearing people up. And this seems Meg D's put a lot of time in the lab to figure this out.
Yeah, and they might be on point, but I mean, if you're dropping D-Light recovery against the pressure from Meg D, you've got a problem. D-Light side air as Luna sweating off the side of the stage means Luna has no idea how to get back on it here on Demon Island. When the wall's that small, it's difficult to avoid a downlight. It reaches over the edge, your head slips up even a bit, and with that big hat from Lucian, it doesn't actually change anything. But maybe you get caught.
Got a big old head. But like, one of the things that's very interesting too is we were talking earlier about player body language at the cameras, right?
Yeah.
I have not seen much emotion out of Meg D over these last 2 games. He is locked in, where Luna has been kind of shimmying around and staring a little bit, trying to get amp back up. So that's really good, because for somebody who has such a good set history against you, you need some confidence. It feels like Meg D's found it.
Yeah, Luna's definitely a very animated player on win or on loss, and Meg D has got that that concentration. Oh, the stuff recovery effects. That's it. Luna adjusting his headset after that one. This is a 3-stock to 1 lead. Ajax, we went from like a near 3-stock in game 1 of Brawlhalla to going to Demon Island, and this Giro is unstoppable. And this is a 3-defense legend, right? So you win. The trade-off from, you know, having to never get hit in a game like Brawlhalla is that you got so much stats in the force and the movement speed into Dex. That D-Light recovery not dropped this time, but too little too late at this point. Luna's got to be able to do that 2 more times.
Yeah, he has to have a dominant stock, get himself back into this. And I will say this, no matter how this game goes, I don't think there's a world where we see Demon Island again. Meg D is phenomenal on this stage, and he's looking like he might win twice back-to-back on it. I'd be very surprised to see us go back here.
And what's crazy about this as he gets that neutral light is that this is a stat counter pick, right? You're going for this stat line of the sword and scythe, because Meg D has not been signature heavy. No. We saw 1 down sig on scythe, it didn't connect, and then he was like, okay, I'm done trying that. Yep. It has been purely being played by the neutral game here from Meg D that Luna is struggling to break into. I thought we had the code cracked in game number 1, but it turns out that Meg D was actually just warming up.
Yeah, and that last few times times. He's been caught with D-Light Sarah over on the side there too, so he knew Luna was going to jump up. He tried to get him with a straight up Sarah. He might make it happen. His sword is back in hand. Luna does not have many mistakes left as he's behind the whole stock.
He's down 2 jumps. He's got recovery here. Gravity cancel neutral A. Perfect edge guard there coming up from Meg D. And that edge guard came from the fact that Meg D's counting and watching those jumps, being like, well, you've got your dodge and you've got your recovery, and I could cover all of that by just standing in front of the side of the wall and using a gravity cancel sword neutral A. Those edge guards are very popular by sword mains, and Meg D's one of the best at doing it.
I can't stress enough that no matter how many times we talk about stats, when you are in the building on the stage, stats be damned. Because sometimes things just turn out this way, and he's up 2-1, potentially knocking out our #1 overall seed at 7th place.
Well, and I think you just hit the nail on the head in game 1, which is that after 19 losses to Luna, Meg D might be like, okay, I've got to bring out something specifically to beat this player, because if I'm beating everybody else, but when I run into Luna, I don't get the championship win, I have to devise a strategy specifically for fighting against this. And that means he throws the gauntlets out the window, gets a way more read-heavy weapon so he can basically manipulate where Luna is on the stage. And now we've got himself in a 2-1 lead with a character that we've seen very few players actually pick and have success with. And he went into game 1 with a Jiro. He didn't even wait for the Val to fail.
This is the very first time we've seen the Jiro out of Meg D. This is a specific to player option that he is doing right now. And you need to think about these things when you go into big set histories that you just don't have a solution to. Maybe the weapons are just not going to work for you. Like you said, no gauntlets in this position. He hasn't been able to open them up. And the fact that the sight has been working so well to the point that he's afraid to even approach sword now at the end because he's putting on the damage so quickly. You can't. I don't think that there's a world again where we see Demon Island or a flat stage. It's got to have like you got to have a soft platform to get away from him at this point.
I wonder if Luna is thinking about the counterpick here with the character that he has. We know that Luna has a really large legend roster, and I'm convinced at this point. Like I was suspicious about it. I'm convinced. He is shutting out Luna's guitars with the Jiro pick. The guitars aren't doing anything. When he tries to make something happen, he gets like 4 hits and then he loses his stock. The blasters are doing a lot of work, but they're not doing enough to get the win. And when you're off of Brawlhalla, Lucian just does not have the damage that he needs to be able to take out a character, even with as low defense as Jiro, because I know he's on that 3 defense because Meg D's running default stance. So he's not able to knock out this character, which is what makes this counterpick is so brilliant about it, because it's like both a counterpick for Luna and for the fact that he's like, wait a second, you're on a 3-force legend? I don't have to care about defense in this matchup. You're going to be knocking me out at the same rate no matter what.
Yeah, it's an irrelevant fact. I don't care about that at this point. And I don't think I actually saw a legend switch. It looks like Luna was just taking his time to try and recoup. I mean, that's a good thing to do when you're on this position as well. Stop, take a breather.
He didn't switch to legend, but he did ban Demon Island first.
That's 100% expected. 100% expected entirely. If you go back, you're essentially selling. I don't think it's a good idea at this point. Meg D has shown he has complete dominance on that stage. You can't get by him on ledge anymore. And the most important part is he is outspacing him the whole match. When he was on Brawlhalla, he couldn't outspace Luna at all.
Yeah, and so now, to the sounds of Apocalypse, it is. Here we are for game number 4, match point. Meg D wins this. He gets his 10th win over Luna. It's going to be a bit before he gets that winning record reverse.
It's going to be a pretty important one.
That means that he's solved something that's going to force Luna to have to play differently against him if he gets this win. Let's see what Luna can do, because this is the last game, potentially, of the entire tournament that he has to adapt.
Like we said, the #1 seed currently looking at the elimination of bracket, period. Not just the elimination side of bracket, but being out entirely from Dreamhack San Diego, but he was put in a position similar to this yesterday. He had to go up against Godly, and he was able to reverse 3-0. Even with as good as Meg D is playing, you have to consider that was a good pause that he had. Kind of maybe reminding himself, I'm nice with it, I'm that guy, and I could do this.
And we are seeing a really heavy focus here onto the blasters. Does he get the new, yes, he does get the fresh pair. Yeah, okay, he does switch over to it eventually. Getting the fresh pair that spawned there, had him primed. When he picked up the guitars, he threw them away immediately. Didn't even try to combo off of them. He's like, okay, I won game 1 by being really sick with the blasters. And that's what's happening here in game 2, is he opened up that first stock in under 30 seconds with Meg D flying off the board.
Yeah, this is the win condition right now. The guitars are not in. The blasters need to be back on point as he gets multiple nairs, continuing to chase him, looking for a dare off the soft platform to maybe get a reset into some bigger damage.
Does the platform on the map matter that much? Meg D's so good. Oh, he puts up the first down stick that we ever see in the game and just immediately gets nared for it. Dare to recovery? No, because he waited out Luna's wake up down air, gets a nice punish from it, but it still hasn't gotten the stock.
Now we're going to get guitars back in hand. At this point, you don't have to worry too much about actually playing guitars heavy. You just need one good recovery play. Or that, and he's not going to get the closeout just yet. But Web Toss away, looking for a closeout, and he misses once again. He cannot get the second stock, but it doesn't matter. He's already so up in the lead.
Yeah, McD tries to go in for a pivot there on something. I didn't see what the move was because Luna ends up staring him away, gets the down air, weapon throw for good measure, but doesn't even need it. It's now 3 stocks to 1, and after a little bit of a breather, Luna is destroying McD here in game number 4.
And remember what I said before? I've seen like no emotion really come out of McD's face. That second stock, I saw a lot of emotion. It's like, there's no shot this is going down this way, right? Well, he's going to get to D-Light recovery. He's going to get himself down to at least one more stock. But we haven't seen him have a really dominant stock that's like a 0 to KO yet. He's going to need to pull that out.
I mean, we had that one stock in game 3, I think, or game 2, where he got the stuff recovery effects at the ground on the side of the stage. But it's going to take Luna having a huge blunder there to make that work. Maybe happens to the guitars. Oh, the Nair could catch him. Goes up for the recovery. He actually gets caught. Double Nair. McD sweating. Can't make it to the stage. He throws that weapon up into the sky and just dive kicks down to the bottom of the stage. It's game 5, Ajax.
That is a champion mentality right there, to be able to recoup after going down 2-1 in the set. You were getting figured out a lot, but you know that you have beaten him before. You know that you can get the job done, and he started it off hot. He never took his foot off the gas pedal, Taza, and now we are in what we kind of hope to see throughout top 8 all the time, that game 5 to see who moves forward.
And now I wonder what stages McD's going to take off the board here. Almost certainly going to leave Demon Island open, but I wonder if he's going to leave Brawlhaven open with how that happened in game number 1. Because like the flat stages seem to be better for him. It's just going to be a very interesting counterpick war, because that last stock there, very low damaging overall, because McD was going for such a risk to take down Luna's stock. And we saw how long that first stock lasted. I mean, Luna went a stock and a half before even getting touched again.
I think we're going to end up back on Apocalypse, because I think he's going to try to guide him to Demon Island.
Oh.
But
he's got to leave it open.
I don't know if he wants to fight him on Brawlhaven. I don't know if after that first game he's going to want to do
Temple pick. It's been on stream today.
We have seen it. It has been on stream.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I'd be here for it if we do see it. I'd be curious to see why that'd be the play, but we're going to find out right now. It is game number 5, and it's going to be the Fortress of Lions, which actually makes some sense as well, because slightly wider stage, you don't have to worry so much about Apocalypse, but also nobody's sneaking out underneath, so maybe he tries to go a little bit more aggressive off stage.
They haven't had too many offstage interactions like that quite yet, but this could be a blessing in disguise here with Luna opening up the guitars, even though he's getting all of his hits, actually. Luna really just running away with this game number 5. Several Nairs coming through with McD on the sword, neutral at recovery. Luna yet to be touched. Sair hits him while he's sweating, and McD has to swing just to be able to get back to the stage, and Luna, D-Light ground pound, almost gets the recovery. Blasters picked up. I was ready for that wake-up D-Light recovery there, but he doesn't get it. It gets the Dare Sair true combo from that angle.
Yeah, Taza, this is the last thing you want to see, is seeing the guitar starting to work. He has been able to shut down the guitars the entire time, and now all of a sudden he has no answer.
This is the weapon for it, though. The Scythe is the answer, and he was able to get on the ground.
That's true.
Have this here, and Luna realizing that goes, okay, I'm done with this. I don't want to fight guitars against Scythe. I pick up the blasters. He's going to look for that D-Light finisher, and now he has to be careful. Okay, D-Light Slider doesn't even go for the execution test of the recovery. Had enough damage to do it.
Luna striking first here, getting the tone setter. That's what you needed to do. You saw how they both quickly tried to panic and get the weapon toss away to stop him from getting the blasters while he had Scythe out, because he knows he doesn't want Luna to get something started. But now, again, without Scythe in hand, Luna's realized, I just have the way to play around this. And not only that, but he is refusing to let him actually to play the game.
Weapon throw into pickup Nair and a weapon throw again. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's like when McD doesn't have a weapon, the guitars are absolutely the way to go. And Luna starred him for so long that finally a sword's picked up, but he's so deep into the orange already, and Luna is just going for Sair after Sair.
And finally, a sidelight comes through to give a little bit of a reprieve for McD, and Neutralizer going to come through as well. He had to fight really hard for that. He was taking a long time to get back down to the ground. Instead, baiting the idea he would go for the Scythe, keeps the sword out because he's got him in D-Light recovery range. He wants to close this out ASAP.
Oh, and McD getting hit by that Cider off the side of the stage. Now has the sword, falls through with that neutral light, goes in for the down light, goes for the recovery, and Luna goes in for that pickup on the guitars. Getting at the recovery, the neutral light comes through, the Nair hits as well.
Damage continuing to pile on here. The last thing you need right now is for Jiro to be looking at that deep red damage that Luna has been able to keep going. Luna trying to get a big punish, but it's going to be a recovery. No, actually just lets him rock. He waited a long time before he finally decided to do it.
All right, McD has a mountain to climb. It's game 5, last stock. He hasn't taken a stock from Luna here, as after that quick little breather, he is just running away with the lead both of the guitars and the blasters. Can he get this knockout here? He has to get untouched and then have a miracle stock like he talked about on the site.
Like I said, this is one of those. This is why I think this stage was where we ended up going, because if you're going to try and make a big play without going off stage the entire previous point of the set, make sure he can't run away from you underneath the stage. D-Light recovery will get the job done. I would not be surprised to see Meg D kind of commit to the Scythe to see if he can try and get one of those early steals.
Here's an opportunity. Luna goes deep off stage. A weapon spawns in, but Luna kicks his way through. Neutralite into, he gets picked up in the dare. Here's a chance, Ajax.
This is a big, you have to capitalize anytime you have him off stage. That's the only way this is going to work. He gets back on, he gets side light. There we go.
Gravity cancel side light would have been huge. Luna jumps all the way around it. Megdy looking for that nair off the side of the stage, and Luna with the guitars. This is a vulnerability. Okay, goes over that nair. Lots of hits coming through here. Even though Megdy's in the scythe, Luna's still getting those neutral wins. One Sair comes through. Side light comes through. Dash forward, dash back. Dodge back, trying to get Luna to go for something so that he can punish it, and that dare is there. All right, Ajax, Megdy's getting a lot of wins and not getting hit back.
Yeah, it's been very good for him so far.
Hurts.
He did immediately toss away those guitars before to get the blasters, and that Sair is going to send him off stage. Blasters are the weapon of choice. Megdy does not have many more mistakes left. If he wants to keep himself in it, that Sair will do it, and that's going to be Luna who takes it. Game number 5, keeping that run alive. The #1 seed does not fall here at 7th place.
And once you got on those single plat stages, I'm telling you, the dare side air combos from Luna on the blasters were phenomenal. It's a combo that opens up depending on where you hit the down air relative to the stage. The bounce off, the angle is perfect for that side air follow-up, and we saw him get that on Apocalypse and on Fortress of Lions, even while playing around the small platform. Getting that knockout there at the end was so fantastic. And just like that, after what looked like it was going to be a Megdy upset, Luna continues the streak. I think that's his 20th win now over Megdy.
That is 20-9 lifetime record of Luna over Megdy. And credit where credit's due, this idea of going with Jiro was a phenomenal choice, because that was one of the closest sets we've seen out of Megdy with him for a while.
Yeah.
But after that long pause, Luna thought about something, trying to figure out what he was not punishing anymore, and he figured it out.
That he did. Yeah, that was that Scythe ground pound I was talking about. We went up 3-1, and I was like, oh my goodness, Megdy, you were getting destroyed game 1, and then you brought it back. And then just like that, Luna collects himself, gets his thoughts together, calms himself down, and then has a phenomenal game 4 with that 3-1 clapback. And now look at this, Luna. I mean, so fantastic. The guitars finally came online. It was the first time that we've seen the weapon damage be 356 in favor of not the blasters.
I mean, we mentioned it in the pre-show. When you have games still to be played, it's not over. You still have the opportunity to make adjustments and make a comeback, and that's what Luna did. He recognized that the set was not done yet. Even though he was getting figured out heavily in those 2 games, he still got the job done. And I mean, he's been able to do it with so many different legends. You know, obviously a big start to his entire run was that Tyros back in I think it was early 2021. And it just kept climbing. He's been able to change with the meta to what feels comfortable to him. And now he's sitting here in a matchup that would be a run back. Yep. Against Loris.
Yep, against the player who has knocked him down into that elimination bracket. I mean, you can avoid that rematch for as long as possible. Once you get into that top 5, you have to fight against the player that knocked you out as long as they're making that run. And that's going to be Loris later on in the bracket. Yep. But before we got that, we've got a South American player in every single set coming up next, Ajax, for the next 3 sets at least. That's Boomy versus Kaina. Winner of that goes against Hughes, and on the other side, Loris versus Luna. South America is still holding on strong, but we might see some of them fall depending on what happens with this matchup that's up next.
Yeah, we'll be finding out who is going to be the one to fall as we come back from this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of this top 8 action right after this.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing well, thank you. Can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Phil. I'm Luna's guardian, and that's about it.
All right. And do you play Brawlhalla?
I do. I play Brawlhalla.
Who do you play?
I copy Luna, so I play Lucian.
All right, we love that. Today's Championship Sunday, as you know. Who's going to win? First in doubles, then in singles.
Doubles, Java Fakey. Singles, Luna.
All right, do you think there's going to be any challenge for Luna on his rise through the bracket?
Not worried. It's easy.
Easy, all right. And how's it been for you here at Dreamhack San Diego?
Stressful.
Why?
Watching Luna.
Super valid. All right, well, I appreciate you chatting with us. Have a good day, and I hopefully see you in that audience, yeah?
Yeah. See you guys there.
Thank you so much. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Can you introduce yourself, please?
So I'm Cole Kozlik Breskin, and I play Lance.
My man, he just says, I play Lance. I heard you got a tattoo recently.
I did get a Lance tattoo.
How was that?
It was fun until they tattooed over the place that was already tattooed. It hurt.
Yikes.
Yeah.
So we're here. It's Championship Sunday. Who's going to win?
Ones or twos or both?
Both.
I want made experience, and I got to cheer on my Canadian Meg D. A Canadian needs to win another ones LAN.
All right. And for you, here competing, how was it for you?
It was good. It was a lot of fun. You guys should definitely come to Dreamhacks. It's amazing. I wish I played better, but you kind of go next, you know?
Cool. So you're talking about going next, Dreamhack Dallas.
I'm going to Dallas.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for chatting with me, and have a great day.
You too. Thank you so much.
And we're back with Boomy versus Kinda coming up next. And Ajax, Boomy has been making a run through a lot of the South American talent here today. Having that win over Wes on stream, on Fiend on stream. And then if he wants to continue the run, he'll have to go through Kinda, and then through Hughes, and then maybe Lores. Yep. Lores gets that revenge knockout onto Luna. But here we go. This matchup's the one that has to happen first. And Kinda was the one that was in winner's side of top 8 at BCX just last year, and now he's going to be going up against Boomy here in this best of 5.
Yeah, this tournament determines whether he will be banned from Brazil because he has to go through so many of them, all lined up in a row. Every single one of them, like you said, you had to deal with Wes. You had that Fiend set yesterday to get into top 8. Kind of first, Hughes after that, potentially Lores just to make it through. But we're going to start that off right now as we get to the other half of top 8. First round, Boomy versus Kinda.
Yeah, and so we're going to have another Blasters Ditto here where a lot of players that actually just opted to pick this Lucian pick into Boomy. We saw it with Fiend, much to my surprise, where I thought the Tori was going to be coming through, but no, the Katars, the Blasters, the Lucian seems to be a huge huge shift towards everybody picking this character as we're getting further into this top 8. But Boomy standing strong on the Diana and kind of getting obliterated by Kinda on the Katars at the moment. Finally stops that damage to the downline side air. Kinda side sticks the wrong way, and Boomy tries to go for a dodge and read on that side stick and gets hit for it.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any hope for a lot of people for South America, of course, you got Kinda, who sports an undefeated win during Springs. That was one of the most dominant ones we saw, and we talk about Boomy's Blasters being one of the staples of the industry, but Kinda striking back first and being the first one to get this stock in this game.
Yeah, all of that off the back of the Katars, and then using those Blasters to be able to get that knockout off the side of the stage. Kinda goes in with that side light nair. Nice down here to interrupt the recovery, but the damage is still going in favor of Kinda here. Boomy yet to be able to knock out. Put out a lot of down sigs in yesterday's matchups to be able to stop him. But he can't even get on the ground to stop the sidelights that are coming out from Kinda. Kinda's relentless against Boomy here.
Yeah, you know, he tried that trick a ton yesterday, and it did work against Fiend, and Kinda said, that's not going to work against me, bro. That's not how this is going to go down. Boomy is having a very difficult time playing Brawlhalla, period. Even though this Diana has been phenomenal so far, it has been barely existent in this game.
Yeah, Boomy gets the D-Light, gets the recovery. There's Kinda going off the top of the stage. Kinda giving a little bit of a nod. Collecting himself as he comes back to the stage, realizing that he is a hit away from having a full stock lead over Boomy here. But Boomy can make it happen. He gets so many of those silent reads. No, wow, D-Light, neutral signature, even unarmed Kinda is so good.
He uses that very often too. It's like, this isn't like just a one-time deal we're seeing here. He goes for that pretty often, and kinda is just, once again, he's dominating. He has a huge lead, trying to go for a D-Light into ground pound, trying to get an early sneak there maybe against him, but kinda smartly not drifting away.
Oh, and kinda catching every one of these landings here on Demon Island. Boomy can't get back to the ground. The guitars are completely just decimating him. Sidelight comes through the nair, double nair. Boomy can get the recovery, and that recovery up the top means Kina's got a nice juggle situation here. Boomy was trying to bring it back there, and then Downset comes through, and Kina immediately cuts through with his own.
Yeah, Kina, of course. I mean, especially here on Demon Island, you have to watch out for that D-Sig at ledge all the time. Drips off stage with the neutral lights, looking for maybe a recovery, but instead, he's just letting Boomy rock, and that is going to be a closeout. What a dominant first game from Kina here to start off this set.
Yeah, side stick comes through, 630 damage to 284, and they're going to be going into game number 2 right away. That's like a classic, like, in a second that his opponent locks in, Boomy's like, okay, I'm locking in, spamming that.
He wastes no time. He gives us the least amount of time to do these. Replays, we talk about stats. You talk about it before. 284 damage taken overall.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put it. He doubled the damage. Yep. He dominated that first game. What does Boomy need to do to try and figure out how to solve that? Because the tricks of playing on Demon Island that he did against Fiend worked yesterday. It did not work here.
Probably get off Demon Island. Brawlhalla's coming up here. It's still a flat stage. He has a few opportunities for these signatures to knock out in orange, and also just be mindful of Kina's guitars. Kina's not doing what we saw. Oh goodness, happened yesterday. Okay, Kina's not even gonna let me talk about it. D-Light comes in, he goes to get the dare. Boomy just getting completely destroyed by the guitars here. Side air dodges out of the way, and Kina doesn't get hit by the side air after that D-Light, and he dodges out of the way. The recovery almost catches it. Kina barely dodges through. That would have been a stock for sure.
That would have been such a good steal on Boomy to get that, but instead Boomy is going to suffer potentially this first stock. He avoids the recovery, so he's going to sneak back on with that nair. He's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, has the bow now, gets hit with the side light, dodges all the way around to the side of the stage. Nice punish on the neutral signature, doesn't get the second end light, and the down six are coming through here. We're seeing that strategy come out from yesterday. Nice neutral light, goes to the ground pound and kind of jumps right around it, but that was close.
Yeah, he's seeing through a lot of what Boomy wants, but Boomy's starting to get his straight hits in. It seems like the bow is the play here, but D-Light into nair, and he's trying to chase him again, minimizing a ton of damage. Weapon toss down actually helps him get back down to the ground as well.
Let's see if Boomy goes for those down light neutral signatures. Goes for a raw side signature on the fast fall there. Kind of jumps over it, hits him with the series. Damage enough to be sent flying, but that was almost a 0 knockout there at the very beginning, and Boomy came back in really good fashion.
Yeah, this is a very different tone shift from what could have been the start of this game, because Kina was looking to speedrun that first stock away. That will not get rid of that one, so Boomy's going to get the D-Light Sair, push him over onto the side, and big option here, and he covers him with the recovery. Great job for Boomy, minimizing that damage compared to what could have been a dominant first stock.
Yeah, that recovery came out, was really scary. I thought I was going to juggle him with a ton of the landings, but no, Boomy manages to make them work. He's getting a lot of these really close stacked down lights, and then doing a neutral light or a nair afterwards to get extra damage. He goes for that side stick read. He's got to be careful about that. Kina is wary of all the tricks that Diana players like to have, except that one. Down to comes through, catches him crossing him up. The dive kick comes through, and Boomy actually saves Kina with that edge guard.
Yeah, Boomy kind of committed to that ground pound and kind of seeing full through it. D-Light Sair is going to now give him stage control, and Boomy has to be very careful about avoiding getting hit by a jump Sair read and kind of just dashing back and forth. D-Light Sair will be the trick.
Yeah, doesn't have to go for the recovery there. Boomy damaged enough, and Boomy taking a minute to collect himself there, being like, okay, this isn't the same situation as before, but I can still put on some pressure. Goes in unarmed, hits one side light, but gets hit by the down light. D-Light recovery, double recovery. Boomy almost takes him off the top. That would have been huge, but the exhausted recovery was not enough.
He has brought it all the way back, trying to catch him again at the ledge, but D-Light recovery will probably do it right now as well. Sair is going to push him back off stage. Boomy chasing, recovery will do it as he evens up the set. Again, there's not a world where we expected it to be like this, but Boomy is making it happen.
Yeah, throws the weapon in the jungle there, kind of challenges it unarmed. Rising Dare gets punished by Kina's Rising Dare, and kind of going forward with that side air gets punished by one neutral air. Both players on the blasters here. D-Light, side light, goes to the nair, maximizing the damage there as much as he can. And the dare, tries to go for a jump read there with that neutral there. That could have led to 2, maybe 3 more nairs, but it doesn't work out. And Boomy now has orange damage on him.
I will say, even with that orange damage, I'm noticing an energy shift here. It feels like Boomy's way more confident about his opener. He's going to get the side light pushing in. Kind of, however, gets him back off stage. Looking for one of those neutral lights, and he's spacing around it well, but he finally gets him on a whiff with that side air, and he's still keeping him stuck at the corner.
Yeah, no punish from Boomy on that whip down light either. Side light comes through, side air misses, but that's going to be the D-Light recovery, and Boomy's going to go down 0-2 against kind of one more game, and kind of knocks Boomy out at 7.
We're talking about the run through all of South America, but first you got to get through the first target at that, and kind of has been one of the most dominant forces in all of South America for good reason.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, Laura's with that gold medal, kind of with plenty of gold medals, and then Yu's with the recent gold medals as well. We've got 3 heavy hitters here from South America that all seem to be equally competitive in their own unique ways, and that's what's so difficult to get through all of them. That was a great finish there. The damage taken was nearly doubled that time around, but Boomy still has to get the dub to stay in the set.
Yeah, incredible job rebounding for what was that early start, but Kaina is not backing down. Even with the fact that he didn't get the 0 to knockout we were looking for at the very beginning, he still is pressuring Boomy better than pretty much I've seen anybody do all weekend.
All right, and now Boomy falling with the cider, goes to the ground pound as well. I still think you're right. I think that despite that game 2 being so heavily in Kaina's favor, the momentum switch, literally how Boomy is moving and how he's playing, has adapted quite a bit. Now let's just see if that's still enough to fight against a Titan like Kaina, because Kaina is so fantastic. We saw from that run at BCX, and we're seeing it here in this run in San Diego. That D-Light recovery is going to be Boomy going down to 2 stocks, and Kaina is a hit away from going down, but how much extra damage he's going to get? He's so good at these guitars against Boomy's unarmed, and Boomy likes to go in unarmed.
Yeah, one common theme so far, Taza, is that Kaina has always been in the lead. It hasn't been changing away from that. Even with Boomy getting way better as the matches progressed, he's still getting hit a ton. He does finally avoid one of the dares, but he just keeps going.
And look at that, like that Boomy from white to orange against the guitar. Cider hits, forces the dodge with the weapon throw, but Kaina with 2 good dodge reads. Could get a D-Light recovery here. The gravity cancel D-Light, and Boomy puts it off stage. Might be down to 1 stock at this rate.
Right there too, jumping back on stage because he knew he would think the ground pound. He tried to catch him with that neutral light. Boomy does get back on, but for how long? 1 D-Light recovery.
He misses.
It's dead.
Goes for the side stick instead. I mean, actually, I go for the side stick, but we saw that mishap with Luna, right? If you miss that D-Light dash jump recovery input, it's a series of inputs, like 7 or 6. You could get those signatures there, and because Kaina wasn't ready for it, didn't get the punish. And the down heavy from Boomy doesn't even knock out Kaina here on Brawl. Haven down stick punished as well. Kaina on the verge of a 3 stock here to get this 3-0.
See if he can finish the job with a 3-0 here, potentially knocking out Boomy, who has been a problem for South America so far, and trying to keep that bracket run alive. But Boomy does finally get one on the board. He's going to have access to the bow. It seems like the bow is the better play. He's kind of been losing out a little bit on the blaster ditto.
Yeah, Silent comes through, but it gets hit by a cider there, and every hit Boomy gets, every time he takes one in return, it's so much worse. But the ground pound hits. Daryl, that was the right read. He got the dodge read. Kaina's still sweating. He tries to go for the spike with the neutral signature, but Kaina touches the wall.
Boomy was looking for the big play. If he got that dare, we might be talking about a different game. He's going to get sent back off for recovery. 1 more good recovery read. 1 D-Light recovery here now from the blasters, and that ends the game.
Oh, and Kaina having a throwback against that match against Feed.
Look who's smiling about it too. Look at them both looking at each other in the cameras. The message has been sent, and Kaina sends him back, and that's going to be a 3-0 victory for Kaina over Boomy, knocking him out of the bracket. Fist bumps going out, and I enjoy it because he knows what happens. Like, all right, look, I toyed with y'all yesterday. I got it. I respect it.
What's crazy is that I've never seen Kaina play like that before, so that's really a statement there for South America, being like, I saw what you did yesterday against me for 9th, and I'm going to do the same to you, because that's like a Boomy special, that stutter stepping. When Boomy's really in the momentum, we can see that coming out, but with Kaina doing that there right at the end of that game into the woohoo emote, I mean, that's a way of saying, it's like, okay, favor returned, right?
I feel like after you win like that, like Fiend has to buy you at least one thing at dinner later on when you all get together. Like, it's like, hey, I took care of you, bro. Now buy my steak. Maybe not the steak, but honestly, incredible job from Kaina. Like, regardless of everything with Boomy doing such a great job of getting through most of SA, this is one of the biggest targets, period, in the entire of the bracket, who we expect, and many of us expect, to be someone who would be in top 3. Yeah. And he's making that statement right now as he now has to go up against Fuse in the Elimination Quarters match.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, okay, we got 3 North America and 3 South America left in the bracket.
We do, actually.
Two are on winner's side, so it's a little bit more lopsided in that sense. And we are going to have that interregion that we're calling it a team kill because they're not on the same team, but that's how it feels like at this point. Yuz and Kaina are going to have to be that lower quarter final match to go up in a head-to-head, and then Loras and Luna are on the other side.
Yeah, what an incredible job again from Kaina to be able to send Boomy packing. And I love this story here because, you know, EU was able to take it home with 2s, but they aren't gracing the stage here of top 8. It is instead 3-3. Guaranteed top 2 position will belong to at least 2 of the North American players, but that does not mean that South America can't take it all the way home. And, I mean, one of you could also take this one home because we're going to finally reveal it. If you'd like to get yourself a meta dev, which most of you can't get without coming here, I'm giving one away right now, so get this code, access early. Do not be the one that doesn't get this code right now because I'm sure chat is going crazy. Somebody is screenshotting and zooming. There it is.
Oh,
get the MetaDev code. It is right there. I've been holding on to this whole time. Well, somebody.
Imagine it's just somebody in the audience.
Somebody in the audience is rapid firing, like trying to grab this right now.
Oh, man. There it is.
And it's gone.
And it's
I
gone.
hope you looked.
And now we've got 6 players left in the bracket, right? Sandstorm and Impala on winner's side. On the elimination side, Hughes versus Kaina now that Kaina's knocked out Boomy. And then Loras versus Luna for that rematch. Really awesome matches because Kaina versus Hughes, that's a grand finals match in South America
is a
already.
grand finals match in South America. Like that is a seasonal championship right there. So I can't wait to see that one because Kaina's been on point. Hughes only got shut down by the world champ himself. But other than that, Hughes has been on a tear all the way through this whole bracket.
Yeah, so we've got the head-to-head of the next matchup coming up. Okay, we are getting Luna versus Loras next. So that lifetime record, while it might not be updated on ProStats or Brawlhalla.com just yet, has gone in favor of Loras, I think.
So,
or is it 1-1?
I think it's actually 1-1 now.
It's actually this there.
Yeah, because these two actually fought from the looks of things at mid-season. So this was actually, that was where we started to notice Loras entirely was at mid-season.
Right,
and
I forgot.
Yeah, he may have fell to him there. However, earlier this weekend, just yesterday, Loras was the one to put Luna in the elimination side of bracket. Now Luna, however, since being sent to Elimstaza, has been a nightmare for everybody along the way.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting match because I talked a little bit about it on winner's side. We had that Sandstorm got this bracket. He got a double Kaya bracket, fighting the Kaya of South America, that is Loras, and now going against Impala later on in that winner's final. But here, Luna's gonna have to fight against Loras' Kaya, and we saw that he fell to that earlier this weekend. So he's gonna get that rematch, and that's great because if Luna wants to go all the way, Impala inevitably is gonna be in his path.
Yeah.
So this is a great warm-up for that, as he's gonna try to take down one of the 3 South Americans left here at Dreamhack San Diego.
Bro, we're spoiled with this top 8. Like this is such a good top 8 with so many stories at that, and I can't wait to see this rematch between these two. Like we said before, like you were just alluding to, Loras being that warm-up, if you will, to get towards Impala, who's playing significantly different than many others, but it's still that Kaya matchup practice, and you need that because if Luna wants to make this run, you not only need to get through the person who sent you here in the first place, but you're gonna have to at some point fight Impala, that BCX rematch, and try and get the dub. As we start things off here, actually, excuse me, we're going to start things off with talking about Loras' highlights.
Yeah, here's the highlights against Sandstorm, who we did take a game off of and almost brought to game number 5. I think this match ended with that side sig off the side of the stage, and he was doing what I feel like Impala was not, which was he was slide charging the down sig and then letting it drop so he could follow and cover the entire ledge. And he got several knockouts against Sandstorm with it, even though Sandstorm ultimately ends up coming out on top here. These are some really great highlights.
Yeah, that was an incredible set entirely. I mean, going to, even though it was game 4, it felt like it could have been a game 5 type set. Sandstorm, of course, coming out on top because he is back at prime form, what we're seeing so far today. Loras is not out of the bracket yet, though, as we're going to see him make an attempt to try and double eliminate Luna from the bracket. Dreamhack San Diego continues here in the elimination quarters of this rematch of Luna and Loras.
All right, I can't wait for this game number 1 coming through. Are we going to be able to see Luna in that form that he was against Meg D, or are we going to have that interesting dynamic of like Luna losing focus, losing sight of his game plan, and Laura is punishing him for it?
I mean, just look at the body language between both of them being really antsy, trying to get ready to get going. We're going to start things off here on Demon Island, and Luna starting up with no remorse, immediately striking.
Shout-outs to Impala. Laura's running with his loadout, actually, here on the Kaya, because that's not what he was doing there. He started with the Pearl against Sandstorm, so that's really neat to see, actually just fully preparing Luna.
Trying to give him war flashbacks right now. It's like, hey, you remember BCX? Well, let's see if you can replicate that success. But of course, like we said before, Loras has already done that once. He's shown that he's able to get the W, and Loras is, I think he has a very different beast to deal with, though, as Luna strikes fast and in a hurry.
Yeah, that neutral coming through there, and Luna playing with an urgency that feels like he's like, I don't like that I'm in spot to be eliminated for 5th. I need to get further and further in the bracket. This is not where I belong here. So Loras has to fight against this, basically this running train that is Luna right here, who cannot be stopped at this point. Look at him. The guitar is so fantastic.
Let's make this very clear for Luna. This is somebody who, if he loses, is taking that heavy. He only the top, only number 1. It's what matters the most. And Loras is going to make that a little bit more difficult as he gets that dare and reverses that. Great job and minimizing that damage.
Yeah, Loras dealing with the pressure perfectly fine. Gets the down air there to punish the recovery. Luna does not have the jumps to make it back, and that is a quick sidelight, D-light recovery. Nair, Luna taking so much damage. Can he land? The guitars come through. Gravity cancel sidelight into downlight, but Loras hits right back, and that's a great punish coming in on on Luna's whiff sidelight. Both players really just swinging at each other. Who's going to get this first stock here? It looks like Lores gets that neutral signature. Okay, that disarms Luna.
The past 4 wins for for Lores were all 2 hits to 3 hits at minimum. He's getting so much damage out of him right now. He's definitely woken up a ton. Trying to pop shot down with that nair. Baits him back out, but the Sair does miss.
Oh, falling side air. Neutral comes through. Luna sends him at the opposite side of the stage. The Sair and the down to catch the landing, and Lores looking to the side, scratches his chin there. They'll be like, okay.
It's like, bro, why?
That caught me off guard. He gets right back in there, starts swinging unarmed, trying to get the stock. D-Light neutral signature. South American players in general, I mean, we saw Kaina get that against Boomy, but right away, no hesitation, uses the iframes that you get from spawn. You lose those when you put on an attack, but if you don't put on an attack, they last for quite a while. Turns that into an opportunity to get the knockout, and then tacks on even more damage as he picks up a bow.
Yeah, I love the utilization of that too, because they don't have to worry so much about getting weapon starve. It's like, no, we can box too. It's not a big deal. It's a very close game number 1 though. This gets like, you do not want to be the one behind here. Laura setting up deep off stage, almost catching him. That was so close.
Gravity cancel neutral sig was just inches away from taking him out, and Luna says, I'll show you what a signature finish looks like with that gravity cancel down stick, spiking him off, and he's celebrating, knowing he didn't even have to go off stage to finish off that edge guard. Lores was so close. It was like a matter of fading back before the gravity cancel neutral sig to get that finisher there, but Luna makes it back, and he shows him what happens when you don't finish your food. Getting that punish there with that down signature, what a flashy way to end game number 1.
Like you said, I mean, look at that damage difference, 483 to 479. They were neck and neck the whole way, and you were so on point with that. Like, at the end, once Luna got that W, he popped off. You didn't even need to hear it. You could feel the emotion from him in that, all because he made one mistake going off stage, and he was so close to stealing that one away in that game 1.
Yeah, well, Laura is fighting right back, not fazed by the result of that match, just knowing I still have to win 3 matches, and that has to change. With the D-Lights and the dares are coming through, and Luna's really tacking on the damage. Nice dodge away, and Luna starts stepping forward, trying to get something started. Nice job dodging over the down light, gets the neutral signature. Lawrence's bow sent out of his hands, and the Sair just catches him completely off guard, and that's enough to force a knockout on its own in 30 seconds.
That is yet another hot start for Luna. Like, almost every game, he has such a significantly hot start compared to everyone else that you're forced to play from behind with essentially a whole stock's worth of free damage. But Lores has been one of the few people who's been able to answer that pretty well, other than this current moment, but this should be it. Oh, he misses out on the follow-up Sair, and once again, Luna safely getting back down to ground.
Falls with the side air, has the spear. Luna goes all the way onto the side of the stage, and we were talking about how that was a non-factor in certain stages. Lawrence gets the down stick, that's great, but like, that's the first time that we've really seen where it's like, okay, yeah, when you go to Fortress of Lions, that actually does matter. Luna taking advantage of that, and then still falling, because Lores is a master of that slide charge down stick where you get off the side of the stage.
And Lores doesn't really give up a lot of free opportunities when he sees that you give it to him. And Lores almost catch him with that recovery. That would have gotten him pretty close, but Luna, once again, he refuses to relinquish this lead. He's not been able to find some of these GCD lights he's been looking for, but it doesn't matter. He's minimizing. He's not getting hit much.
Yeah, Luna gets back to the stage with that nair. Nice job chasing around. Okay, good recovery from Lores. Doesn't switch over to the spear just yet. It's been a very bow-heavy playstyle against Luna so far in this best of 5. Weapon throw goes all the way, and that's the act. No, getting the neutral stick back to the stage. Don't get the knockout with it, but the damage is great. And that side signature, great job. We're seeing a lot of these gravity cancel side signatures from Impala early, and Lores incorporating that in his play as well, showing how great he is with the character. Let's see who gets the first stock or the second stock here.
Hey, look, if you see someone doing it well, steal it. There's no reason not to use it. And Luna does finally find that Sair, but we're looking at a very big difference in damage because that first stock was gone ASAP, and now he's essentially one good read away from Lores to even the game up.
The gravity cancel bow side signature reminds me of like when you gravity cancel a sword sidelight, where it's like you're covering grounded and a dash jump with the same move. So much better when you use that in the air. Lots of success. That recovery is going to be enough. Luna gets sent flying. Bread and butter combo coming out from the bow with that sidelight D-light recovery, and it's evened up 1-1.
Yeah, very similar position to that last game too. Lores was building his way back up. We're at an even game of damage here. Luna does not have access to a weapon yet. He's feeling comfortable with boxing. He's going to pick up the Katars along the way, but he had to take 4 hits before he could do anything about it.
Oh, and the down air is coming out from Luna. Lores gets back onto the stage. Down sig put through. Sidelight. Down sig again. The down sig pressure's coming through. That's the 3rd one in a row. Luna gets right past the ice. Sidelights through though, and he's being weapon starved to Ajax.
I really like the idea of it too. You haven't done it too much prior to that point.
Oh, it works.
He finally gets it. That time mixing it up too, instead of just going for it outright. Lores said, I'm gonna hit this, bro. Just calm down. Let me finish the job. And that sent it to a 1-1.
And then Luna reeling back there with a smile, being like, okay, you got me. We're going to game number 3. He's not gonna let that happen again. Those down 6 from Lores, fantastic. And I mentioned how it was mostly on the bow there. That 442 damage that was seen on that stat that screen really coming in a huge play there. And look at this. All those down sticks on the right side of the stage leads to this edge guard scenario where he repositions with the side sig and then doesn't even hesitate, doesn't even wait for a dodge, goes for the hard read of the down sig, and that catches Luna right off guard.
Incredible job. And I'm not surprised at all that we're still, I think we're probably going to stay on Demon Island unless one of them gets completely destroyed, because they've been both playing phenomenally here. I think that even though Loris has been winning out more with these slide cancel signatures off the side to control that ledge, I feel like Luna much prefers being able to have this small range to work with to get that damage quickly. He's been able to do it consistently and usually very quickly off the set.
Now the Nair hits. Let's see what we can do with this. Sidelight and the neutral signature, trying to get that dodge up read.
I think it's the first time we haven't seen Luna also with a massive lead at the beginning.
Yes, that's true. Laura's kind of running away with this momentum. D-Light ground pound off the recovery. That's like a blaster side air that Laura's took, right? That's barely any damage coming through. Juggles the weapon. He's staying purely bow focused here in this matchup against Luna, and he's chasing him off stage, actually. Laura's aggression has really ramped up, and as long as Luna can't get any of these strings on the guitars, which he's doing all the ground pound from above.
Very close to closing it out right there if he caught that Sair. And going off stage once again, Loris has to be very careful. He gets the wall bounce, misses out on the GC D-Light into ground pound, but Luna gets right back to the blasters, almost getting that Sair.
Oh, doesn't get the right bounce for that follow-up on that side air. D-Light recovery could do it, and Loris is starting to hit back with extra credit. 2 Sairs in a row. That's huge damage coming through. Sair again. Loris, what can he do with the bow here? Falls to the D-Light. Luna wasn't expecting it. Doesn't get the recovery right afterwards. That would have been huge, and now Loris is getting a ton of extra damage.
You're saying simplicity is key. Even if it's just 1, 2, 3 hit Sairs, you're still building up the damage out of that stock, which he was able to do very well. Luna does finally find it though, and he evens up the set count.
Oh man, this is really intense. Luna with the guitars here, tosses that weapon up, gets the blasters out of the way, has the guitars, goes forward with the neutral air, and Laura is waiting for that spawn through. Even if it's a spear, okay, good. He had the bow primes.
I've seen so minimal. I was actually thinking about that. I've seen so minimal of the spear overall because the bow's just been that good in this matchup. I'm curious to see when it might be the opportunity. Well, actually, honestly, don't even bother, bro. Don't listen to me. The bow has been on the money.
He just had to change it, and now he knows that this down stick pressure, Luna hasn't been able to punish it for him. Even if he misses 50 of these down sticks in a row, Luna has to jump all the way around it. That gives Laura's complete control over the stage, and here's another opportunity for the down stick once again.
And
going back to the stage.
Oh, great job getting back on immediately with the neutral light as well. But like you're saying, the recovery does finally find it. But those D6 at the ledge, you have nowhere to hide from that on Demon Island.
Yeah, and that's a great point, actually, where you really don't want to stay on the wall. You have to jump to be able to get back up there. Double D like ground pound. Luna could go for a third. Sweating back to the stage. It's great damage, but the downs that comes through, line of sight, not activating there. Luna Sairs him off the side of the stage. Luna has been really behind, but he keeps bringing these stocks to an even situation, even when he is down red to white damage.
That's actually been for both of them, too. Oh, great job getting over that. That was not going to be a good opportunity, good time for Luna. But it's always gone down to last stock. Last hit. There's been no dominant factor as Luna is going to close this out here, evening up and putting it back to 1-1.
Loris is so smart. He was so quick. The down air does not have a lot of hit stun on it when it does connect. He buffered that gravity cancel neutral signature, knowing that he couldn't get back, and a chance to get some extra damage on Luna, and Luna got out of there quickly. But man, that was a good idea.
This one beating his way back down to the ground, and it's going to be a side light into D-Light Sair. Laura is still holding on to this lead, not giving up much opportunity for Luna to get back in, but Luna is finding a lot of straight hits. He's getting multiple dares in. It's starting to look a little different.
Takes him out of the way. Side light comes through. Neutral light gets the side light dare. Goes all the way off the side of the stage. Then down sig catches him going for the recovery, and the stuffed recovery effects show you that he has that unlocked. Waits till he gets to the side of the stage, and it's so huge. Gets the fast fall. Doesn't put the input in too early. If you get an accidental spear recovery or spear ground pound there, you're just out. And Lores with that 456 on the bow is really carrying it. And now he's 1 game away from knocking Luna out at 5th.
And you heard the crowd kind of get into it too. Remember, there is a lot of South America here showing some representation. A lot of people being big fans of that. And also the underdog, if you will. Even though he beat him prior, this is still the #1 overall seed of the tournament in Luna. He has had his back against the wall a few times. He's been able to come out on top. The only person who has prevented that this weekend has been Loris, who Taza is up 2-1 in the set.
He's up 2-1. Luna's not the kind of player to switch characters in these situations. He's the kind that likes to adapt his playstyles. And we're seeing a similar situation like we saw with Meg D, right? Where game 1 goes over to Luna's favor, and then all of a sudden, he's starting to get figured out. And he'll take a breather, he'll take a break, he'll try to figure out what he needs to do to change his game plan, because I think he wants to be able to play this differently with the character that he's picked, which is the Lucian, rather than go to something that we've seen him play in the past, like the Terrace or the Jiro.
I would be hard-pressed to see any of those come out through here as well. Like, I mean, the Qatar, if it was a switch at all, it'd have to be Qatar's Legend. Like, he's been playing it so much of late, but the option is now going to be Fortress Alliance. We mentioned it before. You know, the hover underneath is one thing. You need way more room to hide from Loras right now. You were not winning out in Demon Island.
It's actually a carbon copy of what happened in the Meg D set. They
Oh,
went to Brawlhaven. Luna gets the win. Then he gets destroyed on Demon Island twice in a row, and then he takes them to single plat maps and he wins the set. And that could be what's the difference maker here, because we saw Luna using that platform get a lot of blaster stairs, and it puts him at the right height for the Sair follow-up there. That time not enough damage to want to go for it, but that chase dodge recovery afterwards means that Luna's got an explosive start here at game number 4. And Ajax, this just might be what it is.
I mean, when we were looking at the end of game 3, something I saw out of Luna wasn't actually frustration. He kind of nodded his head. It's like, okay, you got it. It's okay. You got it. I'm fine. But like you said before, I mean, last time it was a 3-stock on Apocalypse, and this time it is an early lead once again. Loras is the only one who hasn't let him capitalize on a big lead, but he's definitely looking much better already to start.
Oh, and Luna getting back on stage, gets one neutral, but D-Light side air puts him off to the right. Loras is doing a good job not letting Luna run away with this, and I thought there was going to be a down to punish the landing, but he wasn't sure. Gets the dare. That recovery not enough, and he goes up for another one. Sidelight side air off the top of the stage.
What an interesting exchange in the skies. Like, you wanted to go for GC D-Light to sneak one out on me up here? No. I did not expect it to be the side air to close it out all the way up in the skies, though.
That might be the difference maker, Ajax. If I get hit by that in bracket, I'm going out 3-1.
Like, nah, you got it, bro.
Loras, look at this off stage, gets the dare, waits for Luna to get back onto the stage. Loras playing so hot. Sidelight catches him with the exclamation points coming through. Luna being stuck on the stage for so long.
Oh, he finally avoids the dare, but even that, he hasn't been able to get back on, and he's going to go too low.
He missed.
That is a huge play for Loras. That might actually be what hits the nail on the coffin here for the set.
Oh, and now we see Luna going down to 1 stock, his tournament stock. Loras 1 stock away from knocking out Luna, making it 3 SA to 2 NA here in the top 5. Loras getting back on stage, getting even more damage, and Luna has to even this up real quick. Doesn't go for the down tick, goes for the Sair instead, but Loras back in this corner guard scenario. We saw him succeed with 3-4 side lights in a row. He's so good at edge guarding Luna.
Taza, we're talking about one of the few people who could potentially say they double eliminated Luna from bracket. That is not a common sentence many people could say, and it is building as he gets that D-Light recovery, and he's building on damage heavy. Cider comes through.
The down tick.
It's not going to be enough yet.
He goes all the way out there to get the Sair.
He double eliminates Luna from the bracket, and Luna, our #1 seed overall, is out, and that is yet another one of South American reps moving forward in this bracket.
And that is Luna hanging his head after that game. That game for giving Loras a hug at the very end there, respecting the competition there, because we saw him, even as he was getting bested, right, he was smiling, he was nodding, he was like, okay, this is what I have to do to beat this, and yet Loras just was not beatable for him here at Dreamhack San Diego, and I mean, that's 2 sets in a row that Loras now has over Luna. That is a matchup that Luna's got to figure out, and Loras with that number, I mean, oh my goodness, how good is Loras looking at going into this top 4? Because that is what Loras just qualified for here, Ajax. That top 4 elimination semifinal.
I mean, just take a look back at what he was able to do throughout the set, man. Like, Luna started off hot every single time, and he would bring it back every single time. A lot of people would crumble in that situation, but Loras did not let that happen. We talk so much about so many of these reps from South America. We talk about Yuz, we talk about Kaina, we talk about Fiend, we talk about like Vecina, all of them. Loras, though, has only continued to build his name in that conversation, and again, all of this coming off of this incredible play at ledge control. He switched off the Fortress Alliance. It didn't even matter.
Yeah, this is what an incredible game. And the bow edge guards got so much better, whether it was actually on the corner of the wall. And I like that you mentioned that it didn't matter about Demon Island. In fact, he made Fortress of Lions look like it had a smaller wall.
Yeah,
with how many sidelights that he was connecting with there.
That happened here, this one specifically,
look at the sidelight.
He never got to touch the stage. He got hit by multiple sidelights. He
that
got
was like
one
the
there.
5th sidelight in a row or something.
Like, everything he could do, it just didn't matter. And because you're upper stock here, completely worth it to go off stage and take that out.
Yeah, and then the pop-off from Loras there, who has been relatively in control throughout the rest of that set, was a really big deal because he's representing the entire region of South America there. I mean, well, actually, that's not true.
That's not even
the
true.
The entire region of South America is in
the
this
other
top
side
8.
of that bracket is a matchup of South America going up against each other, because you got using Kaina, who will be fighting in what would be a South America Grand Final set in that elimination finals, and one of them will have to fight up against Lores. The only people who can stop them right now is themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be Kaina and Yuz coming up next, the winner of that going up against Lores. And we talked about this, where it's like, oh, we're in this situation where top 8's got all this representation, but only one South American player could potentially even make it into top 3. And now we know for sure that someone is, right? We're going to get into that top 3. It's going to be Sandstorm, Impala, and South America. Now, who's going to be the representative? They're going to be fighting amongst themselves to be able to figure out who's going to be able to get that position.
Like, even though the podium says 2 North American players and 1 South American player, that podium is getting ready to get knocked over by Brazil. They're over there looking at that, ready to tumble it over, but they can't. Only one of them can be sent to that point. And look, I mean, honestly, I'm not actually too surprised about this. The way that Kaina just played against Boomy, not to mention Kaina's overall history and the way he's been playing in SA, being in favor of Kaina here makes a lot of sense going up against
What is the history with Kaina versus
Yuz?
Yuz?
Actually, that's true. This is one of the few times we actually have head-to-head.
We've had a lot of head-to-heads where it's kind of like, well, it's either 0 or 1, right? But Kaina and Yuz have been playing amongst each other for a very long time. And you guys at home can check this out, prostats.brawlhalla.com.
This one is 12-8 in favor of Kaina.
Okay.
So it's
smaller sample size.
Yeah, smaller sample size. It's not too far away because actually 12-8 is actually not too bad. And we're talking about community events as well as that. In the actual seasonals, it's 5-5.
Yeah.
So where the big money is at, where the big things are on the line, that's where it is. But a big difference though. That 3 gold medals and the amount of times that Kaina has won.
Yeah,
Yuz has gotten so close.
When Kaina gets to the top 3, those gold medals are nearly secured, and if not, it's going to be a second place, where Yuz has been getting in these top 3s, right? Twice qualified for the Royale now. With the spring one, he's going to be able to attend. And the top 8 and top 32 placements at this point are just like a matter of how long they've been competing at a high level, right? Kaina's been at it a little bit longer than Yuz, and when Yuz broke into the scene, he hasn't stopped getting those top 32s and those top 8 sets.
Yeah, you're used to seeing in that conversation, West, Power Ranger and company, but Yuz has been just tearing down that door as well. He's knocking right at that door off that gold medal over there, and it could be, it might be a tone setter right here. He's got to get through. They have to get through each other. We said it before, no matter what. At this point, pride is one thing, but now it is who remains left in the bracket, and I cannot wait to see this set.
Yeah, Yuz on the left versus Kaina on the right. We just saw Kaina have a dominant 3-0 victory over Boomy, and Yuz went down in a dominant defeat from Impala on the winner's side, right? But these two are going to be going head-to-head to see who's going to be the player to fight up against Lores, who has been making that run in the elimination bracket after going down 3-1 to Sandstorm.
You know what? One of the things that can ignite some fury in someone is losing like that in the winner's side, because history has shown in many different games that usually those who end up on the elimination side who go on that big tear sometimes actually just sneak out the whole event. Yep. This could be that starter for Yuz after losing to Impala that way. It's like, you know what? I'm not done. I got here for a good reason. I was dominating, and I think he dropped the least amount of games amongst everyone throughout the entire tournament, if I remember correctly. But that could also just be completely capped. But he was running through so many people. He's actually the reason why Acno didn't make it up to this point as well. He got sent down to the limit side of bracket, and a big part of why EU isn't gracing the top 8 stage.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be, like you said, we have been graced with this top 8.
Actually,
what are you looking at?
I just realized Acno got double eliminated by South America. That was actually also Kaina as well.
Whoa.
So who put Kaina in limbs that early? This was pre-top 32.
Oh, Kaina came out.
Oh wait,
in
no. I remember.
Oh, yeah.
It was Java.
That's right. That was on stream.
Yeah, please go back and watch that.
That was a 3-2 set.
If y'all missed that, please go back and watch that. That was an incredible set.
That makes me curious who Java ended up falling to then in the elimination bracket, because Java made quite the upset over Kaina.
I think I remember actually doing that set. Hold on. Java was, I think, 13th place. No, actually, I didn't get that. He fell to SAC.
Okay, so it ends up falling down to
South
another.
America was swinging this whole weekend.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, do they have the most overall top 16 placements?
Like when we're looking at the different regions?
Actually, it might be North America,
yeah,
but they're like right there.
Yeah.
Considering the amount that they sent out compared to how many people are here.
Players? Yeah,
almost all of them are in top 16 or just outside of it. Like that's. Actually, I think they all got top 16. West. West is the only one who didn't make it in top 16.
17th place. I was trying to see where Vecina ended up. 13th?
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about Vecina. Where is Vecina?
Could also be 17th. Either way,
okay,
we'll
talk about that later, because we have the South American belt happening right now. Yuz versus Kaina started things off here on Brawlhaven, and I think stage advantage slightly. Normally, you would think Greatsword. However, the way Kaina has been playing,
I don't know how I feel about that.
I think it's 50-50, right? Because you've got the fact that Lucian loses out on that cold
Bro, come on.
dares. Another dare coming out right here. Use quickly touches, gets hit by the recovery. You lose out on the force being too low as a factor, but you also get the runway for the greatsword if you get that one dodge read. As we just saw right there, Use, however, getting hit by that side or on the side. And like you said, Kaina's got that 12-8 set record, so he's got that winning record over Use, and Use so far unable to get anything started here with the greatsword.
Yeah, he's been having a really tough run about it as he drops all the way underneath to go sneak out that Blaster's recovery to get the first stock. Probably not what Use was thinking when he'd go for it. Use thinking what he'd go for in that situation.
Oh, and now Use with the greatsword goes to that dare recovery, tries to recover again. Sidelight, neutral light, say. Okay, that sidelight finisher right there. That's the runway effect that I'm talking about here. You have only one place to land, and that's on the stage, and greatsword loves just to carry you off of it once you get that one dodge read, and Use evens it up just like that.
Yeah, greatsword, once it's shredding its stuff down the runway, you are in for trouble. And Use has been doing that to a lot of people so far, other than just pretty much Impala. But you needed a stock like that, because Kaina, very similar to what he was doing to Boomy, was running all over him to start off that match.
I love that dare read coming out from Kaina, just barely misspaced it. And Kaina getting hit with that DLI side air, not going to go for the recovery there, and too high off of the knockback for the sidelight to work out. Kaina getting as much damage as he can. Use getting hit with the dare, just landing right on top of Kaina, and Kaina covering that position. Lots of damage, but now disarmed. Has to switch over. Greatsword primed. Let's see if we can get something started with this sidelight. No, neutral light bridge does not hit.
You know, we talked a lot about how the Katars have been pretty much the moneymaker for him as he gets. Oh my God, that was so important because it looked like he was going for a recovery to try and catch him on, but Use gets back out of it. But the Katars weren't even what got him up to this point in this match so far. It's been all blasters.
Yeah.
This is the first time we're seeing it as that recovery will take it out.
Yeah, the neutral light recovery is fantastic there. I think Kaina is trying to play a very well-rounded Lucian right now. Use went for a really cool reverse side sig. If you use that J-Yun side sig airborne, you get that wind, that leaf effect rather than bring up the rubble of Brawlhaven. But he didn't manage to make that work. Kaina ends up getting around it, gets the neutral light recovery, and now Use taking some extra damage here as Kaina's really trying to extend this lead. One down light, doesn't get the neutral light. It was the right idea, just misspaces it.
Yeah, it looks like Use is looking for that D-Light recovery. D-Light's here potentially at the ledge. Just again, simplicity is key. Get the damage out with the great sword, close it out with the sword. But Kaina dipping away after going for that recovery, and a good job using the dare because he was already sweat beating at that point. Kaina was looking for a big punish.
Oh, the down light misspace that kind of goes right back out. He literally just walked slightly to the right to avoid that attack, and the down sig gets a quick victory for Kaina there in game number 1 as that Brawlhaven game went double the damage there, 602 to 300.
I swear, amongst, like, usually when we see Lucian, we're always wondering, like, okay, when are they going to stop pressing that? Because it's such a good option at ledge. Kaina is one of the only ones I don't know when he's going to do it. Like, he's so reserved when he decides to pull it out. And it trips everyone up. It's such a great, quick closer, and that's part of why he's so dominant in South America in many aspects when he is on a tear.
Look at that graph there for Kaina on the damage being taken. He took maybe a hit every 30 seconds. That's what I'm looking at there, right? That was like the sideline opener into bridge into, all right, it's Kaina's turn again. We are off of that stage. Use is now taken over to the Fortress of Lions to go against Kaina, who two-stocked him on Brawlhaven, and despite we saw that one really nice stock where Use got one dodge reading out of the sideline finisher, he never got the dodge read again.
Nope, and that's why I think we've gone soft platform. If I'm Kaina, I'm probably removing like Miami Dome or something for the picture, so he doesn't play what he was doing in that previous set against Impala, using that sword way more often here. Here, you at least have that mix-up between both.
Ooh, and the silent opener gets punished. That's a big risk that you run when playing Greatsword in general, is that a lot of players respectfully so will close the gap with a dash forward, down light, or side light, but you lurch your body forward with an attack. You go a little bit further with it, and kind of spot dodges it, holds his ground. Blasters are perfect for punishing that. You just pivot the down light, and you get so much damage off of it.
You essentially position yourself perfectly for them. They don't have to space anything. It's just right there, a free punish. Kind of looking for that Sair, but smartly using that soft platform. D-Light recovery will give him his first lead of the set.
Yeah, Fortress of Lions working a lot better for Use after that two-stock in game number 1. Kinda. I don't even think D-Light neutral signature on arm would do it, so he waits out for that weapon spawn, picks up the guitars, goes for the neutral light, and let's see if Use can get the extra credit. The Nair hits, falls to the second Nair, maybe. Oh, kind of playing very risky for that second stock situation.
Yeah, he wants it gone now, like no hesitation. And finally decides to go off stage once again. Like I said, usually it's hard to anticipate when he will finally go for it, but he cannot find a second stock, but that Sair should do it as we even it back up.
I liked what Use did on that platform, and watch for that a little bit more. Greatsword can go into bridges and finishers off of landing with an aerial. He landed with that down air, got the landing animation, but then just chase dodged off the platform to the left to reposition. We'll see if we can find out more clever Greatsword gameplay like that from Use coming up.
Well, Well,
but the sword's in there right now.
Exactly. You're going to need all the tricks in the book to trip up Kaina. He's been very difficult to hit in general. I do like when I've seen greatsword players start to go for a lot of just straight up dairs to try and trip them up. They think that you go for a sideline starter. Well, instead, Use is utilizing the sword pretty well, but at the same time, Kaina is starting to, it seems like he's starting to figure it out.
Yeah, weapon throw comes forward. Kaina dashes back with the guitars. Oh, and he might be. Okay. This is one of those situations where Kaina can't be too committal because he could go down to a D-Light recovery at this point. I feel like. I mean, Lucian's a little tanky. Now it's not up in the air, right? That down light's going to finish it and Kaina punishes him for it. Great damage stuff. Recovery gets him into the orange.
Oh, there we go. Sidelight in. That's going to get punished by D-Light recovery. I thought it would be enough as well, but one more of them definitely does it. And he just keeps weapon tossing in his face, like, go ahead, please try to D-Light. I don't care. And he's going to finally. No, he's not going to fall to that nair. That's at the pretty high though.
Yeah, that nair set him incredibly high. Sider hits, even with the bounce off the stage, is enough. Hughes keeps the lead here in game number 2. He hasn't given it up just yet, but Kaina could bring it back. I think D-Light, no D-Light neutral stick that time around. Goes to the guitars, and that's a huge amount of damage. Hughes waiting so long on that punish. That was so scary.
Hughes could be one of the few, and that's not going to happen. Hughes could be one of the few who could build a good lead onto Kaina. Kaina refuses to let anyone do it so far, Taza. What's been like the most difficult thing to deal with when Kaina gets into that defensive mode?
I mean, the most difficult thing to deal with is the fact that if you miss the one attack that you go against Kaina with, you're going to get hit by 5 guitar attacks. And we're seeing that right there, right? With Hughes with the sword, whiffs a dare, Kaina dash forward, dash back, now hitting it with the reverse nairs, the sidelights. All these things are getting started up here, and it is fantastic. Oh, but the greatsword's picked up now. One sidelight. Just gets punished.
Yeah, sidelight coming in from Kaina again. He's always ready to punish it, but backs off, looking for 2, and Kaina just going high above it. Nobody's gotten a good hit in a little while. Goes back off for the D-Sig, and he's now getting him up stage control, but not really that much done from Hughes.
Boy, Kaina gets the downlight. Did he get anything else? Oh, he caught him on the gravity cancel, but no, he doesn't get a follow-up after that. And Kaina lands the nair, picks up a fresh pair of guitars. The neutral light, there's the bridge. He doesn't go for the finisher. He got the dodge and read it. Usually gets 4 attacks, no finisher. That could, is that the neutral light recovery? That's going to be it. And he gets the game and Kaina clutches game number 2. I thought Hughes had the game there when he got that dodge and read with that side light opener. I thought that was going to be the game, but he doesn't go for the finisher.
Stage moment, nerves moment. You cannot drop those. You cannot drop those opportunities because when you leave those on the table, look at the damage that time. Significantly closer, 582 to 574. But we're talking about one crucial judgment error at the end from Hughes that separated this from being a 1-to-1 set. Instead, now a 2-0 lead for Kaina, looking to find his way into that elimination semis.
Yeah, and Hughes, after the adjustment from Brawlhaven onto Fortress of Lions, we can see by the game development there, right? He was in the lead constantly. The stocks being taken off in such a fashion, and then at the very end, Kaina took such a quick game 3 stock, and this is a surprise. You and I both thought that Kaina was taking the stage off the board.
I think maybe Kaina's telling him, I don't really care anymore. I'm completely content with you going to sword because that last game, he solved sword so well that he's fine with letting him have this.
He was like, maybe this will go better than Fortress of Lions, because that was close. That was really close.
You know what, that is a good point.
And he may just not want to go back there. Miami Dome's going to be the field here for game number 3. Hughes fighting him off the side of the stage, and so that recovery to catch Kaina's landing, and the neutral light comes through as well.
That is funny. We were actually talking about that, like he had such a huge dominant win in that Fortress. I was like, no, actually that was really close. I don't want to go back there.
Yeah. Oh, and it's working out well for him so far, but Hughes has been getting a lot of these wake-up nairs, these down airs. That's been keeping Kaina on his toes. He's all the way up in the air, sweating it to the bottom of the stage. Spawn comes in, and he waits out so long after that opener. No side air finisher there.
Yeah, Kaina smartly hovering away, not letting that happen. But this, good fade away again from Kaina. The Sayer's going to push him back off stage. Kaina looking for that D-Light recovery pretty soon. That or just straight up Sayer might do it at Legend. That still won't be enough.
Yeah, the Dare Nair, a really nice knockout finisher there for the Greatsword when you can't get anything grounded, but he still needed a little bit more damage. And after the second hits the first one, he's kind of like, wait, you're still there?
Bro, South America loves throwing hands, bro. Like, it's like, if we want all the smoke. Unarmed has been at least like 8 of the KOs here in top 8 from all of them.
Well, in that case, Qatar's coming through there with that side air, sends Hughes off the right side of the stage, evened up, but Hughes technically the one with the momentum here until Kaina gets that weapon spawn. That works out for his favor, and despite Hughes having the stock lead, he is now the one at the weapon star position. Picks up the sword finally, gets a recovery. Let's see what Kaina can do with this. Nice neutral light, recovery clash, edge guard opportunity.
Yeah, he stuck back on immediately once sweat speeds were up. Hughes had a chance. He did not let him have it. Kaina going deep into the skies to go for a chase, and neutral light into recovery won't happen either. So Hughes has been able to somehow dodge a significantly higher amount of damage that Kaina's kind of leaving on the table.
Kind of putting out nair after nair, falls with down air, neutral light bridge, goes in once again with the neutral light bridge with the pivot, the downsing avoided. That was an interesting usage of that. Usually kind of goes off stage with that attack. Silent finisher, no. Kind of getting hit by a ton, but you switching over to the sword now, knowing, okay, I might be getting a ton of damage to the great sword, but kind of saving the dodge for the pivotal moment, for the finisher.
Yep.
So he's got to get that D-Lat recovery, that true combo to be able to take the lead, but kind of gets his own D-Lat recovery to bring it to a last stock scenario. One more of those Ajax and kind of knocks Hughes out at 5th.
Yes, excellent patience from Kaina waiting it out. He knew that, I mean, that's the win con. He knows that he's going to be hunting for it, but Kaina now, momentary lead, not a huge lead, but he's just got to build up the extra credit, get the extra damage and neutralize. Sair still building it up, tries to go for another Sair, and Hughes doesn't get much out of it, so he's just continuing as we see him finally go down to that nair, one stack apiece, trying to keep this bracket run alive.
All right, Hughes, like you said, keeping that bracket run alive, has the great sword, wasn't able to deny Kaina from those blasters. Recovery coming through, falls to the down air. Let's see if he can do anything more with this. Staying relatively airborne and kind of dashing forward, dashing back. Really hugely committal with that neutral light. Gets hit 4 times by Hughes. The Sair doesn't get punished, and the down air comes through. Kind of tosses the blasters away, being like, okay, these aren't working. I'm getting punished too much for it, and the guitars come through, and Hughes taking to the skies, holding on that platform, and kind of can't reach with the guitars without committing to a jump.
No, and Taza, I mean, he's actually getting more in. All of a sudden, things are working out. The weapon toss away. He's going to go ahead and get back to the next great sword, and Kaina now has access to blasters too.
The neutral sync
big
can come
punishment,
through
but
here.
he doesn't get much out of it. The Sair pushes him away.
Oh, Kaina gets so much damage for it that now both players are a combo away. D-Lat recovery would do it for Kaina. You could see him waiting for that landing, just trying to catch that one landing. Hughes gets the silent opener. No Sair afterwards. The dare. He lands with it though. He can't get the dare. The recovery punishes Hughes, drifting the other way, and Kaina with the pop off gets the 3-0 and an embrace at the very end to celebrate the fact that whether they win or lose, South America's moving on to the top 4.
Yeah, incredible job once again for Hughes, making it all the way here to a guaranteed 5th place finish. He's gonna fall to Kaina. Kaina, however, looking phenomenal with yet another W, and it's just so frightening watching the way he keeps his leads. Like, how do you solve that? And Hughes had opportunities, but they were just missing, and that call out on the trying to go above him with just the raw recovery, no setup, was so smart on Kaina at the end, because he knew he hadn't done that before. There's no shot he would expect it.
And the frightening thing about it, like you said, Ajax, is that it's not only just another victory, it's back-to-back 3-0s coming out from Kaina here as he moves forward.
He took more
into
damage that last game
the
and
elimination
won.
final. Yeah, that kind of happened in both games, I feel like. Where it's kind of like, okay, Hughes has got the lead, Hughes has got the lead, Hughes has got the lead, but he can't close with the great sword. He didn't switch over to the sword, and then kind of ends up getting that one pivotal combo. The great sword recovery going the opposite direction that we'll see at this final highlight here on Miami Dome was so critical. Kind of getting that D-Lat recovery, and then right here at the end, I want to see if he didn't pivot this, would this have been the stock? We're going to find out. That dare comes through. That would have done it.
Yeah, that would have been it.
He was trying to get the right drift of the recovery. He goes the other way and then kind of just goes, okay, hits his own recovery button, and that's going to be the game there for game number 3. I would have been so excited to see that go the distance, but still so well played by Kaina.
2 crucial drops, because game 2, he had it, didn't finish it.
Right.
Game 3, had it, didn't finish it. But one thing that we didn't have prior to this moment was the finish to the rest of this table. And we get to rejoin back our host, Sheepy.
Hey, y'all. I'm just looking at this. That was some crazy matches between Kaina and Hughes. This is PR1 versus PR2 of the South American region. And honestly, I'm a little heartbroken because we do want the South American representative, and it just is unfortunate that they had to face each other, meaning one of them is gone. I mean, there goes Hughes. Kind of gets to move on, but Hughes is out.
Well, that they do have a guaranteed top 3 finish. That is something that did happen from that win over Luna. Luna being sent packing from Lores. So no matter what, one of them moves forward to elimination semi. So incredible job, honestly. Again, I mean, you look at the overall representatives, like we said before, they may not have had the most in top 16, but with how many they sent out, it was like maybe one of the 7 who's not there.
And so what I'm curious about, what you're thinking, Ajax, and I'll just lead it with what I'm thinking. When it comes between Lores and Kaina, who do you think has the best chance to take it all if they get into that top 3? Because at the moment, I'm leading towards Kaina. I'm biased in the sense that I saw that Lores defeat to Sandstorm, but it was like on the verge of going to a Game 5. I think both players are equally capable of taking this championship. What do you think?
I think it's Kaina.
Okay, that was fast.
While you're talking, I had time to think. But for 2 reasons. 1, Impala's sitting at the top. I don't think Impala's losing the mirror match if he has to fight him. 2, Sandstorm now has lots of matchup practice against Kaina. Excuse me, not Kaina, against Kaya. So,
yeah.
like, he's going to be prepped. If it's going to be anyone, I think it's going to be on the back of Kaina to make it all the way through. It has, of course, it's Kaya and Kaina like doing this to me. But I think it's going to be Kaina who has the biggest shot to make it all the way through, especially after those last 2 3-0s we just saw. He is the most dominant player so far in this top 8.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I feel like me included, but some folks at home too, kind of want to see maybe a South American win. You know what I mean? This region might actually take it home, and it's looking really good. Let's take a look back, though, about just a few matches that we just saw here. I mean, look at, you were just saying, yeah, these 3-0s with Kaina, and oh my goodness, Kaina's looking real good. It was heartbreaking for me to see Boomy go. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I won't. Boomy kind of had it coming. Boomy lined himself up for this today, and I did really enjoy like the laughter and the hug out afterwards. Cause like, well, you know, you may have taken out Fiend, you may have trolled him a little bit, but I'm not letting you do that to me, bro. And he again 2 3-0s, and then, of course the biggest one down there as well. The #1 seed of the bracket knocked out by a double elimination.
Yeah, that 3-1 against Lores, and then the hug out, like you said, in that case too, it's just been so much fun to see the camaraderie, but all of the players that are here at DreamHack San Diego.
Right, and guys, we gotta take a short break, but after this break, we're going into winners final of our singles competition with Sandstorm versus Impala. If you don't wanna miss out, don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, we're here, Championship Sunday, San Diego, Lan Diego, it's Toast. I'm joined by...
Sheepy, well, my name is Win Ann, but I'm better known as White Sheepy in the community.
And what are you doing here this weekend?
I am here working as the host on the desk, so I'm working as talent. But honestly, I'm here to kind of just enjoy everything and take all the sights and sounds of not only San Diego, but like literally our pools and everything. Like, we had such a great turnout.
People here. We had people here, like a lot of people.
Yeah, we had a lot of people here, and it was amazing to see just like the amount of players that are here and the amount of like talent, legitimately, like talent. It's kind of insane.
So today, it's Championship Sunday. We've got top 4, top 8. Who wins?
Okay, so everyone knows that, you know, when we were going through pools, I was rooting for Boomy and Sandstorm, but things have changed. And you know what? I can change my prediction if I want to, Duke. Okay, so I'm actually kind of rooting for Made and Experience.
Okay.
I think that they have been doing fantastic, and I do think that they kind of just shine when it comes to these like, you know, in-person events.
Yeah.
And they got great team chemistry. You can't beat that. And they've really been showing up. And they're already on the winner side. So, I mean, they're not too far away. Just saying. Just saying.
No, that's good. That's good. And then for singles, I know, hard one. 8 players to choose from. Who wins?
Singles is so much tougher, in my opinion. Oh my God, singles is so much tougher. But, you know, you go with the heart. And I really do. I really want to see Boomy win. I like legitimately do want to see Boomy win and kind of take the W and just be crowned again. Out of everyone else. I know there's a lot of great players, including like Sandstorm and Luna. You know, I Boomy on top.
Love it. So final question here. What's been your favorite part of Lan Diego?
Oh, that's a tough question. Everything is so good. Because like the city is beautiful and the restaurants are yummy and then this environment is fantastic. What's my favorite part? Okay, wait, can I have 2? Can I have 2?
You can have 2.
I have 2. I'm gonna have 2. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the event. What's been my favorite part? Honestly, it's been really cool to say hi to everyone and see people and have folks come up and just kind of chat. And I really like that, like love that about our community. It's just like, hey, we're all here for the same thing. We love it. And so I really actually do enjoy this kind of like atmosphere, just seeing everyone get together. So I really like that. That's like kind of 1. Okay. And 2, this is kind of outside of the event, but I gotta mention it. I got to go see the zoo. I got to go see San Diego Zoo, and it was fantastic. So 2 things.
Love that. Thank you so much for chatting with us today. Best of luck up on the mic, and hopefully your predictions come true.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into our top 3 of our singles competition here at DreamHack San Diego. I'm joined now by Duke and Sparky. Guys, how are you feeling? We are here. It is top 3 now.
The energy in the room is electric. You could not ask for better. Well, I could ask for Luna to be here in the top 4 of things, but for the most part, it's been amazing. We started today with so much competition in the 2v2 space. Now we're here in the 1v1 space, and you love to see the fight that the South Americans are putting out here. They're really showing up, and it's not just an NA wash.
We have a really interesting group of 4 here. We have the newest world champion, Impala. We have the GOAT of Brawlhalla, Sandstorm. We have 2 South American players. One of them is Kaina. The other one is a player who less than 1 year ago at the mid-season invitational did not qualify on his own merit, qualified because he was a substitute for another player who couldn't get a passport. Fast forward to where we are now and look at the run that Lores is on. It's legendary.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I mean, these next couple matches are going to be insane here. But let's talk about specifically this next match coming up. It's the winners final, Sandstorm versus Impala. Duke, how do you feel?
Well, like Sparky said, it is kind of the battle of the champions, right? We've got our current world champion who, since winning the world championship, hasn't necessarily proven himself to be that dominant of a force, although today looking real good, this weekend looking incredible and dominant. But on the other side, you have Sandstorm, someone who's dominated the 1v1 scene for an incredibly long time, took a break, and now is coming back and starting to be a return to form, looking incredibly scary if I am Impala. But there is the luxury of they fought already at the World Championship not that long ago, and it definitely went in favor of Impala.
I don't think they actually
Well,
did
not
fight
like,
in the
like
World
physically
Championship.
fought, but like in terms of
okay.
like people expected their like placements.
Oh, okay,
fought,
all right, definitely. Yeah, because
Yeah.
Sandstorm at the World Championship didn't even make it in the top 8.
Yeah.
He got 9th then, but they did fight later on at the Winter Championship. 1 set went to Sandstorm, 1 set went to Impala, so they were tied 1-1. Then we get to Spring Championship just a couple weeks ago in 1v1s. They fought again, and Sandstorm came out on top with the Mirage that he's been playing this weekend, pushed it all the way to a Game 5, and came out victorious. And Gate kept Impala from that top 4. Then Sandstorm went on to place 4th in that tournament as well.
Now, I want to ask y'all, do you think we're going to still see the Mirage for Sandstorm here as he's playing in the winners finals against Impala?
Yeah, 100%. I think with how this has been shaking out, they're kind of committed to their characters. I think for the most part, Impala is going to be that Kaya main. That's kind of been his whole thing even before he was the world champion. Is like he's been that guy who's been really propelling the Kayas out there. And then on the other side, Sandstorm definitely known for his scythe play. And then he's liking the spear right now. You know, he's looking good on this Mirage. He's definitely utilizing those down sigs a lot.
We're going to be moving into this game. I expect that Mirage coming out as well. He has 21 sets reported with that Mirage. He played it in Springs. He's been playing it today. And, of course, same thing for Impala, except on a larger scale because he's been playing Kaya for a lot longer than Sandstorm has been playing Mirage in tournament. He's been doing big work with it today. We're going to have 2 spears on the board, but not quite yet. We only have Impala with the first spear in this game.
Well, we got the battle of the champions. Like we've been saying, this is that opportunity for one of them to claim the throne now, become the person who is going to be the mantle of the offline champions. Sandstorm versus Impala. Impala starting off with the edge guard, getting some pogos, getting some damage built up. Sandstorm's opportunity for the edge guard now.
Just a little bit of a neutral light before waiting and then hitting the side light. The weapon toss following up there, winning with the GCD light. Impala was sweating. The dodge is gone. Sandstorm going to recover low, but Impala didn't have his weapon. That is one of the reasons to play Mirage right there. That down signature, that kind of flash in place where your hurt box is essentially gone, and then you lead back in with a hitbox. It's a great stacked option. It's a great to like, it essentially has like a built-in tiny little micro spot dodge in it. And that's one of the reasons Sandstorm plays this legend.
Yeah, such a good kind of get off me tool. You'll see it a lot, kind of like how Orion's like that spear down signature. Just like a good like, oh, we're starting to stack up. Let me just throw this out there.
Just kind of covering the ground, not letting Impala land, was playing around that weapon spawn. Didn't really feel like stripping the field, just playing carefully around it. Got some solid damage, getting that extra credit. That down air, turning it around, that neutral air, not turning it around, that side air, sending Sandstorm flying over onto the wall for refuge. Impala was playing really far back from that corner.
Yo, comes down, hits that down air though. It's actually going to launch Sandstorm. That's a lot of damage that's been put out onto Sandstorm. No attack thrown out, and Impala takes advantage of it, hits the neutral air, going to get that stock count evened up. And honestly, damage difference not too bad for Impala.
It's about 80 to 100 at this point. Now it's starting to get bigger. See him getting really close to that red. Sandstorm now with the spear in his hand. Most of this game so far has been on the scythe. We probably won't see as much signature usage coming out from the spear. It's not really as heavily favored by top players as the bow kit is.
Ooh, but that side signature gonna catch Impala. Launches him over to the right side. He manages to get back to the wall. Honestly, no challenge from Sandstorm there. He really just kind of let him get back up.
There you go. We see that D-Sig again. We see again back-to-back D-Sigs using it like a spot dodge. If Impala wanted to go in with a D-Light, Sandstorm quote-unquote spot dodges it and then picks up the D-Sig with the actual connection. Grabs that stock as well. Almost up to a full stock lead here. Sandstorm opening up game one very strong.
That's a place where you'll see Scythe succeed in those edge guards is when someone likes to go for those vertical tosses, Scythe can come in at those 45s and really pick apart those edge guards, but Impala gonna go for the vertical there, waits out Sandstorm and catches him, gets the recovery to clean up the stock.
And Sandstorm knew he was done once he burned that dodge. Before the second hit of that even came out, you saw him shaking his head because he knew it was already over at that point. Impala completely capitalizing perfectly on that. We have ourselves a tie game here on Brawlhaven. It's gonna come down to this final stock. D-Sig coming out right on top. Not necessarily just a KO tool as well.
Yeah, Impala really cleaned this one up. Sandstorm had built a sizable lead at the start of this one, but Impala making this one look pretty much even.
He's going to disarm himself there with the harpoon toss missing. This time Sandstorm's not going to play around the weapon spawn. He's actually going to strip the field. That hit away. Oh no, Sandstorm's going to grab that immediately as well.
Oh! You saw him charge up the neutral signature. Another slap down. Sandstorm doing a really good job of denying weapons from Impala. Sig positions him towards the weapon, but Impala lands down, picks it up with the neutral light help.
Grabs the neutral air. It's going to take quite a few more of those if he wants to KO off the top. That does have sort of that stacked option as well, but it doesn't make your hitbox move away. Weapon toss is going to go low. Sandstorm has enough to get back until he gets over to the wall. GCD light into the ground pound. Impala taking game one.
Impala being so clean in those pressure situations, he just waits for the opponent to panic. There was that juggle on the second stock where Sandstorm trying to pick and choose when he's going to use his dodge. The second he does is when Impala goes in and gets that downlight into the recovery. Similar situation on that edge guard just now where he launches Sandstorm off and he's just kind of like, all right, well, I'm going to go for this weapon toss. I'm going to wait for a little bit. And then once you've got nothing left, downlight ground pound, and Impala takes game number one.
Now, one thing that might be helping Impala is, of course, coming in today here, he's fresh today compared to what he did earlier on Friday, where he went like back-to-back-to-back game fives, which is going to run on your endurance. You have to have a lot of stamina to do all of those games. But today, he's coming in fresh, and we saw that earlier with the 3-0 that he got previously in the top four.
Similar situation for Sandstorm, also pretty fresh.
It's a spear fight between these two. They're both looking for their openers. They're just kind of trading hit for hit, back and forth. But Sandstorm was so far behind from the beginning. It's maybe about 80 damage difference between these two. Sandstorm's getting it closer. That on stage going to bounce Impala off. Goes for the down air this time. The weapon toss, the slight bounce off of the stage. Not able to end it there, but he does pick up that weapon, leaving Impala still stuck on unarmed.
Went for a GCN light when Impala was still a little bit below him, but Sandstorm catches with the side signature. Gonna swap weapons here, definitely wants to stick with the side.
Nice bit of movement in that side signature. You're able to really chase after your opponent with it. Impala coming in with the spear. You saw him immediately open up with that recovery, trying to take off the top. Close range weapon toss. He's hunting for those down airs, but he's not making contact. He's not able to take this stock until he grabs that recovery. He's going to even it up. Didn't take too much damage whatsoever. Maybe about 25 damage on this stock. Nothing he can't come back from whatsoever.
Really good movement from Impala on that KO there. Waited for Sandstorm again to kind of burn a panic reaction.
Sandstorm again. He's been playing very grounded while Impala's been floating in the air, just kind of searching with those neutral lights. Impala has a nice lead for him now.
Dude, he is so precise with the signatures. This is looking like Impala at the World Championship. He's just hitting everything. The accuracy is off the charts.
Full stock lead here. Now Impala the one controlling the ground, just juggling up Sandstorm with the neutral lights, the neutral airs, the weapon toss bounces off the wall, he picks it back up, but he gets hit by the signature.
Down air, weapon toss.
That's it.
Impala.
That is game 2.
He's up in a big way over the GOAT, the greatest player to win so many world championships, and Impala's making this look easy.
He really is. The fact that that was a very confident 2-stock coming out from Impala. Again, man, he has such a strong mastery of this legend. We've seen a lot of Kayas, but very few Kayas in the world are played at this level. And, I mean, we saw Akno's Kaya today, one of the other best Kayas in the entire world.
And here we go into game number 3. Sandstorm historically has been really, really good at long sets because he can out-adapt his opponents. But right now, it looks like Impala's been the one who's been adapting. Every single time Sandstorm starts off strong, Impala brings it completely back.
Able to dodge through that down air. Impala just a little bit of a lead so far. Man, his movement is so crisp to get around so many of these attacks from Sandstorm. Seems like he doesn't even need a dodge like 1/3 of the time because he's just using his movement to get around.
Nice snare there. Catches with a sidelight. Dodge burned by Impala, but Sandstorm can't get a bigger punish.
Man, Sandstorm's just hunting. He's not finding connections. That signature has been so devastating on the edge for so many different players playing Kaya today.
It's such a good corner guarding tool. Small Brawlhalla as well. Like, it's going to KO quick.
Impala here hoping to continue this lead, grab this 3-0, and move on past the GOAT into the grand finals. His bow, man, it's so good.
Everything hitting for Impala. Everything working for Impala right now. 2 stocks away from Impala getting a guaranteed top 2 finish. Sandstorm trying to cover the corner.
He was
back up.
Really just delaying the recovery back to the main stage. He didn't do too much there. It was really just those dash forward, dash backs. That movement saying like, oh, am I going to commit? Am I not? Ooh, you don't know what I'm going to do. So Impala just kind of stuck on the wall. You saw those exclamation points really start to come out. Panic mode starts to set in. But Impala was able to get back. He did finally lose that stock, but he has a gigantic lead. Great down air. The range. He's using the bow range so well. He's using the signature so well.
Just knew Sandstorm was going to jump right then and there. Got him with the end sig. Huge lead for Impala, and it's just getting bigger. Neutral light.
Dude, his ground game, it's so good. Sandstorm just really, it seems like anytime he goes in the air, if he gets hit by 1 hit, he's going to get hit by 3. Gets hit by that signature yet again, and that KO'd. That's the 3-0 right there. That anticlimactic, are you kidding me? It looks like it was no issue.
It was so simple. It's a walk in the park for him right now. So stoic, so simple for him to take down one of the best Brawlhalla players of all time, and he just did it with Kaya bow down sig.
There's so much context here for Impala to be freaking out right now. The fact that they're in winners finals at Dreamhack San Diego, the first open entry LAN that we've had this year for esports. The fact that he went up against Sandstorm, he's not going up against like washed Sandstorm in pools where it's like it feels good to beat him, but I mean, he's past his prime. I thought he was past his prime. He might not, who knows? But all of those things together, the fact that it's Sandstorm in winners finals here, Impala truly making it look like nothing.
Dude, he's also making an argument for bow to get nerfed,
oh
man. 483 damage, only bow.
How did he not do any unarmed damage that game? Like, how do you, like, no weapon tosses, no single hits from the unarmed whatsoever. It's all bow.
All
it's
bow
so clean.
For game 3. We saw a clip of him doing like a down leg ground pound. That was a previous game.
Yes. Wow. I really don't even know how to feel after that because it truly did just look so easy. The entire set was so quick. Impala never really looked like he was in trouble whatsoever. He had an answer for everything that Sandstorm did. Just pure confidence coming out from the world champion.
Yeah, that was, man, that one just like flew by. That was a blinking and missing set. Like Impala just like, he just kept going and he never lost momentum. There was no like stallage or anything like that. He just kept going, and now Impala's sitting in the grand finals and Sandstorm's down into the elimination finals. And I'm like you, where I'm like, I don't know how to feel emotionally, and I look to Impala, and Impala is like the least emotional person. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, they straight up both look like the set didn't happen and that they just sat down and are about to play it. And so like I'm thinking back through my head, wait, did I dream that? Like, did that actually just happen, or did I disassociate somehow and miss the actual set that's about to happen? But no, Sandstorm going down. Impala guaranteed top 2. Kaina and Lores are about to fight to see who gets to move on and fight up against Sandstorm. We are going to have a South American knockout here, which is tough, but at least it's at this point in the set or in the tournament. It's elimination semifinals. It's not in pools. It's not in top 64. It's all the way out here. And man, the way Lores is playing today, I give a lot of credit to Kaina all the time. I don't know, man. Lores, he's different today.
Yeah, Lores is looking really good. It's fascinating because we started the top 8 of things with, I think, 37% of the bracket being South Americans. We've whittled it down to 50% of the bracket being South Americans, although after this set, it'll be 33% of the bracket is South Americans. But like you said, Lores he's something different. Not that long ago, he was like a PR 14 player that was just kind of a fill, and people were like, okay, that's cool. Even in South America, like looking at him compete in the 1v1s, it's not like he's consistently podiuming of late. He's been looking all right, but it's not like he's kind of that person who's really starting to garner attention. But at the same time, he's playing incredibly well this weekend.
Now, I'm pretty sure when he was a sub for Midseason Invitational, he wasn't even like the first pick sub.
No, he definitely
Because it's
wasn't.
just so difficult to get passport information in time and a visa to be able to come to North America. So I think there were like several people in front of Lores who could not get visa. So he was like several levels down on the sub, and he really went in to Midseason Invitational, and especially in the crew battle, really proved his worth there as a player. He finished like 13th. And the Midseason Invitational, there were a lot of players that placed way lower than he did there. So that's when he really started showing the world who he was, because we knew about Kaina, we know about Fiend, we know about West, we know about Power, all those players. But Lores was sort of the quote-unquote new kid on the block. Really started in Midseason Invitational, and he's only continued it here. You talk about being maybe PR 14, around that range. Now he's moving PR 5 in South America. And after something like this, it's only going to go up.
Well, he is PR 5, but he's going into PR 1 in South America now. This is him about to have to fight kind of the king of South America to see if he can be the final representative going into the last 2 North Americans. Can whoever wins this be that thing for South America to get a medal?
I don't know, man. Kaina is, like you said, one of the kings of South America, but he's also the king of this matchup. Because between these two, it is a total of 8 sets, and every single set is a victory for Kaina. He has a 100% win rate against Lores. In terms of games, it's 24-7. That is an over 3.0 win-loss ratio for Kaina against Lores. If we look at when they most recently came up against one another, Brawlhalla number 69, that was in January, February, March 18th of 2023. They fought twice, and both times, Kaina came out on top.
Yeah, but it's San Diego, man.
That's true.
It's something different. We've already seen upsets abound. Lores took out the top seed of the tournament. So you never know. But we're going to get right on into it. It's going to be Kaina versus Lores. We've got the Lucian on Kaina's side. We've got Lores sticking with the Kaya.
That's what he has been playing as of late at Brawlhalla number 69. He did also pull out the Koji. And we didn't actually see Kaina pull the Lucian out. He's playing a Suri, and he even played a what? An Isaiah? What a wild choice there. Dude, he's Kaina. You're seeing Kaina stuff. It's 16 seconds into this game, and he's already doing the stuff that he was doing against Luna. He's doing it exactly the same, and he's doing it so consistently over and over. Lores fighting back with the spear. He is going to have solid range. Whenever Kaina has Katars, it's basically like, get away from me.
Well, now Kaina's over to the blasters. No dares thrown out. Just going to get a sidelight, getting some good damage put out onto Lores. Lores, there's a burn spot dodge from Kaina, but Lores wasn't ready for the reaction.
I don't think he really had the range at that point to pick anything up. Like maybe the D-Light, but I'm not sure because Kaina was pretty far away from him after that sidelight. There's the KO off the top. Kaina is very much in the red, even though Kaya does have a little bit lower strength. That may not be as much of a problem here on Brawlhaven. Same story goes for Kaina though, but he has a signature kit, a very strong signature kit as well. We've been seeing him use very well, but really it's been a lot of D-Light side airs, D-Light recoveries, or Katar recoveries as well for his KO options.
But Lores with the downlight recovery is going to clean up that stock count. I do believe Kaina's thrown out a couple of those Katar down sigs as well to finish off stocks, but for the most part, like in terms of sig conversation, it's all about that bow down sig for the Kaya.
Hoping to juggle with the neutral airs. Kaina Again, the D-Light into that turnaround neutral air. The reason he's turning that neutral air around is because the back blast ends up coming out first between those two. So by turning that around, you get that hitbox out first. That's going to be his D-Light recovery. I thought he might have gone for the D-Light side air just because he's so good at knowing when he should go for recovery versus when he should go for side air based on positioning and based on damage he has on his opponent.
I think almost every single time he's gotten the downlight in that spot where like someone's peeking up over the corner, he's gone for the recovery. Nice double downlight there, double recovery as well. Kind of making me stutter with how much he's doubling up.
Man, he's so good at turning around those recoveries as well. He'll send his opponent off stage. Obviously, his opponent wants to get back on the stage. If he recovers high, kind of turns around, hits that recovery. If he doesn't recover high, then kind of throws out the recovery and doesn't get hit because his opponent is nowhere near him. Does get hit by that unarmed recovery. He thought a second one might be coming. That's why he threw out that down air. To stop that, gets the side air basically from the right side of the stage, and that is game one. It's a 2-stock for Kaina here.
Kind of nods his head. He's like, yep, this is going the way it's supposed to go. You played incredibly well, Lores, but it's my time to shine.
Now, Kaina and Lores are 2v2 teammates as well. Kaina has played with a lot of different people. Lores has as well. That's kind of a South American thing where they all play musical chairs or square dancing with each other and kind of change partners around all the time. We see him swapping back over to the Pearl skin that he was using previously. But that means that Lores has certainly learned a lot from Kaina, and Lores is an extremely young player. Kaina's, I think he's about 17, maybe 18 now. Lores was 13 at Mid-Season Invitational. I think he's 14 now. So he is an incredibly young player, and you can already see how strong he is.
Meanwhile, though, Kaina catching the double sideline, gets a nice nair, goes for the dare read there as Lores dips underneath him, but manages to position correctly.
Back-to-back in-lights, using the range, that lateral range left and right to try and contest Kaina. He has the lead here, but he's starting to get pieced up. Kaina is also playing that lateral game left and right with those poking sidelights.
Now he's got the Katars, good spacing into the side sig to punish the whiff from Lores.
Gonna juggle up his weapons, going back, of course, over to the Katars. That's been one of his main damage builds, but I think Taz has said it earlier, is he also plays a really well-rounded Lucian. You'll have games where all the damage is on Katars. You'll have games where all the damage is on blasters. You'll have games, nice dodge to get through there, nice cleanup from Lores. You'll have games where it's perfectly split between the two and everything in between.
Well, now things are even between the two of them. Lores with that fantastic edge guard, denying this weapon pickup from Kaina. Great coverage, doesn't get that down light, but he's still keeping the weapon away from Kaina. Kaina finally picks up a pair of Katars.
Lores playing the range game. He's playing it so well. Tried to find that side air. Didn't have enough range on it just yet, but he hasn't been punished for any of these side airs that go out. He got behind Kaina. There's the D-Light into the recovery. He has such a lead here.
Lores looking solid right now. Ground pound thrown out. Lores misses the punish though. Down sig, just a punish of a sidelight downlight.
There's the D-Light into the side air, sending Lores close to that blast on the immediate answer back. There's the sidelight. There's the spot dodge. He tried to go for the read in the other direction with the D-Light rather than waiting for that spot dodge to come out.
Oh, the Sair beating out the recovery, but Lores beating out Kaina, getting him to his final stock.
I'm a little bit surprised that D-Light into the recovery KO'd on the unarmed kit. That's why you see Kaina almost always going for the D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy, because that's going to have a little bit more power on it, a little bit more strength, a little bit more force to really make sure you get that KO rather than just sending your opponent near the blast zone.
It's the most efficient way to vertically knock out for unarmed players, and South America as a whole, like their region is really good at doing that.
And it's not easy, which is why you don't see a lot of other people going for it as consistently as a player like Kaina does. There is a tight window in there. Oh, Kaina!
Read the dodge back. Got the double down light, goes for the down sig. Lores comes back up. Kaina's got great damage put out onto Lores. Lores had a lead earlier in this one, but Kaina has completely deleted it.
Lores is starting to play a little bit defensively, though. He's really using that range that he has with the spear, making sure to back up so he's at the perfect effective range compared to Kaina's Katars, but the blasters are coming in out, finishing that one up with the side air. And Lores, an amazing effort that game, but it still wasn't enough. Even with the lead he had, it still wasn't enough. I swear, dude, Sunday Kaina is different. We talked about Kaina not being able to close. He wasn't able to do it at BCX. He struggled with it several times on Friday, which is why he finds himself in the elimination bracket now. But today, Today, the K in Kaina stands for closer.
Well, that's not how you spell close, but he is
It
definitely
does it in Portuguese.
Oh, okay. Closing
Or
out
in Mortal Kombat
stocks.
universe.
Yeah, that's a more accurate one. But he is definitely closing out those stocks. I mean, there was a 1 damage difference, but the health difference in those final stocks was significantly in favor of Kaina. Now we're here into game number 3. Kaina's 1 game away from knocking Lores out of the game. We're out of the tournament.
And it's interesting, between the two Kais that we've just seen, Impala and now Lores, is Impala was all bow. Meanwhile, Lores, really the best he did last game was off the back of that spear. So that's showing how differently you can play this legend, how you can use your own unique skill expression. But now we're actually seeing the bow. So we're seeing Lores play really well-rounded as well. Grabs the neutral signature. First stock going the way of Lores here in game 3.
And yet he still wants to stick with the bow. One thing that worked really well for him against Luna was forcing that 50-50, goes for the sideline into either a side sig or a down sig, and he was forcing Luna to make an option. This time, he's not even thinking about that as he's trying to play the spear out and kind of gets the recovery.
Gonna have his choice of weapons, likely gonna stick with those Katars. He's able to chase his opponent so well. He's using everything that Lucian has that is unique to this legend to really show why he's playing him. Look at this string potential that Kaina has. He's able to do it against the best players in the world. Footsie game coming out. Nobody wants to commit. They are pretty even. Kaina finally goes in, grabs 2-piece.
Nice side airs. Kind of sweat beating here. Still manages to get the wall touch. Lores can't deny the down sig thrown out, but the down sig from Lores is the one that connects.
Sweating again. He's not able to get back over. He even shook his head on that one. Maybe a little bit frustrating to fall there, especially because Lores is only in the orange. Definitely wanted some more damage if he was going to fall.
Okay, there
Nice.
we're starting to see the 50-50 come
Nice.
out. Another down sig. 3. Oh, he threw it out, but Kaina this time stays high.
He changed it up just a little bit by delaying it, and then he throws it out there.
Ooh, going for it again. Kaina with the side sig to punish. Lores learning his lesson a little bit there. He's like, you know what? Okay, maybe I did a couple too many.
I don't know. He's coming back in with bow. We'll see if he tries it again. He does have about 100 damage, maybe 85 damage lead now. Getting kind of really close to the red. He does actually have him in the red. D-Light in the neutral there. Send him off screen. I don't know if one more might do it. Recovery should.
Ooh, that's a punish. Okay. Lores,
he's gotta be
just
careful.
only doing heavy
Yeah,
buttons.
he's really got to be careful. I feel like I'm seeing shades of Kaina at BCX where he starts throwing out those signatures, getting a little bit too reckless.
Oh! Kind of gets underneath it, doesn't get the dodge, and Lores finds the side air. He's going to hold on. We're going to game 4.
Lores denies the 3-0, keeping himself in this. It was looking a little bit scary, looking a little bit wobbly towards the end of that one, but he still kept the control. And now you see a almost completely bow-dominated game coming out from Lores' Kaina. Lores is Kaina? Lores is Kaya! Man, that's tough.
Well, maybe it's just Lores' Pearl, because that's the crossover he's on.
That's true. I should say that. That'll make it easier.
Yeah. Definitely helpful, but we're going into game number 4. No character swaps, no skin swap on the side of Lores. He did swap over to the Pearl for game number 3, and it's the thing that I guess kind of helped him out a little bit.
Now Kaina's going to start this one off with the first weapon. That second spawn was sitting there for a while. Kaina was able to add up quite a bit of damage by just playing around it, using it as a trap. Already has Lores in the orange at 100 damage.
Ooh, Kaina a little bit quicker with that Qatar sidelight. Beats out Lores. Lores chasing high with that recovery, ends up getting caught for it. Kaina's getting some good errant hits onto Lores right now.
There's the sidelight again, that down sig coming out. Kaina's really not falling for it as much anymore as he was previously. Not only that, he's also finding punishes on it. Ooh, Lores underestimating how far that D-Light was going to reach out. I think he was maybe a little bit too hasty to try and punish it. Oh my gosh! The weapon toss into the pickup, into the weapon toss, all of that coming out. Kaina essentially juggling his own weapons by bouncing them off of Lores' face.
Ooh, but Lores brings this one back, hits the side air onto Kaina in the offstage. Gonna juggle for a bit, but yep, definitely gonna be all about that bow.
All about that bow. That bow. That bow. No spear. I don't really know that song very well. I think I've only heard it on like commercials, so sorry everyone. I shouldn't have done that. I take it back.
That was great. No, I think Megan Trainor is filing the DMCA claim right now.
Oh no, I hope not.
All right, over to the spear though. So, not going to follow along with the song as Kaina hits the down sig. Lores has some movement, gets above Kaina.
The real question is which one of these players is Mother? Because the other one has to listen to them at the end of the day. Okay, D-Light into the side air. Didn't try to risk anything because he knew the dodge wasn't burned, so he couldn't get the double D-Light for free.
Okay, I like that weapon toss there. Just trying to keep some pressure going. Lores knows he needs to win this one. Goes for a big side sig read there. Kaina falls down, hits a side air, puts Lores off stage. How's he gonna get back up? Okay.
Oh, I was expecting a side light from Kaina. There he throws one out to kind of punish that down signature that came out from Lores. Oh, he's slow on that punish. It seems like he doesn't quite know how to do it. That doesn't really surprise me since maybe other than Lores, how many other Kaya players are there in 1v1? So maybe he doesn't feel comfortable about being able to get above, around, and behind it by the time Lores is finished charging it.
Lores with the double end light. Yeah, it is tricky because you can hold that. Lores does give the recovery to Kaina and potential here for that game number 5. But like we were saying, like that spear down sig, like you can change up the timing of how long it's active. Nice side air.
If Lores pushes this to a game 5, man, I'm seriously so proud of Lores. I have so much respect for Lores as a player, and it's only grown seeing him here at Dreamhack San Diego. I think everybody around us also has that same idea as well. They both want it so bad off the top, but they're both in the yellow, not quite yet. Edge guard set up. Lores able to still punish the attempt at landing the ground pound. We have a game 5. Lores takes game 4, clutching it out.
Saw the sweat beads, knew he was running out of actions and maintained the pressure perfectly for that ground pound to connect and force a game number 5.
Lores is incredible. He's truly an incredible player. He has leveled up so much this weekend. What a ground pound pickup there. And you see a much more even split between these two weapons. It was like 172 on the spear, 297 on the bow.
Good mix of weapon usage. We're getting into game 5, small brawl haven.
Now one thing, Lores cannot get too confident, because if he starts to get a little bit too confident, and if he starts to feel himself a little bit too much, I think Kaina is going to take him apart.
It definitely is not over until it's over, but Lores has an opportunity here to change the history books. He's lost every single set against Kaina, but here today, he's in game number 5.
And it would be wild to win this set because he went down 0-2. He would be getting the reverse 3 against like kind of the de facto best player in all of South America. But Kaina wants to make sure that does not happen. He's opening this one up huge. He's only in the later stages of yellow. Meanwhile, Lores is very much in KO damage. That neutral air sending Kaina into the orange. D-Light into the recovery. KO off the top. Huge lead for Kaina.
Clean plays from Kaina. Was not going to drop that downlight recovery. He's got some solid health too. Denying weapons. Lores hoping for a weapon spawn soon. You see him running forward towards Kaina.
Dude, yeah, look at Lores' movement to get in and around. He really, honestly, he's getting hit a lot more when he has the weapon than when he was at weapon disadvantage, not able to grab that KO because of that 45-degree force vector. Nice landing side air. Oh, not going to have enough range for that. Oh, Kaina, oh no, that's so brutal.
Down sig misses. Kaina still getting some punishes though. Lores has taken a lot of damage here. Pogo, not enough. Goes high.
He's got to find the stock. Okay, he finds it right here. He's very much in the red. And again, we're on small brawl haven. Even though Kaya has solid defense, that starts to go away a little bit when you look at being on small brawl haven, those close blast zones, especially the way that Kaina is able to find the signatures exactly like that.
Yep, that side signature cleans it up. A full stock lead for Kaina. Sticking with the Katars as Lores is unarmed right now. There's the weapon spawn, picks up the spear. Can Lores bring this one back? This would be such a clutch.
Sidelight in the in-light, turnaround recovery as Lores is recovering back to the stage. In-light again, doesn't get the jump nair, but does get the second one. Goes for the GCD sig all the way up there. These Katars are going crazy right now. I gotta see the grab. I can't wait to see the grab. There's so much damage being added up on top of Lores and very little being added up on Kaina.
Decides to swap Katars the last pair. We're getting a little too bloody, but Lores starting to find some damage, but he gets disarmed. Weapon spawn in favor of Kaina. Lores goes in. What?
And the taunt early. Kaina, what are you doing? I get that you're still mostly in the lead, and it's very unlikely that you would lose this game, but what are you doing, my brother?
He just tried to do
Flores is playing with him.
the dirt. There's the recovery,
There it
kind of
is.
takes it 3-2 over Flores, and he is going to be the final representative for South America.
Kaina is guaranteed top 3, moving on into the elimination finals. Big hug from 2 good friends here in the South American region. That is going to be an incredible 4th place finish for the very young Flores here, representing the So Icy boys, going up against Kingdom Esports. Is Kaina. Wow, I'm so glad that we got to see them fight each other, because you have like the current reigning king of South America versus the person who's going to kind of maybe move in and do a little bit of regicide, or at least he wants to do a little bit of regicide to dethrone Kaina and take the throne for himself.
He's like the second prince who's like plotting all sorts of stuff to try to take over the kingdom. But man, impressive plays. You got to give a lot of credit to Flores for taking that one back to game 5, because that was looking like a runaway in favor of Kaina, but ultimately Kaina did close that one out in game 5.
I'm telling you, I don't know if it's just today, but kind of really turning into a closer. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what all the kind of fans have really been waiting for, especially since BCX. How close he got to defeating Godly. How close he got to defeating Stingray. But it was that last little bit where that panic set in right at the end. That's not a problem here at DreamHack San Diego.
Yeah, his signatures in particular have been so effective, right? That's one of the biggest ways to make sure that you were taking those stocks. It's arguably one of the most efficient ways. You see someone in the red, hit him with the sig on Small Brawlhalla, you basically get the stock, and he's hitting them.
That's why, yeah, he's playing Lucian, who has really strong signatures. At BCX, he's playing Zoe, which Zoe has strong signatures, but strong in the way of like there's a lot of force on them, not strong in the way of like they are very good and you should use them regularly because you will not get punished. That's not the case with those. It's definitely different with Lucian. That's why I'm so glad that, well, really Luna kicked off the Lucian gameplay that we're seeing, and I'm glad so many players have jumped onto that. I think it fits Kaina so well.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Kaina now, he's got to sit in that hot seat, right? Because, of course, he's now going into Sandstorm, and then after that, it's going to be Impala. If he wants to win this, is going to be sitting there for quite a while.
He has to essentially beat 2 world champions. One multi-time world champion and one most recent world champion. So he has to bring out quite possibly the best gameplay he has ever had to bring out in his entire career.
Well, we're going to give him some time to stretch his legs. Of course, he's got to put his name on that seat because he's going to be sitting there for at least a whole other set. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the final 2 sets of DreamHack San Diego. You don't want to miss it. Stick around. 2 sets remain until we find out who is our 1v1 champion here for Dreamhack San Diego. Will it be the South American or will it be one of our world champions? We'll find out in just a little bit.
We have Sandstorm versus Kaina for the elimination finals. The winner of that will move on into the grand finals where Impala is patiently waiting. I'm sure he's very patiently waiting, probably sitting there like a robot, stone-faced, making absolutely no noise, conserving his battery cells for the gameplay that he's going to have to do in grand finals if he wants to take home the championship here at Dreamhack San Diego, the first open entry LAN for esports year 8, baby.
2023 starting off with a bang. The potential here for the South Americans is real because Kaina has not fought either of these 2 players this weekend. The player who knocked Kaina down into the elimination side of things, we looked it up during the break, was Java. And so Kaina's been doing the elimination run for an incredibly long time. But now we're into it, and Sandstorm,
Are we seeing Fenrir Mordex? What year am I looking at here? Oh yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. I'm telling you, I said that his best days were behind him and that, you know, he might be a regular top 8 player, but the way he's looking now, and now we're seeing the Fenrir Mordex, I know chat is stoked. I know all the viewers at home are stoked. I'm stoked because this is where Sandstorm made his name. He made this legend and this skin and this setup completely iconic in Brawlhalla.
Yo, this is Mr. Incredible going into the locker and putting back on the suit with the eye on the chest. Sandstorm is going back to the iconic Fenrir Mordex.
Except he's not out of shape like Mr. Incredible was when he put that back on. It seems like he's been fighting fit now. Sandstorm here, he is unarmed at the weapon disadvantage. Both players now in the red. The neutral light coming out. Again, the neutral air coming out. Swapping over to the gauntlets. The neutral light coming out. Not KOing, of course, after that gauntlet nerf. Somehow finding priority over the ground pound with that guitar. Neutral air, and there is the signature KO off the top, throwing straight up on that one.
The down sig from Sandstorm launches Kaina into the sky. Nice pickup there with the down light. Continues it with the scythe and swaps over to the gauntlets for the sig.
Nice weapon toss to help cover the landing. Kaina was probably looking for a D-light setup.
Oh my gosh!
Kind of swapping back over to the blasters, tossing him up for a second just in case that next weapon spawn came in. He could grab those guitars quickly without having to disarm himself as late once Sandstorm spawned back in. He's looking for another KO, hunting for those recoveries on the gauntlets.
Right, misses and Sandstorm punishes another down sig to KO Kaina.
It's wild that we had like so many South Americans in the top 8 of the bracket. It's wild that we had an EU team take 2v2, but imagine Sandstorm wins this LAN in 1v1s.
The return of Sandstorm is not quite here yet because he's got to get through Kaina and then into Impala. A nice down sig, keeping that pressure going on to Kaina. Sidelight.
Oh man, he's getting aerial. He's using that scythe down air. Such a strong move to use. Actually brings him over back onto the stage rather than using the strong D-light. Bringing him back on the stage so he can throw out that side signature. Take game 1 with a 2-stock still in the yellow.
That was a little bit of a stomp there from Sandstorm. Hey, like you said, 2 stocks left to his name and kind of only able to put out about 200-something damage in that game.
Kind of coming out struggling this much early on, man. I don't know how that bodes for him. Look at that grab. Sandstorm spent more than half of the game on that first stock, about maybe even 60% of the game on that first stock, and even the beginning of the second stock. You can see part of that was kind of respawning, so he's not going to take any damage there, but there were still parts of it as well towards the end of Kaina's second and the beginning of Kaina's third where he wasn't taking any damage either, and then look at the end as well. Yet another flat line where Sandstorm is not taking any damage, and he's adding quite a bit up with those sight strings, with the gauntlet strings, and of course, both signature kits.
Yeah, and it didn't look like there was any warm-up time needed for his gauntlets. He was still able to put out about 190 damage on his gauntlets alongside the like 300 plus he did with his scythe.
Nice 3-piece there coming out from Kaina, hoping to find the 4th. Doesn't make the connection. Almost went in. Almost fell into the signature. Almost grabs that down there. I feel like Sandstorm is he either almost gets the hit or he is getting like 9 hits. And that is an incredibly early stock for Sandstorm.
Didn't even have to hit him there, just made sure kind of couldn't get that wall touch. And now Sandstorm with a big lead again, this time in game number 2.
Neutralite into the down air. He's not able to find any of these gigantic strings that he was finding previously. Like he's finding like 2 and 3 hits sometimes. Nice big slap there. Could be evening this up quickly.
Good job to avoid the nair.
It looked like he was going to go in, but then he saw, okay, there's not enough for him to get back. I'm going to play carefully. I'm going to play safe because I could get hit with that nair. Could end up getting turned around and edge guarded.
Sandstorm lands back down, kind of brought this one back. Nice dare and kind of dodges away.
You see him waiting after that down air. There's the down signature. Sandstorm, I think he said that's his favorite one.
Scythe down sig?
Yeah.
It's a solid one.
When like back in the day, it was always like the lingering icicles on the side sig that really caught people out when they tried to spot dodge it.
Yo, but Kaina's catching Sandstorm out. Sandstorm running out of health here to play with on the second stock.
And Kaina, you saw him run all the way to the left side of the stage. He's still trying to make moves for that. Dashes in, hits the neutral signature, didn't make a connection with it though.
Doesn't hit the recovery, kind of swaps over to the Katars. Down sig, throws him down.
I swear, it's almost every single KO from Sandstorm, if not every single one, is a signature KO.
I mean, that's what we were talking about with Kaina, right? That's the best way to finish off a stock, is getting that single signature. Down sig baited out by Sandstorm. There's the downlight, there's the recovery. We're going to final stocks.
Much more even this game. At the end of last game, Sandstorm was just in the yellow on his second stock by the time everything was said and done. Now, Kaina finds himself and Sandstorm both on final stocks, gets through.
And then chase dodges to the other side, kind of responds with some Katar damage, but Sandstorm now getting the edge guard built up here. One more hit, kind of touches the wall. Sandstorm backs away, baiting for the down sig.
Now you saw kind of go in with the recovery earlier, and that put him right back on the stage, right in Sandstorm's hand. Meanwhile, the second time he recovered back to the stage, he stuck on the wall instead of using that recovery. Down air, sending kind of over to the right side, recovering high, gets the falling neutral air. Now he's finding some string damage. It's not quite as quick as the previous ones he was finding, but still, that was like 6 unanswered hits. Sandstorm even shaking his head after he whiffed that signature.
He knew that was a wild idea, but the ground pound was a great idea after the side light, and that's going to be Sandstorm up 2-0 over the final South American.
We could see Kaina taking nothing more than a bronze medal. Still an amazing effort, still an amazing reward for all of his gameplay this weekend. But players like Kaina and players like Sandstorm, they have their eyes set on the gold medal.
You know they wanted a 10 damage difference between the two of them. This time Sandstorm leaning a little bit more into his gauntlets. This is what you love to see from Sandstorm. He can play both weapons to great effect.
Now, even though there was only a 10 damage difference, Sandstorm was maybe like 40% of the way through his final stock. He was still in like the orange stages, maybe even early orange, and that's because he was just more efficient than Kaina was by using those signatures. Now Kaina's finding the string, taking Sandstorm all the way to the right. You saw him sweating. Sandstorm fighting back with his gauntlets. That sidelight doesn't have enough, but he gets up and then down at the 45-degree angle with the down air from the Katars. Not able to punish the land. He gets hit for 2.
The dodge. Sandstorm backing away. Damage deficit. The neutral sig. Not going to quite KO, but Sandstorm has enough movement to get back up.
Is he? Okay, I was wondering if he was going to try the neutral signature again as the KO move, especially if Sandstorm wants to play airly, if he's looking for those down airs. Very strong move in the Scythe weapon kit, one of my least favorite moves to play against in the entire game because it's so strong. Neutral sig might be the thing to deal with that.
Kind of almost a full stock lead now, but there's that down sig. So many times he's taken a stock off of Kaina, and it will happen again. Sandstorm brings this one back. That down sig is so good for Sandstorm.
Getting caught with that right over the corner and not being like bounced off the stage or anything like that, that's like taking it a Surrey dunk when you're in orange. It's very rare that you're going to be able to come back from that. It's at least going to set up for the edge guard for at least the potential of guaranteeing that stock, but especially if you're caught out in the air, you happen to be going in for that landing, you don't have enough jumps to get back, you're totally done.
Yo, but kind of shook that one off real quick. He's already putting Sandstorm into the red. His blaster is now doing a lot of work. Can he get the downlight? Sandstorm using that longer range.
Oh, he's adding up the damage so well. Kind of can't hardly find a single hit until that blaster side air gets punished with one of the first Scythe neutral signatures we've seen this set.
Didn't even set up for it, just called out the movement of Kaina. Now he's over to the gauntlets here. Kaina, there's the weapon spawn, but he can't pick it up.
The tug of war between these two on this second stock. We're about 2 minutes into this game. Spot dodging that and hitting the side light. There's the D-light into the recovery. Again, he knew that there was enough damage added up because so many other times we saw him go for the D-light into the GC neutral heavy. So he knows.
I mean, he also just burned his dodge on that gravity cancel side light to challenge Sandstorm. Sandstorm with the weapon toss now. Off stage.
Oh, that's dangerous.
He's back.
I thought he was surely done after using that dodge.
There, not quite enough, but the sweat beads, and there's the downlight from Sandstorm. Final stocks here in game number 3. Can Kaina take this to game 4?
Totally even on this one. Kaina needs to get this stock if he has any hope of not being eliminated in 3rd place. Pushing it to a game 4 and hopefully continuing into a victory, but Sandstorm, they're even on the damage add up.
Down save puts him off stage. Downlight. Downlight.
Oh, Kaina's finding nothing here.
Went for 3 downlights in a row. Kaina got around it. Sandstorm still getting a lot of good damage here onto Kaina.
He's not falling for any of these D6 here lately, though. Sandstorm's thrown out a few of them. Kaina's been able to punish.
He's getting damage. Doesn't go for the weapon spawn. Sandstorm was too close. There's the neutral light. Avoids the recovery.
He's trying to open up with these guitar neutral lights. This
He
one's
doesn't
about
go
on
to
the
the corner.
stage. He still has hope.
He got bounced. It ate some of the forest. Kaina's still living, but he gets disarmed. There's the weapon spawn. He goes too close, and the down sig from Sandstorm means he's going to grand finals.
Kaina from Brazil, South America, going to finish here at Dreamhack San Diego in 3rd place. Incredible work from Kaina this weekend. Didn't place quite as well in 2v2s as I would have really thought he was going to, but it seemed like he was saving up everything for 1v1s here. He had an amazing set against Lores right before that. Right before that, he went 3-0 over Hughes, and right before that, he went 3-0 over Boomy. But in that elimination semifinals, started to find some trouble, and then Sandstorm, man, Sandstorm took him apart like we're still back in 2019.
Sandstorm had a amazing return to form. I mean, you got to give so much credit, not only to Kaina, but to the South Americans. They really showed up and really made people respect that the South Americans are a strong 1v1 team. But specifically about Kaina, he has had the longest run of the event because he went down in pools to Java, and yet he made it all the way here to the top 3. You got to give him so much credit.
An amazing effort. I know he's going to be maybe a little bit sad that he got 3rd place and not 2nd and definitely not 1st, but hopefully later on he can be proud of everything that he did this tournament. And Sandstorm, man, Sandwick tweeted out that I was basically calling Sandstorm LeBron, and I clarified that a little bit, but I'm going to delete that tweet because, like, yeah, Sandstorm's just LeBron. He's just LeBron James. He's the GOAT. He's going to be such a long-running pro if he decides to be. That really seems like it's going to be the decision maker. Like, it's in Sandstorm's hands whether he wants to be the best or not.
Well, I think Impala's got some words to say about
That's
that
true.
one, because it is still one more set for Sandstorm to be determined if he is back on top. Impala, the current world champion, has that potential. He already really handled Sandstorm not too long ago.
But I think that's why we saw Sandstorm immediately go in with the Mordex pick game 1 against Kaina, so he could start working that in, start warming that up, find out how he wants to use everything that is unique to Mordex versus what he was using previously on Mirage that, let's be real, did not work after Impala got the 3-0.
We'll see if that will be the thing that he needs, but he's got some time to think about it because we're going to take a short little break before we get into our grand finals. We got one more set to go, and we want to make the tension build as much as possible. So we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with that grand finals of Dreamhack San Diego. The battle of the best. We've got our top 1v1ers, Impala versus Sandstorm, coming up next.
Impala versus Legoat. I don't know. I saw that 3-0 from Impala. If Sandstorm brings in the Mirage, I'd be like, yeah, it's going to be a 3-0 again, maybe a 3-1. Impala's got this in the bag. But it's Mordex, man. How can you count out the Mordex? There are a handful of truly iconic loadouts in Brawlhalla. One of them is like Addy's White Dragon Slayer Val. This is like one of the other mains. I think if you pick like the top two, it'd be the Val and it would be this.
Yeah, in terms of like iconic outfits, Sandstorm's Fenrir Mordex is definitely up there for iconic outfits, although Impala's is kind of becoming one.
Yeah, I might agree with that, but it's also, that's the thing, is like that's just also kind of the goated Kaya skin, whereas like Val has other skins that are better than Dragon Slayer, and Mordex also has like several other skins that are probably better than Fenrir Mordex.
Is that the tech? Is you pick a bad skin, but you make it yours?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you see some of the people on Twitter being like, oh, I'm claiming this strip, and it's like the most horrendous thing that you've ever seen in your entire life, and everyone in the comments is like, yeah, bro, you can have it. Ain't nobody want that.
Well, everybody wants Sandstorm's drip at this point, or at least his earnings. Looking at 210,000 versus 55,000, but right now the current world champion is in fact Impala.
You see Impala on the left side of your screen, Sandstorm on the right side of your screen. Sandstorm has been here so many times. Impala's been here once, and it was at a really high-pressure tournament. Of course, the World Championship at the end of last year, but Sandstorm has so much more experience in this exact position.
I mean, almost every single time Sandstorm has been in this position, he's been the one to be feared. He's been the one that the other guy's like, oh, I got to prepare something for him. But this time, I think it's different. This time, Sandstorm's on the shell to go into Impala. He had to warm up the gauntlets, but he did it with the Mordex.
What was the Mordex for?
To warm up the gauntlets.
Yeah, but like, why wouldn't you just do this? Are you just really trying to maybe
don't
surprise?
let him know what you're doing.
Yeah, surprise Impala. Don't let him know your next move.
Got to keep him guessing.
I'll tell you what, people are going to see this and be like, yeah, Teska's broken. We need to... Teska was grand finals at Dreamhack San Diego, most broken legend in the whole game.
Well, that's all dependent on how Sandstorm performs, but right now Impala is the one hitting the performance as he hits the down air, and he's so healthy. Sandstorm losing his first stock.
He has like 50 damage on this first stock. He got that one in less than 40 seconds. Had control of the weapons right after that. Here comes Sandstorm's gauntlets. That neutral light coming out. Doing a lot of movement for going in. Nice nair into the sidelight, into the recovery. Even on Brawlhaven, not quite enough just yet.
Neutral light's not going to do it. Doesn't even put him off screen. Chase is low, but Impala comes back up. Sandstorm, what's the KO tool? It was a lot of signatures that worked earlier, but will he be able to do the same with Shell?
Impala really starting to play that range game, finding a lot of unanswered damage against Sandstorm. We've seen Impala have games where he's bow-focused, games where he's spear-focused, and games where he splits them right down the middle.
Punish?
That is going to be an easy punish for Sandstorm into the sidelights there, making sure he finishes that stock up. But he's at a solid damage deficit here as Impala spawning in fresh.
Yeah, you were talking about that range advantage. Nice option there from Sandstorm. I believe that was the down light where he held down, so he ended up going grounded. The wall now.
A lot of range put between these two players. That down sig, dude. Impala has been using that so well. Kaya players are loving that one.
Well, or maybe they're hating it because they're like, oh no, it's going to get nerfed.
But I mean, even Impala himself said after the nerf post BCX, he was like, yeah, it's not unreactable. It's still a pretty darn good signature when, what was it? It was the neutral sig that got nerfed, right?
I think so, yeah, because he did a lot of that neutral signature. But now it's all about that bow down sig, but he's got the spear in hand. And yeah, he's still playing that range game.
Sandstorm finding really good damage. He's like putting out twice as much as he takes, which might even out towards the end because Impala has twice the stocks that Sandstorm does.
But he's running out of room to work with. He's taking a lot of damage. Here comes those bow down sigs. You can see Sandstorm giving a lot of respect to it. Hits the neutral, or hits the side air. Down sig, gonna bounce and it's gonna KO. He's gonna stick with the boots for sure.
Even on stage, that is going to lead to the KO. Sandstorm Maybe about 130 damage behind. Now got 140, 150, 160, 170 behind.
Oh.
Nice down air. Could he finish this one up? Nice bonk on the head. Easy cleanup for Impala, and he takes game one almost at JV2.
Showing that BCX was not a fluke. He is a competitor. The offline environment is easier for him. That's a direct quote, and it's proving true.
I don't know. I think he's lying. I think he just flexing on that one. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude.
He levels up in person. He needs an audience to perform.
Except he wanted to play off stream and requests to play off stream so he can't have eyes on him. But here, he don't get that option, and I mean, it seems like it doesn't matter. Like, why does he have that preference? Because we look at what he's doing right here. There's the Mordex. There's the Fenrir Mordex. I was hoping for that quick swap after the Tesca was just not working. Opening this one up with some solid unarmed damage, immediately picking up the gauntlets into that turnaround down air.
Okay, side air puts Impala off stage, but the neutral air gets him to the wall safely. Down sig throw now. Goes for another one. Not sure how effective these will be against Impala.
Especially if Impala wants to play the range game, using the range that he has on both weapons when he chooses Kaya. Nice turnaround neutral air. Following up after the neutral light.
Down sig, active input, swings back. No dare.
He was able to get back on and pick up the weapon. I thought Sandstorm was going to be enough behind him that he wasn't going to get hit by that.
Oh, what is he going for? What was he cooking?
I think he was maybe expecting that to bonk on the head of Impala if he tried to jump and he gets knocked back down into the D-Light.
Okay. Well, ultimately, he still did get the KO with the gauntlets. Now it's back to the side, but the Pogo evens it up.
This Fenrir Mordex is faring reasonably well so far. Sandstorm is down 0-1, but now he technically does have the lead. Going to even that up with the recovery that came out from Impala. Again, a lot of space put between them. Trying to hit the jump side air. Back-to-back in lights.
Puts him off stage, goes in with the recovery. Trading damage out, doesn't get the follow-up off the downlight, but the weapon toss keeps him safe. Down sig again, throwing Impala back.
And we really saw Sandstorm not using as much of the active input. Not using as much of the active input on that down sig in his previous set against Kaina. He was really just doing it in the same direction. Meanwhile, here, it seems to be he's always positioned where he wants to turn it around and send towards the blast zone the other way.
But the recovery, no gauntlet down sig this time. It's the end sig. Impala with the punish. Keeping this one close.
Coming back over to the spear. Nice side air, sending Sandstorm off screen. Gonna go in with the big ground pound and the weapon toss. The side air coming through, not far enough. Impala was very confident that he wasn't gonna be able to make it. I thought it was gonna be close, but again, it's these players knowing things, just inherently being able to judge movement and damage and spacing all in a high pressure situation like we have here.
But Impala gets taken down by Sandstorm's Scythe recovery. Final stocks here in game number 2. You know Sandstorm wants to take this one. Getting a reverse 3 on someone who just 3-0'd you is so stinking hard to do.
Both of these players extremely even coming in on final stocks. Both of them in the yellow. That neutral light just barely missing. Both of them are kind of poking, but
that was a
Sandstorm finding a lot of unanswered damage. The weapon toss just a little bit more. Any scythe ground pound coming out. It's going to be high.
He's back on stage, though. Good spot dodge over the bow down light.
I'm waiting for the D-Sig. I'm waiting for the D-Sig.
The Sair, he's disarmed. He can't go for it. But the weapon spawn, Sandstorm denies it. Impala unarmed right now. Sandstorm misses the dare. Impala goes in for the haymaker.
There's the D-Light into the recovery. Not enough. Low strength of Kaya. Tried to find another one.
Attack. Neutral light, not going to KO. Not even off screen.
Is he going to go for the dunk? Oh, he's going to go for the side air over the corner. What a bold move. Impala called it out immediately with the GCD light. Didn't just find a single punish. He found the punish to get the KO, setting up into his bread and butter.
He felt good after that one, too. Impala is such a stoic player, but he saw that gravity cancel downlight recovery, and he was smiling as he hit it. Impala up 2-0 over Sandstorm. Can Sandstorm do the reverse?
First weapon goes to Impala. He finished that last game up with that spear in his hand. if we get a 3-0 here in Grand Finals, I know Production's going to be happy. I know Jabali's going to be happy. Honestly, the way Impala's playing here, I might be a little bit happy as well. He's putting on a show for us.
He's just looking so clean. Impala comes down. There's that bow down sig. Weapon toss does not connect. Sandstorm with the scythe in hand, but he's taken so much damage already.
Impala has a gigantic lead. Has Sandstorm and KO damage. That down air is going to set up. Little bounce pass to himself. Another down air. Is he going to set up for another one? Playing this one high, playing this one careful. Sends the side air over to the left side. Getting a little bit swifty with it. There's the down signature that he slide charged over the edge. I mean, he's got to be feeling nothing but confident right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got a 2-game lead. He's already got that stock advantage quite handedly. Impala, he's just running away with it, looking like a repeat of that winner's final.
There's that neutral light. You can see each hit. Sandstorm's getting big hits, and he gets the stock. Is Impala going to be able to get back? No, not even close. And we are back to even. Just a little bit of damage on Sandstorm's second stock. Impala's going to be looking for a weapon. He's able to grab it very quickly. Sandstorm didn't try to guard it too much. He even actually gave Impala quite a bit of room.
He's got that spear in hand. It hasn't been his critical weapon. Generally, it's all about that bow. Still stuck on the corner. There's that GC downlight.
Recovery chasing high. Really no threat of actually getting the KO there because Sandstorm's still in the yellow. Impala's just a little bit behind in terms of damage.
Oh, he's going real low. Impala gets back up. That recovery helps him out. It's good damage, but if Sandstorm doesn't get this KO, it will not matter.
There's the neutral light. Man, you really see the difference in old neutral light versus new gauntlet neutral light with how far those are sending. Sair, the weapon toss goes a little bit too far to the left. He must have done that the wrong direction. That gives Impala the lead. He takes it back from Sandstorm here in Game 3.
Sandstorm had such a damage lead, but he didn't get the stock. Impala 1 stock away from being the San Diego champion, but Sandstorm's going to make him work for it.
He's going to be spawning back in at the exact same position that Sandstorm is right now, except he will be at the weapon disadvantage until Sandstorm moved off stage, giving Impala the room he needed to pick up the bow.
Jump for jump. Impala hits a neutral light. He hits the neutral air. Starting to get more taps. Neutral light, neutral air.
Impala controlling the ground so much, but now they swap places. Sandstorm has Impala in the orange. There's the side air.
He's running out of movement.
Red. Oh my gosh! Is that it?
That's gotta be it. Sandstorm takes game number 3. He'll hold on just narrowly to get us to game 4.
That was so close. Virtually no reaction from Impala whatsoever. Even though it looks like Sandstorm is talking to Impala, he's actually facing the other direction, probably talking to the stage production right now. Impala really having to think here. That's going to interrupt some of the momentum on his side. We've seen, though, in the past, in Grand Finals, we have players going up 2-0, losing Game 3, and then coming back, showing Game 4 more dominant than ever, why it should have been a 3-0 in the first place.
And now we're seeing a map swap. We're going to Apocalypse, that soft platform, maybe another place that Impala can return to, because the edge guards of Sandstorm, what took him game number 3. But
this is huge. This is gigantic.
Oh, wait, no turnaround.
Is he still going to go in? No, he backs up. He hit that dare. He didn't want to go in too hard. He's at the weapon disadvantage. Sandstorm had the scythe in his hands. We have a soft platform here. That's going to shake things up quite a bit because either player can choose to move on to that soft platform, because we've had moments where Impala is controlling the ground and Sandstorm can't land. We've had other way around as well where Sandstorm controls the main platform and Impala can't land. Now we introduce that soft platform, and even though Impala has a massive lead, we're just like one dunk away, especially since Impala is in the orange.
The question is if he can get the dunk. Sandstorm playing from behind again. He needs another big edge guard onto Impala. Over to the side. Impala gets back up. He's so good at sneaking over those corners.
Both players kind of jockeying back and forth, playing that footsie game, looking for their single hits. Sandstorm hoping to finish up this stock quickly, uses the strong D-light there. Impala's first stock taken away. About 1:26 into this game. Sandstorm in the orange on his second stock. Free weapon for Impala after hitting the unarmed neutral air.
The audience here rooting for Sandstorm. They want that game 5. They want Jabali to be upset that we're still here. And Impala gets caught out by the scythe of Sandstorm.
Neutralite into the neutral air, turning that one around, sending Impala over onto the edge, playing so far back from the corner. Got a little bit too close there, trying to poke out with that D-Light. Ended up getting punished for it, just barely getting through that down air from Impala.
Soft platform helps him out. The dodge down, but it's just in there. Impala, he misses the N6 Sandstorm with the spot dodge. Down light, launches him. It's going to KO Sandstorm. Can he get this to game 5? He's deep red.
Where's the next weapon spawn coming in? It's the middle of the stage. Impala's able to grab it. D-Light into the recovery. Had so much damage on that second stock that he evens it up so quickly. Next weapon spawn coming in. He's going to stay on the bow. He did juggle those weapons to delay the next spawn. It's coming into the right side. You see him trying to pressure that string to keep Sandstorm away from the weapon, but he was able to grab it in time. It's Gauntlets.
Last stocks here. The difference being a game 5 or a championship title. Nair into the end light. Sandstorm's getting some damage. Another end light. Keeping the pressure. Impala's stuck on the wall. Over to the scythe. Gravity cancel down light. Gets him back up. The juggles.
He doesn't choose to go over onto that soft platform. He went to the left side of the stage and landed right on it. Impala getting a lot of unanswered damage here, especially after that whiff down air.
Recovery from Impala gets him back up. He's getting the damage put out onto Sandstorm. Misses the down light.
These side lights coming out from Sandstorm. Both players last stock red here.
Ooh, the side air. He was getting close there. Got the wall touch. He's disarmed. Sandstorm has the corner. He has the side air. Sandstorm takes it to game 5.
This is that clutch factor. Sandstorm is the GOAT. That's the reason when you ask any Brawlhalla player from any timeline who their Mount Rushmore is, if they don't put Sandstorm on there, I'm telling you, they're just objectively wrong. And I don't even think anyone would be so much of a contrarian to do that, because everyone is putting Sandstorm on that big, shiny mountain.
But look at the damage difference. 51 in favor of Impala. Sandstorm needed to steal those stocks out time and time again. When it comes to the corner guards, Sandstorm is getting those W's, but how often can he continue that?
It's working so far. Look at the damage difference between his two weapons. Over 3 times as much damage on his scythe as he put out on his gauntlets. That's why if Sandstorm slides into your DMs and says scythe forever, that's how you know it's him.
Here we go. Game 5. Can Impala close this one out, or will we get the reset for another best of 5?
Oh, Sandstorm was staying grounded when Impala threw out that neutral light, but they weren't stacked, so he didn't find a connection on it. Impala has just a little bit of a lead here, has Sandstorm in the orange.
Caught the dash through with the end light. Impala's getting juggled here. GCN light hits the dare, hits the ground pound. Sandstorm with the lead.
That's a classic right there. Bouncing off the wall, then hitting the ground pound for the KO. Sandstorm only at about 100 damage on this. Seems like he already has Impala in the yellow. It seems like it only took 2 hits.
Impala maybe getting a little nervous here. Chain dodging from Sandstorm. Impala waits a little bit after that side light.
It's so wild that we saw the Tesca come out and it got shut down so promptly, and then all of a sudden we see the Fenrir Mordex and Impala's having so much trouble.
So few SIGs thrown out from Impala. It's going to be the recovery off the downline. Impala evens up the stock count. Damage just a little bit in favor of Sandstorm.
Going to be looking for the next weapon spawn to come in. There it is. I think he picked up a scythe here, and that's the reason that he didn't really go too hard for that weapon spawn towards the end of last stock, because he didn't want his next weapon spawn, if he picked it up, once he respawned and got taken out, to be the gauntlets. He wants to stick on this scythe.
Yeah, it's definitely been all about this scythe. Throws the dare into the wall there, doesn't go for that ground pound that time. Hits the downlight to catch the landing. Another downlight, Sandstorm, 1 stock away from the reset.
He all of a sudden has a gigantic lead. It seemed like he was on orange, and then he just kept being on orange, and he's still second stock orange as Impala is fighting back at the weapon disadvantage.
Ooh, the spot dodge. Not afraid of a haymaker to the face. Impala with the bow in hand. Gets the juggle. Can he get the stock?
Weapon spawn coming in. There's the gauntlets.
Needs another.
Even if he gets knocked out here, that means next time he spawns back in, that next weapon is going to be a scythe. That's going to be his weapon of choice. Impala's going to do everything he can to strip the field, delay that weapon spawn, so Sandstorm plays the weapon disadvantage. That neutral air sends Impala to the left, easily goes over to the right, grabs the spawn.
Last stocks. Game 5. Impala with the stage control. He's got his comfort bow. Sandstorm catches the landing, but Impala gets back up.
Impala's done a great job evening this up here. He's putting out a lot of damage on a Sandstorm here. It's getting close to where Sandstorm might have to start thinking about worrying about being disarmed if he takes too much more damage. Dude, the inlight into the recoveries. Sandstorm is so good at it.
Yo, but Impala with the recoveries. Down Sig! Sandstorm, does he have the movement? He'll get to the wall safely, but he has no weapon. He got disarmed. Impala with the weapon control.
He has just a little bit of a lead here. The bow is in his hands. He's
Down
backing
Sig.
up, looking for the D-Sig. Neutral light, not going to send over. Sandstorm, at least right now, is going to have to do this one with the gauntlet. Just barely missing that gauntlet side air. There's a weapon spawn in the field. Swapping back over to the scythe.
Down, side Sig thrown out! It doesn't KO! Impala with the spear. Sandstorm's got one more opportunity. The side air slaps him away.
Oh, he tried to get the unarmed recovery, but out came the dodge. Oh, just barely! The fact that Impala did the side stick, giving him movement to get away.
Downlight misses. Who's gonna get the hit? Downlight, Nair! Impala takes it in Game 5. He's gonna be your Dreamhack San Diego champion.
He went for the downlight Nair, and now I feel like we see a weird official passing of the torch that we didn't get. We didn't get that closure on the Sandstorm arc as we move into now what we have with the Impala arc on land. But here we have it at Dreamhack San Diego. You even saw in Sandstorm's face that he was like, yeah, you got me, young blood. You're the new kid on the block. He started off with the Tesca. Let's be real, it did not work whatsoever. The swap to the Fenrir Mordex almost had enough, but Impala's Kaya, just like at the World Championship, was too much for everybody here at Dreamhack San Diego.
And now nobody can argue that Impala is not the best at the game in person right now. He won at the World Championship, and so many people wanted to discount it, put an asterisk, say you didn't fight Sandstorm, but look at him here today at Dreamhack San Diego. Impala was able to take the dub over Sandstorm, and that means he's kind of good at the game.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
A little bit.
He's a pretty strong player. Coming into this one, he had to be feeling good after he 3-0'd Sandstorm in the winners finals. Then he went into the grand finals, saw Kaina fight it out against Lores, then saw Sandstorm take out Kaina in the elimination finals. He just waited. Then all of a sudden, he went up 2-0. It was looking maybe a little bit rough there for him, like the old world champ Legault was going to take it away from him, but he didn't let it go. There you can see the official passing of the torch from Sandstorm to Impala.
Impala denying the reset, getting that double, not KO, what's the term for it? Double tap onto Sandstorm, right? Beat him in the winners final, beat him in the grand finals, really knocked him down and proved that he's the greatest. He's our champion here at Dreamhack San Diego. Sheepy, any words on that part?
Oh my goodness, what a grand final match here. Really, Impala closing it out. I mean, I was shouting in the crowd. I heard everyone else shouting in the crowd. It was quite the match here. I mean, you have two kings, your current world champion, and then the previous world champion or multi-time champion, and you cannot deny the win here. Luckily, we get to talk to our current champion as he's sitting here with us right now on the desk. Impala, how are you? Congratulations, first off, for this championship. I want to know, what was going through your mind when you're fighting Sandstorm against his Mordex specifically?
I already knew something was going to go wrong. I was up 2-0, and the first thing I wanted to do is count him out, but it just doesn't make sense. There's a reason why he has a history. There's not much else to say. I mean, he's a really good opponent. And as soon as you feel like you're not in a position where you can get attacked, you will. Every time. There's a reason why he was so good with gravity cancel down. It was because he was always he made it really good overextensions that had high value, and it reduced the options of the opponent, specifically me, and I started to kind of lose my momentum as a result. Sorry, I'm still shaking.
No, yeah,
I was gonna say, can you like lift your hand up?
Yeah,
Like the adrenaline that I can just see coursing through you right now. That was an intense set, to say the least.
Yeah, he's shaking
Takes
still.
just a little bit. I mean, it makes sense. Like when you're playing for so much money and like so much glory, like the whole, like that's what Brawlhalla is about, basically. So, I mean, I'm just glad I get to be on the podium in this way because I worked really hard for it, and I also like to thank my parents for supporting me along the way, along with my brother who was with me this whole time.
Oh yeah?
That's amazing.
That's fantastic.
That's wonderful. We love it. Family support. We love it. Duke, Sparky, I do want to open it up for y'all if you guys have anything to ask Impala, our champion here.
What would it take for you to stop playing Kaya?
No, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Hey, wait a minute. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hey.
Ask him how much cash he has on him right now.
How many meta devs can I give you to get you to stop playing Kaya?
Give me at least 5,000, and maybe we have it.
That's really not that much.
You have a price though. Play
Like
Kaya
that's
forever.
really not that. Didn't he won 9 Gs for playing Kaya, and he's like, I'll take half that. I'll take half that and just stop playing that character. Okay, so you had like 3 phases of Sandstorm. You had the Mirage that you had no difficulty with. Then you saw him go down against Kaina, pull out the Mordex, but then in game 1 of Grand Finals, he pulled out the Tesca. And then you got to the Fenrir Mordex. So how did you feel about each of those 3 different phases?
Well, for Mirage, I kind of believed that I already had it in the bag, but before that, I had to VOD review because something about those sets when it was online was like way too close. Like I lost to 1 interaction. But what Sandstorm said earlier was like it made sense. It was he wanted to have a character that he was so comfortable with that he could just use every sig in the kit. And that becomes an issue because you stop using light attacks. Like you stop finding ways to win, and you find like it's almost as if you're trying to find the easy way out. So that's why I don't pick new characters. It's because it doesn't feel right to just go for the easier route. Like if I really wanted to, I could just play Ember, or Diana. Like those are my 2 highest levels. Like maybe level 80, but I don't like cheesing it out. Because once I relock on Kaya after playing Diana or something like that, I realized that I'm not really the same, like playstyle wise. But that's besides the point. With Tesca, I already had a lot of experience against Boots when I was sparring Jetbeam, and maybe Hardy every once in a while. So it wasn't too much. Like it really wasn't that overwhelming. And I love fighting gauntlets. I love fighting Mordex. Like they're honestly one of my favorite matchups because it's just relatively something that I'm so experienced with after having so many sparring partners that play the same character. And then, but with Mordex, oh my goodness, like feeling every interaction as if the crowd is almost against me, but it was more like they were really, really wanting Sandstorm to win. That was the only issue. I mean, again, this lost for words because I'm really taking this all in. I'm still shaking. If you can see.
I was gonna say, like, do you need to take a breath?
We can give you a moment because I definitely was rooting for you. I think you have. I feel like it's really hard to prove yourself when you are going against someone who has won so many world champions, someone who has such a name in Brawlhalla history. I think it's definitely probably really difficult and challenging to go up against that, but you have completely proving yourself, and I don't know what better way. I mean, we literally saw it live here first. You are a champion, and honestly, it's amazing. You have such talent. Stay with the Kaya. There's nothing wrong with just playing one character, one legend, by the
or
way.
at least ask for more than $5,000. At least grab a 50 bomb. Come on.
There's nothing wrong with playing Kaya all the time, okay?
Okay, I will say this though. Now that I actually have the chance to talk about balance, why is it that out of all the other 3-dex characters, I get my startup removed? Or like I get it added actually, because it makes D6 so much harder to hit. It also makes N6 so much harder to hit because you can't like identify that somebody's in the air and then just storm them out. You have to predict it instead. Like you have to walk up to them and then go forensic. It's very tedious, just to say the least. Like my option select isn't reduced, but I had to think about it in a different way, to say the least. As in, I needed to find a strategy where I could still use the signature, but instead of using it the way I normally would, there's just another way to land the signature. I showed it today, so very grateful. whenever anybody wants to avoid N-Sig, I just go for Nair, just anti-air them. Like, as long as you keep bullying them in the air, they won't feel comfortable in disadvantage, because that is true stage control, because they're losing options. And that's one of the things that I'm best at. Still very grateful that I learned it.
Yo, tips right here from the World Championship himself. Tips, anti-air, right here. Take notes. We're taking notes, chat.
We ran that down. Rewatch the clip. I gotta ask you, of course, you had one of the shorter runs, considering you went all the way through the top side, didn't drop any single sets, which means you arguably fought the fewest people. Is there someone in the bracket that was here today, or maybe even at the World Championship, that you have not gotten to fight that you really wanted to?
Not exactly. I mean, I'm down to fight anybody, because if I can't win against anybody, then I don't deserve to win, just to keep it short. On a side note though, Java was definitely one of the hardest sets I've had. Like, this run wouldn't have been possible if I didn't like clutch up almost. I had a big mental block against Sword already, and even more into Java from our past like tournament history. So when I had to fight him, and it went last stock deep orange, I was already like losing my mind. And thankfully, he was on hammer, which sucks, by the way. And I went for the GCD sig, or side sig, and I just picked him up before he was gonna go for downlight, because he's always like, he has unrelenting pressure where like he's always right next to you. So yeah, just an experience of probably the hardest opponent I've fought in bracket.
So you ended that set against Sandstorm right at the very end with a D-Light Nair instead of a D-Light Recovery. Why?
D-Light Recovery was not going to hit there.
Okay.
It was so close. Like I was very close in terms of how I hit the D-Lights. At that point, it's just a matter of option select and common sense. Like, N-Light's definitely not going to kill. You're just going to have to bully your opponent with N-Light if you want to get that option out. But Nair has the most force and also the most damage in that instance, so there was no other choice. Like, I couldn't even go for recovery, so.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
No, hey, valid answer. That's it. Impala, thank you so much for joining us on the desk, letting us talk to you, especially right after your win. Congratulations, seriously, big congratulations again for being our DreamHack San Diego singles champion. Give it up, yes, give it up.
What? You don't have to clap for yourself.
Yeah, clap for yourself.
We're clapping for you.
I mean, it's like self-lifting. Like, even I don't think I deserve it sometimes. So.
You deserve it. You worked hard, and you have proven yourself. So take that trophy home. Take that big check home later as well as you celebrate your win. Guys, I want to go over kind of like all the different matches that we've seen so far. Just a moment ago. I mean, look at this match schedule. Duke, tell me how you look at this. Oh my goodness. Just I'm just looking at the 3-0s. I'm looking at South America having to compete against themselves. Oh my goodness, Duke.
Yeah, I mean, it was a heartbreaker of a closeout in our best of, or our top fours, sorry, all best of fives. We saw, of course, the NA rivalry, again, the battle of the champions in that winner's final, and then we saw the South Americans take each other out, as ultimately only one could continue on. Sandstorm beat that final player, that South American, kind of out in 3-0, and then went on to the grand finals. Almost got the reset, but Impala managed to close it out.
He really came in clutch towards the end of that set. I think it's wild that he loves fighting Mordex. I think very few people out there would agree with him on that. That just shows how really built he was for that matchup, because the Mirage, absolutely nothing to him. Teska, he doesn't have a problem with that either, has experience against that. It seemed like this was written as a narrative where it would be Impala versus Sandstorm, not just champ versus champ, but this was supposed to happen all along. It was supposed to be Impala taking down Sandstorm on the iconic character for both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a huge way to prove yourself, is taking down Sandstorm on his iconic pick. It's fascinating because when you look at like other worlds, other communities, animes and whatnot, like there's always that like hero figure, and then these people who are looking at his back saying like, how am I going to take this thing down? And Impala, like he kind of said, he's been practicing against a lot of different Gauntlet players, and you got to be ready to take down that hero if you want to end up being that #1, and that's exactly what he did.
And I think it's so poignant that you kind of said this, Sparky, at the end of their match, how it feels like maybe now the torch is being passed on. your current world champion, has defeated Sandstorm, a name that is just so renowned in Brawlhalla history. And it was a close game. Granted, let me tell you, you got to give props to Sandstorm too. It was a close game. It could have easily gone to a reset, but that did not happen. Impala laid it down and won and took the W. And you know what? I bet his family is so proud of him. I hope he is so proud of himself and all the hard work that he's put into this. So now, you know, we're starting to kind of close out here. I want to do one last kind reminder about merch here and the exclusive merch that we have right now live on brawlhalla.com/merch. All right, this is your final kind reminder, y'all. This is exclusive merch. Don't miss out. This is where you can get your San Diego, Dreamhack San Diego swag. This is where you can show off to everyone that you were here, maybe live at the venue, seeing and witnessing Impala take the championship, okay? So scan that QR code. It's for a limited time. Sales end on Thursday. And then for all my national friends, we got flat rate shipping costs for y'all. So guys, get it now. Don't miss out on this exclusive San Diego merch, all right? Get that hoodie, get that t-shirt, me included. This is a reminder for myself as well, okay? I gotta do the same thing. Okay, guys, I want to hear your final thoughts before we wrap up and close out. I'm gonna start with Sparky here. Tell me.
We want to thank everybody who came out to DreamHack San Diego. We want to thank everybody who watched at home and hopefully is enticed to come out to DreamHack Valencia or DreamHack Dallas or the World Championship later this year. This was an incredible weekend. What a way to have the first open event for Brawlhalla Esports Year 8 in 2023. What an ending to it. It felt like it had to be this way, and we got that storybook ending.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Just honestly, you said it perfectly. We had the storybook ending both in 2v2s and 1v1s. EU got another W in the 2v2 space, and of course, you can't be happier than to see it back in the hands of Acno and Blaze. And then on the other side, the 1v1s, Impala proving himself against the GOAT Sandstorm. It really writes itself. And if you're at home and you got FOMO about like you weren't here in the audience cheering and screaming your head off the way that we all were, well, you got other opportunities because we've got DreamHack Valencia and DreamHack Dallas later on this year.
Yeah, don't miss out. If you can definitely make it, if you can afford the flight or drive out or whatever have you, come out. We love to see our community. We love to see y'all. And honestly, it's always a fantastic time just to kind of hang out with the friends you made online, to meet the devs, to meet the pro players, or just, you know what, have fun in a new city that maybe you've never been. So please come back if you can. And, you know, talking about esports and all the things that are coming up, we got the Spring Royale, honestly, a couple weeks later. So we have more things coming up here. The Spring Royale being another, you know, invitational in-person event with the top of the top, right, players in their regions, right? And then right after that, like you said, Duke, DreamHack Dallas. Esports keeps going, baby. We don't stop. All right, y'all. We've had an amazing weekend here in San Diego. And you know what? That's going to do us. That's it. That's going to do it for us at the desk. Thank you so much to everyone that came out this weekend and for those that tune in online. Congratulations once again to Impala, our singles champion, and also Acno and Blaze, our doubles champions. So be sure to tune in into the Spring Royale right here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla on April 29th. Like I said, guys, it's not too far away. On behalf of everyone at Brawlhalla, DreamHack, Skillshot, and all of those behind the scenes, thanks so much for tuning in. And on behalf of Ajax, Sparky, Duke, Toast, Taza, Leftstick, thank you seriously once again. We leave you with the sights and sounds of Brawlhalla San Diego 2023. And until next time, good night, everyone.
get older, it's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I feel like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if it's like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah.